but the giant plume of dust that jumped up at him as 4 pieces of drywall fell to the floor. The first 3 contained poems, the last one a single sentence. You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil. Chapter 61. Diary.
Welderman and Stocks exited the car, spoke to the man in the navy blue trench coat for several minutes. Then Welderman opened my door. "This way, Anson." I looked out at all 3 of them and made no effort to leave the seat. I may not have liked Welderman's car, but I was smart enough to know whatever was coming if I followed those 3 men wasn't good. They weren't going to kill me, I knew that much. They would have killed me back at the farm, where they had seclusion. But the way Stocks stared down at his shoes, the nervous glances around the parking lot from Welderman, that told me there was something else to fear. The look on Vincent's face the other night when he returned from a similar trip was enough to confirm those thoughts. The man in the trench coat handed Welderman a key, nodded back at the motel, and said, 14, in a low tone before getting back into his white van and closing the door. He didn't leave. Instead, he sat there, his eyes scanning the parking lot, the people moving across the street at some fast food place, an older man filling up his station wagon at the Phillips 66 next door. I knew what a lookout was. I had played the role plenty of times for Mother and Father. This man was a lookout. Stock's cigarette-stained fingers reached into the car, wrapped around my collar, and pulled me out. I let my legs go weak and fell to the ground. Welderman let out a sigh and made a show of pulling the corner of his jacket back, just enough so that I could see the gun holstered on his belt. "Are you going to make me shoot you, kid? If you think I won't, you're kidding yourself. I've got no problem putting a bullet in you and walking across the street and grabbing a burger while Stocks cleans things up. You wouldn't be the first. We could knock you around a little, too. That's what we had to do with Widener. Even your little friend Libby put up a good fight until I added a bruise or 2 to the patchwork already there." He knelt down next to me and looked me in the eyes. "My point is, this will end in one of 2 ways. Either with you dead or you walking voluntarily to that room. There is no option C. If you decide you'd like to survive the night, then the sooner you take the walk to that room, the sooner you'll be back home tucked in your own bed trying to convince yourself none of this ever happened. The first time is tough for everyone, but it gets easier. I can promise you that." He stood back up then, glanced back across the road at the fast food place. "I'm hungry, so make up your fucking mind." The man in the van was watching us too. He didn't appear very concerned. Just another day. Been there, done that. I stood back up and brushed the dirt from my pants. I couldn't take on 2 men with guns. Definitely not 3. I looked over at the motel behind us. "Room 14? Welderman nodded. "Yeah." I started across the parking lot, with Stocks shuffling along behind me. Welderman behind him. Room 14 was on the first floor in the far right corner. The light was on inside. Most of the other rooms were dark. When we got to the door, Welderman slipped the key into the lock, twisted, and pushed the door open. There were 2 beds, both covered in matching floral print comforters. A small round table stood inside the room to the right of the door. There was a counter and sink at the back of the room, a bathroom to the left. A television droned from a chipped dresser across from the beds. I didn't see anyone, not at first. Then a toilet flushed, and a man came out of the bathroom, glanced at us, and turned to the sink to wash his hands without a word. Either Welderman or Stocks pushed me into the room with a hand to my back. I couldn't tell which. Welderman said, "You have 50 minutes." The door closed behind me. The man reached for a towel to dry off, and I stood there.
Chapter 62. Nash. Day 5, 5:12 p.m. black handwriting, large block letters scrawled onto drywall over faded and chipped paint. Nash hadn't seen these before, but he knew exactly what they were. Someone had cut them out of the walls at an abandoned house on 41st, the same house where Special Agent Diner was killed. Anson Bishop had been holed up across the street. Poole wrote the text from memory on one of the whiteboards back at the war room. They assumed Bishop didn't want the text to be found for some reason, and cut them out when he killed Diner. In the video earlier today, Bishop said that Porter killed Diner, which meant he would have removed the drywall and hid the pieces here. Even if Sam did take them, why would he hide them in his own apartment? Planted. Had to be. Then why would Sam give cash to Upchurch? Nash laid out the 4 squares on the floor. The first said, "Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality." The second read, "A telling analogy for life and death. Compare the two of them to water and ice. Water draws together to become ice, and ice disperses again to become water. Whatever has died is sure to be born again. Whatever is born comes around again to dying. As ice and water do one another no harm, so life and death, the two of them, are fine." And the third was shorter. "Let us return home. Let us go back. Useless is this reckoning of seeking and getting. Delight permeates all of today. From the blue ocean of death, life is flowing like nectar. In life there is death. In death there is life. So where is fear? Where is fear? The birds in the sky are singing, 'No death, no death.' Day and night the tide of immortality is descending here on earth." As Poole had remembered them, several words were underlined. Ice, water, life, death, home, fear, death. They thought they'd figured out the meaning. Upchurch had placed the bodies of his victims in ice, under the water after drowning them repeatedly in a tank of salt water in his basement. From what they learned from the 2 survivors, he was trying to determine if they saw anything after they died, after he brought them back. Poole felt that was why the word death was underlined twice. All the underlined words fit their theory except for home. They never did figure that one out. None of this explained why someone, Bishop or Porter, would take the time to cut these particular blocks of text from a graffiti-filled wall and hide them somewhere, particularly after killing a federal agent, knowing another was just across the street. There was something else here, something they missed. Nash took pictures of each board and texted them to Claire, Klazowski, and Poole, along with the message, "Found these in Sam's apartment." He knew they'd ask, and at this point he saw no reason to keep anything from them. They'd sort things out. A tickle crept through the inside of his nose again, and he turned his head and sneezed. 3 of them, rapid fire. When finished, he stood and looked around the room for a tissue. If Heather were still around, he was sure there'd be a box in every room. Sam was slowly reverting back to bachelor status, though. No tissues, and the paper towel holder in the kitchen held nothing but an empty cardboard tube. Even the worst bachelor kept toilet paper on hand. So Nash made his way through the apartment to the bathroom off the bedroom, turning on lights as he went. He didn't see the body. Not at first. If someone hadn't taken the time to wrap it in plastic before dumping it in the bathtub, he might have smelled the decomposing flesh from the other room. The salt probably stifled the smell, too. Or maybe it was just his stuffy nose. Chapter 63. Porter. Day 5, 5:21 p.m. True to her word, when the Talbot Enterprises jet touched down at Charleston Executive Airport, Emery had arranged for an SUV to be positioned at the private tarmac. They rolled to a stop less than 50 feet from where it was parked, and a man wearing Talbot Enterprises Air Service overalls met Porter at the base of the steps and handed him the keys. "She's fueled, and there's a prepaid cell phone in the center console should you need to place a call. Feel free to dispose of it when you feel appropriate." He handed Porter a business card, also Talbot Enterprises. "My number's on the back. You need anything, you call me. We're under instructions to keep the jet here on standby for your exclusive use. Your pilots will remain on airport grounds. On average, we need about 30 minutes to prep the plane for takeoff. So if you're in a hurry, try to phone me in advance, and we can minimize your wait." "Thank you." Porter took the keys, slipped the card in his pocket, and made his way to the SUV with the backpack slung over his shoulder. Among every other luxury Porter could possibly imagine, the jet had several laptops equipped with high-speed internet access. Once online, it didn't take long to find what he was looking for. As he settled into the driver's seat of the SUV, he studied the directions he'd written down, then started the vehicle and followed the signs to I-26. He pulled into the parking lot of Camden Treatment Center less than 30 minutes later. The building was white, single-story, with a flat roof. The grounds were carefully maintained, trimmed trees and blooms that managed to provide color even during these winter months. Not that South Carolina winters in any way compared to Chicago's. He was fairly certain snow was nothing but a myth this far south. Considering the time was after 5, past quitting time, there were only a couple of cars in the parking lot. He considered bringing the backpack, then thought better of it. He tucked it down on the floor in front of the passenger seat. If he needed the diaries, he could always come back out for them. As in New Orleans, for people to believe he was a working cop, he needed to look the part, and cops didn't carry backpacks. They did carry guns and badges, so he left the holstered gun on his belt. There was little he could do about the missing badge. Amory had done her best with the clothing, but he had to admit everything he wore was far beyond a cop's salary. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror only long enough to confirm he didn't have food on his face, then left the SUV for the building's entrance. Pushing through the door, he found himself in a carpeted lobby, the walls a mix of beige and white, tastefully decorated with painted landscapes. A woman in her early 20s looked up from the computer at the reception desk and smiled. "May I help you?" Porter handed her one of his business cards from Metro. "I need to speak to someone about a former patient. About 20 years ago." 20 years? Porter nodded. "Patient's name?" "Anson Bishop." The woman eyed him for a moment, then picked up her phone and spoke to someone in a hushed tone. Porter couldn't make out the words. When she hung up, she nodded toward a group of chairs against the opposite wall. "If you'd like to have a seat, our director will be with you in a few minutes." The last thing Porter wanted to do was sit and wait, but he had little choice. He crossed the room and lowered himself into one of the silver and black leather chairs and glanced at the stack of outdated magazines on the table at his side. He really didn't care what the royal family was up to or who Jennifer Aniston was dating. Johnny Depp's financial concerns were slightly intriguing, but before he could scoop up that particular issue, he heard a male voice talking to someone behind the door at the back of the lobby. Then the door opened with an electronic buzz, and a man in his late 50s, early 60s, looked around the room, settled on Porter. At first the man seemed to stare, a slight look of confusion on his face. Narrow eyes behind thin glasses. Porter had told himself that if someone recognized him from television or anywhere, he'd just leave. He could be on the road and gone long before they could call someone. Definitely before that someone could get here. He needed to remain mobile now. He'd lost valuable time locked up at Metro. The man glanced over at the woman behind the desk. "If anyone calls, tell them I'm in a meeting?" She nodded in reply. He turned back to Porter. "Follow me, detective?" A statement set in the form of a question. Porter had spoken to his share of shrinks over the years, like every cop does, and this was a particular skill they all seemed to share. Nearly every phrase leaving their mouths did so in the form of a question. He found it as annoying now as he did every other time. He smiled back at the doctor, though, and followed him through the door, a sense of déjà vu rushing over him. The nurse's station on one side, a sealed guard booth on the other, the hallway stretching back about 50 feet. Bishop had described all of it in his diaries. The nurse's station was empty, but Porter could picture Nurse Gilman sitting there, watching them as they walked by. The guard only glanced in their direction, then returned his gaze to the bank of computer monitors on his desk. Dozens of cameras, watching everything from the lobby to some kind of common area and what could only be patient rooms and offices.
There were cameras at either end of the hallway, dark, black eyes staring down from small bubbles in the ceiling. I hadn't found a camera in Dr. Oglesby's office, but I was fairly sure he had one. The one in my room was hidden in the air vent next to the fluorescent light, watching from above. It didn't make a sound, but I felt it blink.
Porter located the various bubbles on the hallway ceiling and tried not to stare. The doctor ushered him into the second office on the left, asked him to take a seat at the desk, and closed the door before settling into a large leather chair opposite him. He removed his glasses and let them fall against his chest, held there on a silver chain. He wore an argyle sweater of the most hideous shades of red and green, Christmas colors gone wrong. His hair, no doubt once black as coal in his youth, was peppered silver. "It's been a long time, Detective." This took Porter by surprise. He was good with names and faces, and he had no recollection of ever meeting this man. The nameplate on his desk said, Victor Wittenberg, Ph.D. That didn't ring any bells either. "I'm sorry, do we know each other?" Whatever thoughts this brought on in the doctor, his face didn't betray them. He simply settled back in his chair and studied Porter, maybe contemplating if he was wrong. During the 5-year period in which he'd hunted for MK, Porter had spoken to dozens of professionals. It was possible he'd spoken to Wittenberg at one point or another, maybe at a press conference. In those situations, he'd met so many people at once that he always found it difficult to catalog them. As the person holding the press conference, they always seemed to remember him. That was just the dynamic of such a thing. Or this could be the same situation he ran into with so many others. The doctor had seen him on television at some point and recognized him from there. The doctor spoke first, his voice reserved. "Perhaps I'm mistaken. I have one of those faces." "I suppose you do." There was a silver microcassette recorder on his desk. He thumbed a red button on the side, and the tape began to turn. "Do you mind if I record our conversation?" Porter did mind. For what purpose? Wittenberg reached for his glasses and returned them to the bridge of his nose. "You're a police detective, no doubt about to ask me for privileged information about one or more patients, a conversation I probably shouldn't participate in at all. But if I am to do so, or simply consider doing so, I'd feel more comfortable knowing there was a record." Porter knew if he pushed the issue, this man would probably end the meeting and send him on his way. He really didn't have much of a choice. "Just keep in mind, this is part of an ongoing investigation, and discussing our conversation with someone else could be considered obstruction and lead to possible charges. Obviously, just playing this tape for someone else could be problematic for you. Please keep that in mind." "Understood." Wittenberg pushed the recorder to the center of his desk, between them both. Porter tried not to look at it and cleared his throat. "Is Dr. Oglesby still on staff here?" "Oglesby?" "Yes." The glasses came off again, fell around his neck. "I don't know that name." "How long have you worked here?" Wittenberg thought about this. "Going on 23 years now." Porter found himself studying the man's sweater, the argyle patterns all twisted together in a chaotic mess. He would have been here in the late 90s, as recent as 10 or 15 years ago. I would surely have known him then. This facility isn't very large. The name escapes me, though. Are you sure he worked at Camden?" "I'm certain. He was the doctor who treated Anson Bishop." "I see." Porter found himself getting frustrated. These canned, unclear responses. "Do you have Bishop's file? Maybe we should just start there." "Detective, I find your behavior to be very disturbing." Porter wondered how the good doctor would feel if he reached across the desk, grabbed him by that hideous sweater, and tossed him aside as he rummaged through the drawers. He drew in a breath, calmed himself. "I apologize. I haven't slept much. Investigations like this can fray your nerves. Let's see what we can find in Bishop's file and go from there." A statement in the form of a question. "Take that, you shit." The doctor glanced down at the recorder. confirmed it was still running, then stood. "Give me a moment." He left Porter in the office and was gone for several minutes. When he returned, he held 2 files, one thick, one thin. He sat back in his chair and pushed both folders across the desk to Porter. Porter drew them close and studied the names typed neatly on the tabs. The thin folder was labeled Bishop Anson. It was the label on the thick folder that grabbed his attention, reached around his heart, and squeezed hard enough to cause his body to jerk. He looked up at the doctor. "What's this?" "You tell me." The thick folder was labeled Porter Samuel. Chapter 64. Diary.
Without turning, the man said, "What's your name, kid?" "Anson." "Anson," he repeated in a low voice. He folded the towel and placed it back on the rack. I could see his face in the mirror. He looked to be in his 30s, with short, thinning dark hair and round, wire-frame glasses perched on his nose. He had a mustache, but no beard. He'd been wearing a suit, but the jacket sat over the back of the chair near the door. His tie was loose, and the top button of his shirt was open. He'd rolled his sleeves up, too. He was a short man, maybe 5'6". He checked himself in the mirror, then faced me. When he smiled, I saw his crooked teeth, and I wanted to look away, but held his gaze anyway. "You look just like your picture. That's good." I almost asked him who he expected me to look like, if not myself, but that seemed as silly as his statement. "My name is Bernie. Is this your first time?" I didn't answer, only stared at him. After a half-dozen seconds, he said, "I paid extra, so I need you to tell me that it is. I don't trust those men. They lie about that sort of thing all the time." I wondered exactly how many times Bernie had done this. He didn't look nervous, and I think that frightened me more than anything, because I was fairly certain I knew what this was, and I didn't want to know anyone who was comfortable in this particular moment. I nodded and was grateful when he finally turned away from me and fished his wallet from his pants pocket. He took out several bills and placed them on the counter next to the sink. "I already paid them, but this is for you." Replacing his wallet, he took several steps toward me and gestured toward a brown bottle on the nightstand between the 2 beds. "Do you want a drink to help take the edge off?" I'd only drank twice in my life. The first time with Mrs. Carter, and that didn't end well for me. The second time was with Father the following morning. Hair of the dog, he had called it. A means to lessen my hangover. I'd lost my wits somewhere in that bottle with Mrs. Carter, and found them again with Father. I certainly didn't plan to do that again here, so I just shook my head. "You can have one, though, if you want, I mean." He did want, because he nodded and filled one of the motel glasses with about an inch from the bottle and drank it in a single swallow. He shivered, then set the glass down and sat on the edge of the bed. He patted the comforter next to him, and I noticed he had chewed his nails down to the quick. His fingertips were stained yellow, and I pictured him an hour from now standing outside with Stocks, the 2 smokers huddled together in their secretive little club, a lighter and bad stories passing between them. "Sit," Bernie repeated. "I'm not going to ask you again." I sat, not because I wanted to, but because doing anything else would escalate the situation, and it didn't seem wise to do that. Bernie was nervous, and nervous people don't always act rationally. I grew up playing chess alone, both sides, white and black, not because I had no one to play with, but because Father wanted me to learn to anticipate an adversary's next move. When you play chess alone, you're forced to spend a moment as your opponent, thinking through every possible move before them, every possible action. Then you return to your side of the board with that knowledge, and, because of it, you're forced to reconsider your countermove based on complete knowledge of what that opponent can do next. Sweat moistened my palms, and I wiped them on the comforter. As I did so, I considered everything Bernie might do next. I also thought about Welderman and Stocks, no doubt across the street ordering burgers, as well as the man in the van, close, but still far. Bernie inched closer to me and unfastened the top 2 buttons on my shirt. I let him. He leaned in closer. His breath stank of salami, coffee, and stale smoke. His crooked yellow teeth matched his fingers. His eyes fluttered closed, not completely, mind you. Apparently, Bernie wanted to see what he was doing, but they closed to slits, and he looked like a snake to me, a writhing, oily thing meant to creep across the ground. Not yet. I said this quietly as I turned my head to the side. I knew what this was. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. My friend Beau Ridley had once shown me a newspaper story about a man in town who liked to corner little boys in dark places and do the kind of things that should never happen. The police hadn't caught him, but some local man did, and that man had cut off the other man's penis and stuffed it in his mouth before slitting his throat, then left the body in an alley behind the supermarket with a closed sign lying on his chest. I imagined Bernie holding a closed sign under his chin, under those crooked teeth. "We should get undressed first," I told him in a voice even softer than my last words, because I knew that was what he wanted. Those narrow, slitted eyes of his opened then, wide and bright, and he backed away from me slightly, a smile playing at the corner of his lip. His heart sped up. I could see a little vein throbbing on his temple, a crazy pitter-patter of excitement. He removed his tie, folded it neatly, and set it on the nightstand. He cleared something from his throat, then took off his shoes. He unbuttoned his shirt after that, removed it, and placed it on the empty bed across from us. When his hands went to his belt, he paused. "You too." I nodded and reached down to my shoes. They were brand-new black dress shoes, still glimmering with polish. I tugged at the laces. Vincent said he found the tools under the kitchen sink up at the house, and I wondered if sometime after I left he had reached for the flathead screwdriver on the ground at his feet and noticed it was missing. He'd probably looked around the truck, maybe in the engine, trying to remember where he'd last used the flathead or set it down. It was only about 6 inches long, but fit nice and snug in my brand-new sock. The tip was rusty, but sharp. Bernie was fuddling with his pants when I came up with it. He managed to scream, but not for very long.
Chapter 65. Poole. Day 5, 8:03 p.m. Poole managed to catch a flight out of O'Hare direct to Charleston, but flying commercial had slowed him down. He'd arranged for a rental car while standing around the terminal in Chicago, but even that had proved to be time-consuming. After the plane touched down at Charleston International, they sat on the tarmac for nearly 20 minutes in some kind of line before they could get to a gate. Once off the plane, he'd run through the airport, dodging families, business people, and airport workers in golf carts, got to the rental car counter only to stand in another line. He fought the urge to pull out his badge every step of the way, knowing the moment he did, a record would be made, and an entry in the wrong database would end up in SAIC Hurles's inbox. 28 minutes after arriving at the rental car counter, he left airport grounds in a Toyota RAV4 smelling of cigarette smoke and industrial cleaner. Another 41 minutes to get to the Charleston Police Department on Lockwood Drive, 4 minutes to explain what he needed to the desk sergeant, and 12 more sitting in a cluttered conference room, waiting. Poole was eyeing the stained coffee pot on the credenza at the far end of the room, when a man knocked twice on the door, came in, and introduced himself as Byron Locke, Assistant Chief of Police. The first word that came into Poole's head at the sight of him was beefy. About 5'10" and maybe 220 pounds, the man was all muscle and no neck. He wore navy slacks, a white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up past his elbows, and a loose blue tie. His gun and badge were clipped to his belt. He set 2 folders on the table and settled into a chair opposite Poole. "So, Officer Samuel Porter." "Officer Samuel Porter," Poole repeated. Only a few of us still here from those days, Locke explained. Amazing how fast the years go by. Feels like a week ago. You were here when Porter did his rookie time? Locke nodded. I'd been on the force for 2 years when he signed up. We didn't work together, but I knew him. Hilburn, too. Both good men from what I remember. Pulled their files to refresh my memory. I'm afraid there's not much here. Are you looking for something specific? Poole had put a lot of thought into that, but the truth was, he had no idea. In broad strokes, Bishop said Porter was trying to cover up something that happened in Charleston. Poole silently ran through his exact words. He said she knew him, from his time in Charleston as a rookie. He said she was one of the last people alive who knew the truth about him. She was there. She saw me do it. She had to go. Poole took out his phone and showed Locke a picture of the woman shot at the Guyon. Do you recognize this woman at all? Locke studied the image. If the bullet hole in her forehead fazed him at all, he didn't let on. After more than 2 decades in law enforcement, he'd likely seen worse. Should I know her? We think she was involved in a case Porter worked on here in Charleston. Her name was Rose Finnicky. Locke reached for the phone in the center of the table and dialed an internal extension. When someone picked up, he repeated the name. A moment later, he placed his hand over the receiver and looked back at Poole. Nothing by that name in our database. Do you have anything tying her to this area? Maybe an address or ID? Poole wasn't sure how much he wanted to share. She may have run some kind of foster home or halfway house. Locke spoke into the phone again, held up a finger, then shook his head. Nothing in Department of Child Services either. She'd be registered there if she worked in the system. You didn't get anything from a prince? Poole shook his head. Nothing with photo recognition either. I ran her through all the federal databases. Locke hung up the phone and returned Poole's cell. You've obviously got better resources than I do. If you can't find her, I'm not sure I can help you. What about Porter's case files? Would it be possible to get a look at those? Porter was a beat cop. He didn't have case files. He was on traffic stops, domestic calls, that sort of thing. He told me he got shot trying to take down a local dealer. Made it sound like a case. Locke considered this, flipped through the top file. There's nothing here like that. His HR record lists the injury and his time out, but nothing to tie back to a specific case. I suppose he and his partner might have been working something. When you catch a specific beat, you get to know the locals, both good and bad. You make your Santa list, those who are good and those who are bad, and your focus tends to narrow. If they were chasing a particular dealer, it wouldn't have been part of an official case. If it was, narcotics would have worked it, not 2 rookies. The dealer's name was Weasel. Locke held up his finger again, dialed another extension on the phone, and repeated the name to someone. He frowned before hanging up. No Weasel in past or present narc cases. I'm sorry. Poole looked down at the folders. May I? Locke slid them across the table. They didn't contain much. There was a photo of a much younger Sam Porter, one of Hilburn, too. Time clock records, HR data, no citations, no notes. Nothing Poole couldn't have accessed from back in Chicago. Loose at the back of Hilburn's file was the report of his death. Wasn't sure if you wanted to see that, Locke told him. I investigated that one myself. Ruled suicide in the end. His widow said he'd been depressed for nearly 2 years. Medicated for the last one. She caught him once with his service revolver in his mouth. I didn't hear about that until after, or we would have suspended him, gotten him help. He waited for her to go grocery shopping, then strung himself up in the basement. Locke slumped back. The job gets to you after a while. I suppose I don't need to tell you that. Some of us learn to talk it out, work through some of the nastiness we see. Others bottle up the bad things. I never took Hilburn for a bottler, but it's not always so obvious. Poole picked up a photograph of the note. What can you tell me about this? Locke shrugged. Bothered me. Bothered everyone, I suppose. The handwriting was inconclusive. Most likely his, but written under duress. Understandable, considering what he was about to do. Hilburn attended church. Never struck us as an overly religious man, so Father Forgive Me wasn't completely off base, just odd. His own dad had been dead going on 15 years. Seemed like a strange choice of words, not the kind of thing you think of on the fly, more like something you decided on after some thought. But I've never been much of a religious guy, so who knows. Did you ever suspect this was anything but suicide? Locke nearly laughed at that. After this many years in law enforcement, somebody wishes me happy birthday and I suspect they're lying. I looked at everything I could find back then, but other than the note, nothing indicated foul play. He pulled a pen from his pocket and circled an address on one of the pages. That's his widow. You can try talking to her. She's had plenty of time to think on it. Maybe she can help you. Chapter 66. Nash. Day 5, 8:07 p.m. Nash was standing in Porter's living room when Isley finally came out of the bathroom. He needed to sit down, but between the federal and local CSI agents combing over every surface, there wasn't a chair to be had. When the feds arrived, he told them about the drywall and the lazy boy. He didn't mention the diary that had previously occupied that space, no need to go there, but he couldn't hide the drywall. He was in this deep enough already. The 4 pieces were still on the floor, an evidence tag next to each. They'd been photographed by at least 3 people, and some agent he didn't recognize was hovering over them now, glaring down at them as if he could stare at them long enough that their true meaning would come to him, like Vanna White turning letters. Nash needed to sit, because he felt like he might pass out. His stomach was a churning mess. He tried drinking a glass of water, and the moment the liquid hit his throat, it wanted out. He'd thrown up in Porter's kitchen sink. CSI wasn't too happy about that. He told them it was on account of seeing the body in the bathtub. But he knew he wasn't fooling anyone. One glance in the mirror told him he looked like the Walking Dead. When Isley had arrived, he'd given Nash a surgical mask and told him to put it on. He'd assured Isley it was just a cold or the flu. Isley said that whatever it was, the mask would help prevent airborne contamination. He then told Nash to go home and rest. Nash couldn't do that. Instead, Nash watched everyone work and tried his best to stay on his feet. Whatever didn't get upended by the feds got inspected by Metro's CSI. Nothing was overlooked. One agent had opened every seam in Porter's mattress and was busy inspecting between the coils. Another crawled along the floor and pulled up every board showing the slightest sign of being loose or tampered with. Nash remembered when Porter and Heather moved in here. She loved hardwood floors. He hated the squeaks. He'd spent the better part of their first year nailing boards down, spreading baby powder and oils, trying anything he could to tone down the noise. He finally gave up. All those boards were up now as flashlight beams peered beneath. Maybe you should go to Stroger. Nash jumped. Isley was standing a foot away from him, and he hadn't noticed the man approach at all. You're sweating. Do you have a fever? No, Nash lied. Isley rummaged through his pocket and produced an electronic thermometer. Before Nash could object, he brushed it over Nash's forehead. Nash tried not to think about where that thermometer had been. 101, Isley said flatly. Figured as much. Isley's eyes narrowed. Were you exposed to those girls at the Upchurch house? No, Nash lied. Then you most likely have the flu, Isley determined. You're going to fall over if you keep this up. You need to rest. From another pocket, he took out a pill bottle and handed it to Nash. I had someone bring these over for you. Tamiflu. Should help. Take one now and 2 more in 4 hours. Nash took 3 of them without water and dropped the bottle into his pocket. Thanks. Porter's got ibuprofen in the bathroom. You should take a couple of those, too. They'll help with the fever. Nash nodded. How you coming along in there? Easier to show you. Before Nash could respond, Isley started back across the room, stepping around people, the missing floorboards, and various items tagged into evidence. He'd insisted nobody else enter the bathroom but him. Like in most of these older buildings, Porter's bathroom wasn't large. Toilet, single sink, a small closet for towels and various sundry items, and a bathtub-shower combo. The curtain had been removed and placed in an evidence bag. Same with all the items Porter had left on the counter around the sink. Just outside the door, Isley had set up a small table, the surface covered with small vials filled with liquids of varying colors. Stacked beneath the table were more than a dozen evidence bags, each filled with salt. "I removed what I could without disturbing the body," Isley said. "We'll get the rest after we take him out." From the doorway, Nash could see the naked man in the bathtub. Isley had slit the plastic open down the center and peeled it back like a cocoon, revealing the man inside. "What did he—" The words trailed off as Nash tried to make sense of what he was looking at. "He was tortured," Isley said. "Nearly every inch of his skin. Someone wrote on him with a razor blade, or possibly a scalpel. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, do no evil. Over and over again. I found a few 'you are evil' mixed in there too. 'I am evil' on his forehead." "Like Libby McKinley?" Isley nodded. "Exactly like Libby McKinley." "Was he killed here?" "No, whoever did this took their time. It would have produced a lot of blood. He was awake for most of it. Neighbors would have heard the screaming. You've got a primary crime scene somewhere else, and he was transported here later." "Is that why he's using salt? Like some kind of preservative?" "I've been learning a lot about salt today." Isley turned back to his table. "As a preservative, salt inhibits the growth of microorganisms by drawing out water through osmosis. This prevents decomp and significantly distorts time of death. I'm working on a method to use the remaining saturation levels in the body to determine TOD, but I'm not there yet. Right now, I couldn't tell you if this man died 48 hours ago or a week ago. I don't think it's longer than that. He certainly didn't die today. Here's what's interesting, though. I've got 2 types of salt here. The first isn't designed for human consumption at all. It contains high levels of sodium ferrocyanide and ferric ferrocyanide. He was exposed to that the longest. The second salt is primarily potassium chloride, consistent with the kind used in water softeners." He gestured at the plastic evidence bags. "That's what most of this is." Nash tried to focus on this, but his thoughts were all muddled. Isley went on. "The 2 women found earlier today, the salt on their bodies matched both types. The first salt appears to be the same as the kind used on the roads to prevent icing. The second is used in water softeners." Nash said, "Okay, so these people were killed, then stored in road ice?" Isley nodded. "When this body was placed here, someone poured water softener salt, the kind you can buy in large bags just about anywhere, on and around the body, then filled the bathtub with water. That caused the salt to leach in and around the plastic, partly contaminating my first sample. They might have done that to try and mask the original salt." "To prevent us from figuring out where they're storing these bodies?" "Storing the bodies locally," Isley pointed out. "The body down in Simpsonville only had exposure to water softener salt. I confirmed about an hour ago with their local pathologist. I think that was just meant to confuse us, try to make them look all the same." "Because they don't salt the roads in South Carolina," Nash thought aloud. "The killer wouldn't have access to that type." Isley nodded. "If I'm correct, you'll want to check all the salt storage buildings in and around the city. Your unsub killed these people and brought them to one for an undetermined length of time, then placed the bodies where you found them." Isley lowered his voice and took a step closer to Nash. "With this victim, the question we really need to ask is, did our killer place him here to frame Sam, or—" Nash interrupted him. "Or was Sam soaking the body, getting it ready for placement somewhere else? Is that what you're getting at? He wouldn't do that in his own apartment." Isley shrugged. "Sam's a smart guy. He knows all our countermeasures and methods. He might do it here simply because it's blatantly not the best place to do it." Nash didn't respond to that. Instead, he stepped into the bathroom, opened Porter's medicine cabinet, and found the ibuprofen. As he took 4 pills, he looked back at the body. "You have any kind of ID?" Before answering, Isley glanced up at the words written in soap on the mirror. "Father, forgive me." "His prints came back as Vincent Widener," Isley said. Chapter 67. Diary.
The man from the van was first through the door. Either Welderman had returned the key to him, or he had another, but he got there fast, and it made me wonder if the room was bugged and he had been listening in. Bernie was loud, but not so loud that the man should have heard him from across the parking lot. Or maybe he had. There was no way for me to be sure, with things moving so fast. The tip of the screwdriver entered Bernie for the first time, just under his chin. I think it pierced his tongue before getting stuck in the roof of his mouth. I'd hoped it would get to his brain, but it wasn't long enough. His scream was more of a yelp, cut short by the impaled tongue. But you'd be surprised how much noise a person can make in a second like that. Without the use of his tongue, the scream turned into a guttural moan. Still loud, just different. I tried to pull the screwdriver back out, but it was stuck good. I grabbed the phone off the nightstand instead and smashed it into Bernie's head. That quieted him down. Van Man came through the door with his trench coat snapping in the wind, slammed the door at his back, took in Bernie on the floor trying to stand, and failing, before turning on me. I'd never seen a face as red as his, and I found myself shrinking deeper into the room, toward the bathroom at the back. He ran at me, shoulder first, and slammed into my chest. I fell back, and when I hit the ground, he came down on top with all his weight. My right arm folded awkwardly beneath both of us, and I heard a sickening snap, like a branch under a car tire. And the worst pain followed a moment later, running down my arm to my chest. I let out a scream of my own. Bernie was still louder, though. Somehow he had managed to find his voice even with that screwdriver sticking through half his face. Van Man climbed off me, crossed the room over to Bernie, and did something I didn't expect. He snatched a pillow off the bed, pressed it against Bernie's face with his left hand, while his right produced a handgun. The pillow reduced the blast to a muffled thump.
Chapter 68. Pool. Day 5, 9:07 p.m. I should have moved, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. My parents left me this house. I grew up here. The widow of Derek Hilburn, Robin Hilburn, looked up from the cup of tea in her hands and nodded towards some marks on the kitchen door jamb. Those are all me, when I was a little girl. 1 mark for every month from the time I was able to stand until around 14, when I was too cool for that sort of thing and made them stop. Poole sat across from her at the Formica table, his hands wrapped around a mug of tea he had yet to drink. By the time he'd left Charleston PD, it was well after 8. He considered getting a hotel room for the night and starting fresh in the morning, but he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep, particularly after Nash called and told him about Vincent Widener's body in Porter's apartment. Robin Hilburn was in her mid-50s, at least 50 pounds overweight, and dressed in a gray sweatsuit. Her straggly hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, and she wore no makeup. When he knocked on her door at a little after 9, she'd stared at his badge from the other side, the chain between them. When he told her why he was on her doorstep, he half expected her to slam the door. But she didn't. Instead, she sighed and let him in. Every couple years, one of you seems to come by. Suppose tonight is as good a night as any. She led him through a crowded living room to the kitchen, the house itself caught in a time capsule of shag carpet and wallpaper, knick-knacks, and dusty furniture. From the television, a preacher droned on about the failure of social society and how the internet was raising our kids. Robin took a sip of her tea and wiped the side of her mouth with the back of her hand. When he died, all I wanted to do was run, get as far away from here as I could. I went to stay with my sister in St. Louis for a few weeks, but after a while I got so homesick. I came back, and Derek was gone. All his stuff was packed up. All the other things that reminded me of home, things I missed, those were still here. After a couple days I settled back in, like an old blanket or a familiar chair. I couldn't picture myself anywhere else. I still saw reminders of Derek around, but this place was my home long before I met him, and I knew it would continue to be my home. There was no delicate way to ask this, so Poole came right out with it. Did you find him? Robin nodded. I'd been grocery shopping, and when I came home I yelled for him to help me unload. His car was in the driveway, so I knew he was home. The second I stepped through the door, though, I was sure something was wrong. I checked upstairs first, then the bathrooms, looked out back. Didn't think to check the basement, not right away. Nothing down there but the laundry, and he avoided that like the plague. But after I checked everything else and didn't turn him up, I went down there." She paused a moment and blew on her tea. "Didn't seem real when I first saw him. Felt like watching a scene from a movie. He was just hanging there from the rafters, all quiet, nothing moving. The first thing I thought of, can't explain why, was, where did he get the rope? I didn't recognize it. Turns out the receipt was in his pocket. He'd bought it that morning." She waved a hand around. "There was all this hushed talk. He didn't do it. Someone else did it, especially after reading the note. I knew he did, though. It was that damn receipt that convinced me." "Could someone have planted the receipt?" "Nope, not a chance." "How can you be sure?" Robin sighed. "Derek did this thing with receipts. He liked to roll them. I'd find them in his pockets all the time like that. Never failed. This one was rolled the same way as any other." "A partner would know to roll it. Partners knew each other better than most married couples." Poole shook the thought from his head. "Did he ever mention the name Rose Finicky to you?" She shook her head. "Vincent Widener?" "Nope." "How about a Detective Freddie Welderman or Ezra Stocks?" "I think I'd remember a name like Ezra. He never mentioned anyone named Freddie either." "Anson Bishop?" She took another drink of her tea. "I know that one from TV, but Derek was long gone before all that business ever came up." "What about a drug dealer named Weasel?" She shook her head again. "Did he discuss his work with you at all?" "Only that he didn't like it much and was considering a change. Talked about that a lot, but it was mostly talk. He got into law enforcement because he wanted to help people. Derek was a kind soul like that. Like any other boy, he grew up idolizing cops, but once he got into that world, he realized it was nothing like television. I imagine you know what I mean. He spent shift after shift with the worst humanity has to offer, and it took a toll on him. We were both raised on the good book, and he thought he could help everyone. After a number of years in the job, he realized that wasn't the case. Rather than him showing them the light, they showed him the dark. The dark engulfed him. Derek got depressed, obviously more so than even I realized." "Did he get along with his partner?" "Which one? He had a couple." "Sam Porter?" "Is he the one who got shot?" Poole nodded. "Those two were thick as thieves for a while there, like brothers. When Sam got shot, that spooked Derek. Looking back, I think that was the start of his slide. He blamed himself. I guess any partner would. Took to drinking for a little while after Sam left. Luckily, that didn't stick. Suppose if it did, he wouldn't have hung in with the job as long as he did. I can tell you one thing. Sam was the only partner he ever brought home for dinner. I think he vowed never to get too close to another after all that business. He spent a lot more time at home after Sam, that's for sure." "Derek traveled?" Robin nodded. "He and Sam took a few overnight trips for some case or another. Never said what it was about. I didn't ask. Figured he'd tell me if he wanted me to know." "Do you know where they went?" She shook her head. "They drove, so not too far." Poole glanced around the kitchen, at the cluttered shelves. "You said after Derek died you stayed with your sister for a few weeks, and while you were gone somebody packed up his belongings?" She nodded. "Some of the guys from the force. They boxed up everything and put it out in the garage. It's all still out there. You're welcome to go through it if you like. Just do me a favor. Whatever you don't want, put out at the curb. I think it's time I rid myself of all that." Chapter 69. Porter. Day 5, 9:08 p.m. Porter took the files. He wasn't going to apologize for that. He'd pulled over the side of Mount Cleary Road, just before the I-26 on-ramp, about 3 miles from Camden Treatment Center, and looked down at the 2 folders on the passenger seat. Bishop's folder was damn near empty. He was brought in immediately following the fire at his home, and only stayed for a handful of weeks. He'd received several medications, mostly for anxiety, and was released into the foster custody of David and Cindy Watson, residents of Woodstock, Illinois, just as Bishop had said in his interview with Poole. Not a single scrap of paper was signed by Dr. Oglesby. He wasn't mentioned at all. Only Dr. Victor Wittenberg, as he had said. Porter grilled him on it for nearly 3 hours, and the man didn't falter. His story didn't change at all. Porter ran him through it forwards, backwards, and sideways, and he didn't slip once. Wittenberg believed every word he told him. It was the look on Wittenberg's face that made things worse. Pity, misplaced compassion. Whatever it was, Porter hadn't liked it one bit. This only got worse when they talked about the contents of the folder with his name on it. Porter felt this distinction was important. The folder had his name on it, but he didn't consider it his folder. He'd read the stack of lies 3 times with the doctor watching him curiously, like some caged animal, his eyes darting to that little recorder on his desk from behind those ridiculous glasses every few minutes to ensure the device was still working. Porter had taken that, too, right along with the files. Fuck him. He wasn't there to make friends. He was there to get answers. Nothing in the folder with his name on it made sense. Porter knew he had lost time. The bullet to the back of the head had seen to that. Fluid illicit retrograde amnesia. That's what they called it. When he'd woken from the coma, that first time he'd seen his future wife, Heather, they discovered the damage. Most of his memories were intact. Childhood, teen years, even recent events were all still there. But there were big blank spots, entire months and years missing. He remembered the tests for this at the hospital in Charleston, always with Heather present. He remembered his extended stay there, the ensuing treatment and rehab leading up to his release. He recalled taking and passing the necessary steps to get back on the force, to be reinstated, Heather with him every step of the way. Not once did he set foot in Camden Treatment Center. Not once did he meet this Dr. Victor Wittenberg. Wittenberg never treated him. Yet this file said otherwise. Nearly 4 months, meticulously documented. His release from the hospital in Charleston to his extended stay at Camden. Paperwork, insurance records, notes, progress reports. Porter stomped the gas and pulled back out onto the road. 50, 60, 70 miles per hour. None of it could possibly be true, because that would mean everything else was a lie, including his early memories with Heather, and that was not something he was about to accept. Porter rewound the microcassette and hit play. Static poured out of the tiny speaker. After about 30 seconds, he hit the fast-forward button, then play again. More static. Fumbling with the buttons while trying to keep an eye on the road, he hit fast-forward again, and still only found static. He tried 3 more times before finally giving up and throwing the recorder down into the passenger footwell. Bishop is fucking with you. All Bishop. Had to be. The files, the tape, all fake, just like the Simpsonville property records. Porter told himself that, repeated it several times, because there was no other explanation. Focus, Sam. Stay focused. It took every ounce of his willpower to keep him from throwing everything out into the street and watching the wind take it all away. Sam drew in a breath, forced his head to clear, and consulted the notes he had made on the plane. It was going to be a long night. A minute later, he was back on I-26 South, pushing his borrowed SUV well above the posted speed limit. Chapter 70. Diary.
They didn't want to take me to the hospital, Van Man and Stocks. It was Welderman who insisted. Not because he cared about me or the amount of pain I was in. No, he was just as mad as the other 2. I heard him say that if my arm didn't heal properly, the deformity would cost them on the back end. "Then we write him off," Van Man replied. "No hospitals. If you need me to call the boss, I will, but he won't be happy. Not at this hour." That seemed to settle that. No hospital. A very angry Welderman dragged me back to the Malibu while Van Man and Stocks wrapped Bernie in a comforter and loaded him into the back of the van. Stocks asked me what I touched in the room, and I told him. Then he was gone too. I knew there was blood everywhere. Bernie was a bleeder, and I knew he'd made a mess. I was covered in it, but apparently they were more concerned with Prince. I expected someone in the motel to hear all the noise and come out to see what was going on, or call the police or something, but nobody did. We were back on the road in under 15 minutes. I cradled my broken arm against my chest. With each bump in the road, I felt the two sides of the broken bone grind against each other. The break was just below my elbow, the ulna bone, I would learn later, and my arm was swelling up fast. The skin had grown hot and purple in color. More than once, Welderman shouted for me to shut up, but I couldn't stifle the whimpers dropping from my lips if my life depended on it, and part of me thought it just might. The ride back to Finicky's might have been the longest of my life. The white van left her driveway at about the halfway point, cutting out across the field while we drove right up to the front door. They must have called ahead, because Finicky was standing there under the porch light with a blanket wrapped over her shoulders.
"Get him inside, in the kitchen."
Then she turned and stomped through the door. If I thought the ride back was painful, the walk from the car to the kitchen was 10 times worse. At one point, Welderman and Stocks tried to pick me up, said I was moving too slow, but something in my eyes must have told them to back off, because they did. The two of them shuffled next to me, about a foot away, just close enough to keep me heading in the right direction. Dr. Oglesby was in the kitchen. He looked up from a newspaper and nodded at the table. "Put him up there." I blocked out most of what happened next. Welderman and Stocks were told to hold me down, while Finicky put a leather belt in my mouth and told me to bite down hard and not let go. Oglesby cut away my shirt sleeve and studied the brake for a moment. When his fingers stopped prodding at my arm, he tightened his grip, one hand on either side of the brake, looked at me for a moment, then... I passed out then. I didn't think the pain could get worse, but the pain most certainly did, and that wash of hurt came with a blinding white light. Then nothing. When I woke, Oglesby was busy wrapping my arm in cloth strips, dripping with plaster. I could hear Welderman and Van Man shouting at each other somewhere else in the house. Finicky saw that I was awake and leaned down next to my head.
"If you ever do something like that again, I'll let each of these gentlemen gang rape your little girlfriend while you watch. I'll let them violate every hole in that sorry bitch. And when they get tired of her, I'll slit her fucking throat and drop her out in the fields for the crows to pick at. While you're under my roof, you live by my rules. And you'll earn your keep."
She licked at her chapped lips.
"You think Bernie was bad? Wait until the next one. Just wait. I'll give the next one a free pass to do whatever the fuck he wants with you. You'll learn. You'll see. Or I'll dig a hole for you out back myself. Welderman kept the screwdriver. It's got your prints all over it. You tell anyone what happened, and he'll make sure you're charged with Bernie's murder."
She leaned in closer.
"I own you, you little shit."
Oglesby left medication for the pain, but Finicky pocketed the bottle for herself. She told me,
"I want you to hurt."
Then told me to go up to my room. Paul was awake when I gently lowered myself onto my bed.
"You flubbed that up good,"
was all he said.
Chapter 71. Pool. Day 5, 9:15 p.m. The two-car detached garage sat behind the Hilburn house at the end of a cracked blacktop driveway, under the unkempt branches of a willow tree that looked like it might topple over with the next breeze. Robin Hilburn had given Poole the key, but he found the side door to be unlocked. That didn't mean it was willing to open. Whether from moisture, old paint, or copious amounts of glue, the door was stuck and had been for a very long time. Poole put his shoulder into it, and after several hits, the door rattled and finally gave, the bottom grinding against the concrete. He located a light switch on the right of the doorframe, but when he flicked it, the bulb hanging from the center beam only sparked for a brief second before going dark with a dry pop. He activated the flashlight on his phone and swept the space with the beam instead. Spiderwebs dripped from the ceiling. White, tangled, thick knots of them. Brown recluse spiders were indigenous to South Carolina, He'd read that somewhere. But so were many other spiders. He couldn't tell what had spun these particular webs, and no spiders were visible. But he felt their eyes on him, an intruder in their home. Of the 2 parking spaces, the one nearest the door was filled with boxes of all shapes and sizes. In the second bay sat an old white panel van. Tires flat. The rubber rotted and split. Windows caked with dust. The paint lined with rust and filth. Poole had always found it odd that someone could allow a vehicle to waste away in some dark corner. But he had seen his share over the years. Most likely Derek Hilburn drove this one, and his wife either had no use for it or couldn't bear the memories it might contain. Easier to forget than to even attempt to sell. Poole stepped over and around the boxes, swiping at the webs with his forearm, sneezing more times than he could count with the agitated dust. He reached the garage door at the front, located the release handle, and tugged the door up. Like the side door, this one fought back, rollers protesting loudly every inch up their track. But he managed to get the door open and welcomed the rush of cold air from outside. Several mice scurried from the shadowed mess inside, darted out the opening, and vanished in the unkempt grass. One stopped long enough to look up at Poole. It was possibly the largest mouse he'd ever seen. All twitchy nose and glowing eyes, the rodent stood on its haunches and glared at him before turning and chasing after the others. From the house, a floodlight positioned under the eaves and pointing back toward the garage door flipped on. Poole shielded his eyes and found Robin Hilburn standing in the window of a back door. She raised a hand and offered him a tentative wave before disappearing back into the house. The light strained to reach into the garage, the mouth of the building somehow holding the light at bay. It was better than his flashlight, though, so it would have to do. There was no simple way to tackle this project. So Poole went at it the only way he knew how, one box at a time. Starting with the first box within reach, he carried it from the garage out to the driveway, opened the flaps at the top, and riffled through the contents. Jeans and pants, a few dozen pairs, all musty and riddled with moth bites. The next 5 boxes proved to be more of the same. T-shirts, sweaters, socks. He couldn't bring himself to throw these things away, as Robin Hilburn had asked, so he separated items as he went. Anything worth donating went to the right side of the driveway. The rest went on the left. Derek Hilburn had his share of junk, too. 40 minutes later, dripping with sweat, Poole hadn't found a damn thing. He was considering knocking on the kitchen door to get a glass of water, when his eyes drifted over to the van. Derek Hilburn, or whoever drove it last, backed it into the garage with the driver's side butted against the side wall and the back of the van tight against the back wall of the garage. Poole hadn't thought about it earlier, but this meant that whoever parked the van would have needed to climb out through the passenger door. That made no sense. If they meant to park in such a way to leave as much storage space in the garage as possible, why not just pull in? Over the years, several towers of boxes had tumbled over against the passenger side, blocking access there too. Poole focused his attention on those boxes, carrying them out to the driveway with the others, checking each as he went, until he'd cleared a path to the passenger door. Locked. He tried shining his flashlight inside but couldn't see much. The partition separated the passenger compartment of the van from the back with a narrow access door positioned behind the 2 front seats. Poole checked the exposed wheel wells for a magnetic key, but didn't find one. Nothing under the bumper either. What he could reach, anyway. Glancing back at the house, he noticed all the interior lights were out. Robin Hilburn had most likely gone to bed. Poole considered breaking the window, but knew the noise might draw unwanted attention. Instead, he plucked a wire hanger from one of the boxes in the driveway, straightened out the metal, and fashioned a small hook at one end. He forced the wire between the window seal and glass and twisted it back and forth until the hook brushed over the chrome nub of the door lock. He made 5 attempts before finally catching the top. He yanked up and popped the lock. When Poole opened the door, stale air rushed out at him, somehow colder than the garage, ancient trapped air eager to escape. The dust on the cracked leather seat was so thick He thought the seats were gray until he ran his finger over one and discovered they were originally black. He opened the glove box. There was a .38 inside, along with 2 boxes of ammunition and a leather belt holster. Vehicle registration, owner's manual, a half-eaten roll of Rolaids. Nothing else. In the cup holder near the stick shift sat an old can of Pepsi. Liquid along the rim had long ago gummed up and evaporated, leaving a black tar-like ring behind. An old navy blue trench coat was bunched up and lying on the floor. Poole climbed in and leaned over the metal door leading to the back, tried the latch, and found it unlocked. The door groaned on tired hinges as it swung back and away. Flashlight out again, he edged closer and peered into the back. There was a green duffel bag near the wheel well. Written across the side in black Sharpie, faded with age, was a single word. Porter. A gym bag, maybe. Possibly something Porter used to transport his dirty laundry from the locker room at Charleston PD to home and back. Not completely out of place in his partner's van. Not something Poole was about to ignore, either. He'd check it in a moment, because something else had caught his eye. Some kind of bundle at the far end. Black garbage bags, or plastic around something entwined in circles of duct tape, sealed up tight. Unsure of what he'd find in Hilburn's possessions, Poole had been wearing latex gloves, but they were torn in several places and covered in grime. He peeled them off and put on a fresh pair before climbing into the back of the van. He glanced at the bag, but it was the bundle that had his attention, nearly 5 feet long. He'd carried a knife since he was a kid, and Poole found himself reaching for it in his front left pocket, before remembering he'd flown commercial, and he'd left both his knife and gun back in Chicago, rather than risk appearing on a list that might cross SAIC Hurles's desk. Even when checking a bag containing a weapon, federal agents were required to disclose the firearm at the counter. That information went into a database, which automatically cross-referenced against current assignments. Anomalies were flagged, and Poole had no intention of becoming an anomaly. Pulling a section of the black plastic tight, Poole poked his finger through. A sickly sweet scent crept out, one he sadly recognized. He leaned back on his heels and pinched his nose. Chapter 72. Diary.
Christ, kid. That took balls. Vincent was leaning against the bumper of the truck, Christina beside him. Libby sat on the ground next to me, with Paul standing near the door, watching the path leading up from the house. Weasel and the kid were playing in the loft. Tegan had gone to town with Finicky. For the most part, they all knew what happened last night. I filled in the blanks. They buried him out in the field. Paul pointed off into the distance. I found the spot on my way here easy enough. He's only about 20 feet off the path in the weeds. We should call the cops, Christina said. They'll take away Finicky. They'll take them all away. We all knew we couldn't. Vincent took her hand. That might have been the first time I ever saw him appear even remotely affectionate towards someone else. He let go when he noticed Libby and me watching. Welderman and Stocks are the cops. They'll pin it all on Anson, just like Finicky said. Then things just get worse for the rest of us, 'cause we'll still be stuck here. We need to stick with the plan. He thumped a hand against the truck. We fix this thing, then we all run together. We get to Charleston or some other big city where we can vanish. Christina frowned. They'll just come after us. Welderman and Stocks are the cops here, Vincent pointed out. Once we get away, they can't touch us. They wouldn't risk alerting the authorities outside their little circle. We don't know how big their little circle really is, I pointed out. Vincent's eyes met mine. And we won't know until we try to run, until we test their limits. They'll kill us, Paul said. Think of the pictures in the house. Where do you think those kids are? He turned back toward the door and looked out over the large field. at the tall blades of grass, weeds, and patches of wheat waving in the wind.
I'll tell you where. They're all out there somewhere, eating dirt with Anson's buddy Bernie. Finicky's got a revolving door on this place. How many others have we seen come and go? They leave one night and don't come back. There are hundreds of kids on those walls.
I looked up at him.
Last night, they argued about taking me to a hospital for my arm. I heard Welderman say if it wasn't set properly, they'd lose money on the back end. They could have killed me, just like you said, but they didn't. They were more concerned with making sure there was no permanent damage.
Paul's eyes narrowed.
What? Like you can't sell a car easily if it's got a dent? I hadn't thought of it like that, and I don't think I wanted to.
Christina went pale.
They're planning to sell us?
What?
So the things they make us do at that motel, that's not enough? No way. Sell us to who? You guys are crazy.
She gotten down off the bumper and began pacing the barn. She kept talking, but I couldn't make out the rest. She said it too low.
August 29th,
I said in a quiet voice.
Vincent, who had been watching Christina, turned back to me.
What?
August 29th is circled on Finicky's calendar in the kitchen. Same with Dr. Oglesby's calendar at his office. Whatever they have planned, that must be the day. What's today?
This was Libby. She'd been silent through most of the conversation.
The 11th,
Christina said.
Libby ran her hand over the plaster cast on my arm. That's only 18 days from now. This won't heal that fast.
She's right, Vincent said. I broke my arm a few years back and the cast stayed on for 6 weeks. No way that thing is coming off in less than 3.
Paul grunted. They probably don't care if it's completely healed. Sounds like they're more concerned with healed enough to look normal. The last time mine got broke, the plaster came off in 2 weeks, and I had to keep it in a sling for another 2.
He raised his left arm up over his head and twisted it around.
Healed up fine. I just had to be careful with it.
How many of you have broken bones? I asked. Everyone's hand went up. Even the kid leaned out over the edge of the loft and held a hand out.
Welcome to foster care, Mr. Bishop, Paul muttered.
I'd never broken anything before, and I certainly had no plans to let it happen again. My arm hurt something awful. Not as bad as last night, but still bad.
I've had 6 broken bones,
Libby said beside me.
When it happens, they just move you to another foster home, like that's going to solve everything. Fill out a couple forms and bury it at the back of your file. Maybe a couple of therapy sessions to sort out the details. I'm sure there are good foster homes out there, but there are lots of bad ones, too.
Paul spun an imaginary roulette wheel.
Sometimes you land on black, sometimes you land on red, sometimes your ball stops smack in the middle of black and blue.
Vincent broke a clump of dirt off the truck bumper and tossed it at him.
You're an idiot.
Paul sidestepped, and the dirt flew through the open door.
Watch it. I've got to stay pretty for the big sale.
He slid his hands down his sides.
I'm not going to let all this go to some bargain basement shopper.
You're a serious fucking idiot, Vincent said, shaking his head.
August 29th, I said again. Can you get the truck running before then?
Vincent didn't look up. I don't know. I've got most of the engine cleaned out. The carburetor was a bitch, but I think I got it. I think the tires are okay, but I won't know until we try to get air into them. And we can't do that without a pump. I need to replace a bunch of hoses and belts, the spark plugs.
We got you money, Christina pointed out.
He gave her a sideways glance. You did. Turns out money isn't really much of a problem anymore. I found something. He slid off the bumper and crossed the barn to a stack of crates near the back corner and pulled several away, then tugged at the floorboards. They came up far easier than they should. The rest of us followed over. Paul was the first to whistle.
Oh, man.
There were dozens of bundles, stacks of cash wrapped in plastic, some loose, others in bags. "Are all of those bags filled with money?" Tegan said quietly, barely audible. Vincent blew out a breath. "I wish they were." He grabbed a red backpack and pulled the zipper open. The bag contained girls' clothing, damp with mildew. "About half are filled with clothes, boys and girls. The rest have money. Might be a few $100,000 here. I tried to go through everything without disturbing it much. We don't want them to know we found all this."
"From the other kids," Paul said.
"Yeah, some of them anyway." Vincent sealed up the red backpack and put it back where he found it. "Doesn't really matter if we have all the money in the world if we can't buy what we need." "There's a discount auto across the street from the motel, about a quarter block down from the gas station. I saw it last night," I said. Vincent's eyes were back on the ground. "Yeah, I've seen it too. Can't get to it, though. Not with those guys hovering over us. It might as well be 1,000 miles from here." Father would tell me to puzzle it out. He always said every problem has multiple solutions. And even though they may seem distant or impossible to grasp, those solutions were only a thought away. Beside me, Libby said, "Who's going next? To the motel?" Christina pointed up at the loft. "Those two, tonight. Tegan said that's why Finicky wanted to go to town today. Finicky was mad because nobody told her she was supposed to buy clothes for them. She could have gotten something when she bought that stuff for Anson, had to run back out today. Turns out, I wouldn't be the one to puzzle it out. It was Libby."
Chapter 73. Poole. Day 5, 9:51 p.m. Poole knew he needed to make a phone call. Sifting through someone's discarded life under the radar was one thing, but he was certain there was a body wrapped in that plastic, and that was not something he was prepared to go alone. At a length of only 5 feet or so, this was either a child, a woman, or someone dismembered. He was fairly certain it had been here as long as the van. The dust told him that. If the van had been here first and the body placed later, dust wouldn't be so evenly dispersed. Subtle disturbances, the remains of tracks, that sort of thing would be visible. Aside from his own, he saw none of that. There was a good chance Hilburn killed himself because of that body. Poole backed up slowly, doing his best to place his feet and knees in his existing tracks to avoid further contaminating the scene. When the dust tickled at the inside of his nose, he sneezed into the crook of his elbow, not once but twice, and he couldn't help but think about how sick Nash looked the last time he saw him. How Nash had promised it was just a cold or the flu. At the green duffel, Poole settled back on his knees and ran the beam of the flashlight over the material. Like everything else inside the van, the dust formed an undisturbed coating, thicker and gray at the top, fading to the original green down the sides. He took several photos from various angles with his phone, then reached for the zipper and forced it open. Inside, he found a light blue dress shirt, black slacks, a pair of loafers, a dark-colored tie, socks, and underwear. The clothing had been shredded, some torn, other pieces cut, but all in rags. Nearly all of it was covered in dry, crusty blood. Under the clothing he found an old Canon with a telephoto lens. There was also a black and white composition book, identical to Bishop's diaries, held together with a rubber band. The band snapped when Poole tried to peel it off. He brought the light closer and peered down at the first few pages. Dates, times, random notes and observations. This was some kind of log, possibly from a stakeout. Poole didn't recognize the handwriting. A closer inspection would be necessary, but from what he recalled, this wasn't a match for Bishop. He didn't think it was Porter's writing either. Maybe Hilburn. Maybe someone else entirely. These things were always difficult with the passage of time. A person's handwriting was fluid, always evolving. An expert might be able to match similarities with proper study. Inside the bag, there were also 3 bundles of cash. $100 bills. If the number on the band was correct, each bundle held $10,000. Poole stared down at all of this for a moment, then packed everything back in the bag, tugged the zipper closed, and tossed the bag into the front seat before climbing out after it. With the bag in hand, he exited the van. Standing in the driveway, he drew in several breaths of fresh air, then dialed a number. "Granger," a gruff voice answered. "Hey, it's Frank. Are you still out at that lake in Simpsonville?" "We wrapped up there a few hours ago. I'm back at the hotel. Why?" Poole knew the moment he told SAIC Granger where he was, it would get back to Hurless. But he didn't have much of a choice. He turned back around, faced the garage, and ran his hand through his hair. "I've got a secondary crime scene. It may be connected." "Where?" "Charleston. Sam Porter's old partner." He explained what he had found. Granger took this all in, then said, "Do you have anything tying the Simpsonville body back to Porter? The one at the courthouse?" "Not yet." "No," Poole replied. "We'll need to re-examine everything from that angle. If Porter is a suspect, we need to re-examine everything." Poole didn't reply to that. His phone vibrated with another incoming call. He glanced at the display. It read, "South Carolina State Police." "I need to take this." "Secure the scene. I'll call the local field office and get a team there. I'll drive in, but that will take me a few hours," Granger replied before hanging up. Poole accepted the other call. "Special Agent Poole." "This is Lieutenant Miggins with SCSP. My office just picked up an alarm call from that old psychiatric facility, Camden. Possible break-in. Description of a man leaving the scene matches your bolo from Sam Porter. I've got a unit out there right now. He said one of the offices is covered in blood. The lobby, too. No body, no reported injuries. Nothing yet, anyway. But it's clear something bad happened there. I'm heading out there myself, but figured best to give you a call first. You're listed as the contact on the bolo." "How sure are you it was Sam Porter?" "A security guard called it in. Said he recognized Porter from television. 100% certain. He said Porter left in a dark SUV, got a partial plate. I'm texting it to you now." Poole looked down at the duffel bag beside him, then into the garage. He caught a movement from the corner of his eye, at the end of the driveway. He turned back around. "Lieutenant, let me call you back in a few minutes." The lieutenant said something else, but Poole hung up. The floodlights cast the man in shadow, but Poole could tell who it was. He stood silently at the edge of the driveway. "What are you doing here, Sam?" Porter took a step closer. "I thought Robin might know something about the night I was shot. Maybe something Derek told her." "She doesn't." "I'd like to ask her myself." Poole tried to keep his voice calm. "Maybe you should put the gun away first?" Porter's left arm was extended, pointing some kind of small revolver, 38 or 22. He couldn't tell from this distance. Poole regretted leaving his gun in Chicago. Porter stepped closer. "You're digging around through someone else's possessions in the middle of the night. Someplace you have no business being. This has nothing to do with the case." "I have a warrant." "No, you don't. You wouldn't be alone." Porter glanced back at the house. "Where's Robin? What did you do to her?" "She gave me permission. Put the gun down, and we can talk about it." Porter shook his head. "Take out your gun. Slow and easy, by the butt, and toss it off into the grass." "I don't have one on me." He told him he flew commercial. "Take off your jacket, then turn in a slow circle, all the way around." Poole dropped the jacket at his feet, then shuffled through a full turn until he was facing the other man again. Porter pointed the gun down toward his ankles. "Lift up the bottom of your pants, both sides." Poole did that, too. Showed him he wasn't carrying any kind of weapon. "Those were cuffs, right? Attached to the back of your belt?" "You don't want to go there, Sam. You're already pointing a gun at a federal agent." "I'm pointing a gun at a rogue law enforcement officer who took advantage of a grieving widow to conduct an unlawful search of her deceased husband's possessions in the middle of the night." "I've got backup on the way. I already called this in." "I heard you." "Then you also know there's a body in there." Poole nodded back toward the van. I don't know anything about that. He glanced down at the green duffel, squinting as he read his name. That's not mine. I hate green. What's in it? Poole told him. Did you bring that bag with you? Were you about to plant it in the van? That's what this looks like. You planting evidence. Poole forced himself to maintain eye contact. Why would I do that? I found it in the van. Somebody's trying to frame me. Bishop. Somebody working with Bishop. Maybe multiple people working with Bishop. I have no reason to frame you, Sam. I'm not stupid enough to leave a bag with my name on it with a body inside my partner's old piece-of-shit van. So how exactly did it get there? Who put it there if it wasn't you? It's been there for a long time. As long as the van's been parked. Bishop, then. I haven't killed anyone. Poole started to lower his arms, but froze when he saw Porter's finger tighten on the trigger. He stared down the barrel. If you're not guilty, put the gun away, and we can talk. I'm going to keep the gun on you to make sure you listen. I can't risk getting locked up right now. You're making a big mistake, Sam. Porter waved the revolver. Take out your handcuffs and put them on. Cuff yourself in the front so I can see. Poole considered running. If he dove to the side, out of the light, he had a chance at hitting the ground and getting to cover before Porter could get off a good shot. Revolvers were only accurate at about 10 feet, and Porter was nearly twice that far from him. He had to assume Porter was proficient with firearms, though, not the average shooter, and he seemed oddly calm. You called this in 7 minutes ago. The local field office is a little more than 20 minutes away. If agents are coming in from their homes, they might be closer. I'll give you 1 minute to do as I say. If you don't, I'm putting one in your leg and taking you out of this fight. I can't risk getting locked up right now, Porter repeated, before glancing up and down the empty street. Poole eyed him. I do this, then what? I take you with me. We figure this out together. Poole didn't answer. If I wanted to kill you, I could do it right here, right now. You know that. There are no witnesses. Your team would show up, and I'd be willing to bet they wouldn't find any forensic evidence. My prints aren't even on these slugs. I'd be in the wind before you finished bleeding out. You wouldn't kill me. This time it was Porter who said nothing. Poole reached behind his back. Porter's arm grew stiff. Slow. Poole's handcuffs were in a leather case on the backside of his belt. He unsnapped it and took them out. Moving carefully, not willing to spook Porter, he first locked them on his left wrist, then his right. Tighter. Poole did as he asked. If Sam noticed the light turn on in the second-floor window of the Hilburn house, he didn't acknowledge it. Poole saw a shadow in the window as the curtain moved aside. Now what? He asked Porter. Now you get that bag and come with me. Poole nodded and did as he was told. Chapter 74. Nash. Day 5, 10:02 p.m. Nash woke in his car. No recollection of getting behind the wheel. He didn't even remember leaving Porter's apartment. He was still parked on Porter's street. Thank God he hadn't tried to drive. Through the layer of snow on his windshield, he could still see the various metro cars, federal vehicles, and CSI vans parked about half a block up the road from him. His engine was sputtering, coughing heat through the vents with sporadic gasps. He was thankful he had at least had the good sense to start the car at some point, even if he had no recollection of doing so. Every bone in his body ached. He couldn't breathe through his nose, and his throat felt like a wild cat spent an hour in there sharpening its claws. It was his phone that had woken him, an incoming call. The iPhone danced in his cup holder as it rang again. Glazowski. Nash fumbled with the device and answered the call on speaker. Yeah? What the hell? I've been calling you for an hour. The phone felt like an ice cube in his hand. Nash flicked the heat switch to full and heard something behind the dash groan in protest. He couldn't stop shivering. I feel like shit, Claus. You too? Oh, man. You probably picked it up at Upchurch's house. Nobody's told you to come here? You shouldn't be running around. You're probably infecting everyone. Gotta find Sam. Gotta find Bishop. Gotta find... Nash remembered he wasn't allowed to discuss the mayor and managed to pinch off the word before it got out. "The mayor is missing." This took a moment to sink in. Nash's thoughts were all muddy. "How do you know about the mayor?" "What? No, not the mayor. Claire is missing." He dropped off for a second. "Wait, is the mayor missing too?" Nash sat up, forced his brain to work. "Did you say Claire is missing?" Claus sighed. "He must have a fever or something. Yes, Claire is missing. Our Claire. She went to the cafeteria to deal with something and nobody's seen her since. I was like, wow, 8 hours ago now. The head of security has his people looking for her. But with the CDC lockdown, they're having a tough time getting around the hospital. The elevators are all shut down and the stairwells are locked. His people have keys, but the CDC doesn't want people moving floor to floor. 2 of our uniformed officers are missing too. They've been gone most of the day. We've got 2 dead here in the hospital. Someone's picking off the law enforcement officers, and now Claire is gone. I'm holed up in our office, but I'm all alone. I'm not sure who I can even trust. For all I know, Stout took her." "Stout? Christ, aren't you paying attention? He's the head of security here. Whoever is doing this is in the hospital somewhere. They might all be dead. If it's Bishop, can you imagine what he'd do to Claire? He's had 8 hours. If this is all Sam, if Claire has seen his face, I don't know what to do, man. I need help." Nash looked out the windshield again, at all the flashing lights in front of Porter's building. A stretcher was coming out. "I found Vincent Widener's body in Sam's apartment. He was in the bathtub." Klazowski's voice dropped lower. "I know. I've been watching all the chatter. Texts, emails, radio traffic. The feds think this is all Sam. I really don't want to go there. I keep telling myself not to go there. But there's so much evidence. Poole just found a body in Charleston, an old body, hidden in the garage of Sam's old partner. Some of Sam's stuff was there. A ton of money." Nash pinched his eyes shut and rubbed his forehead, forced himself to see clearly through the brain fog. "You can see all that? Seriously? I could tell you the last 3 porn videos you watched on your phone if I wanted to. Now is not the time to question my skills. We need to get Claire back." Nash reached for the gear shift, and his hand moved right past it. He actually missed. He tried 2 more times before he was able to wrap his fingers around it. "I'm coming in. I'll be there soon. They won't let you through the doors. The whole building is under quarantine, remember? I'm sick. They have to let me in." When Nash turned to look for traffic, his head tapped against the window glass. He felt like he might pass out. He found the pills Isley had given him and took 3 more. Shutting off the engine, he eyed a patrol officer getting into his car at Porter's building. "Think I'll get a ride, though." He forced his body to move from the car and flagged the man down. At some point, he hung up on Claus. Chapter 75. Diary.
Libby and I huddled at my bedroom window, watching as Welderman and Stocks pulled up. It was a little after 9, and the sun was long gone. There wasn't much of a moon either, the sky as black as oil. "Do you see him?" I rose up a few inches, and she pulled me back down. "Don't!" The lights were off in my room, so there was no way anyone would spot me, but I ducked anyway. I raised my head just enough to look out past Welderman's car to Finicky's Camry, parked to the left side of them. I didn't see him, not at first. Then this long, black figure rolled out from underneath and crouched beside the passenger door. "There he is," I said, pointing. Libby had seen him too. I could tell by the way she tensed up. "God, I hope he can pull this off." "He will," I said with all the confidence I could muster, although I wasn't so sure. Libby had devised a good plan, but there were a lot of moving parts, and any one of them could go sideways. Finicky shouted up from downstairs. A moment later, I heard the sound of feet as Weasel and the kid ran through the hallway and thundered down the steps. I tried not to think about where they were going or what was waiting for them. There were far too many Bernies out in the world, and not nearly enough of them buried out in the field. Tegan had said it was more pictures, and while that was bad, there was worse. Outside, Vincent made his way across the open space to the back of Welderman's car.
He moved slow, stayed as low to the ground as he could. Welderman was still behind the wheel. As usual, Stocks was standing with his door open and a cigarette in his hand on the opposite corner. Vincent made his way to the driver's side rear tire, twisted off the cap on the stem, and began letting out the air. "I think he's done this before," I said quietly.
"Vincent has done a lot of things," Libby agreed. "He needs to hurry."
I just hoped he didn't let out too much. The trick was to leave just enough so they could still drive on it, but not enough to maintain integrity. In a perfect world, they'd get about halfway to town before the rim ate through the rubber. Libby had insisted that as long as they got out of the driveway, it would work. With the driveway being dirt and gravel, they probably wouldn't notice the poorly inflated tire until they got back on the pavement. And even then, Welderman might drive a bit on it before realizing something was wrong, if the discrepancy could be felt at all. Downstairs, I heard Christina say something to Finicky. The two boys raised their voices in some kind of mock argument.
"She won't be able to stall them all for very long," Libby pointed out. "Vincent needs to hurry."
This wasn't exactly something you could put a rush on. If they came out the front door before he was done, Finicky would surely see him crouching there between the two vehicles, a stem cap in his hand and a blank look on his face. Her Camry only partially blocked him from the porch. Libby and I both heard the front door of the house open, then the screen door.
"Oh, no."
Her hand tightened around mine. Vincent must have heard it too. He had the stem cap back on in a second and dove for the Camry. Stock's head tilted up, the glow of his cigarette just enough to illuminate his face. Vincent scrambled back under the car as Stocks took several steps in his direction, then stopped. The porch light came on, and Weasel and the kid made their way to the car. Tegan's camera dangled from Weasel's neck. Welderman got out long enough to open the back door for them and exchange a couple of words with Finicky. Then he was back behind the wheel. Stocks dropped his cigarette and ground it out under his shoe, then got back into the car too. A moment later, they were making their way down the driveway, the back of Welderman's Chevy leaning awkwardly to the left.
"Who's got the envelope?"
"The kid," Libby said. The envelope contained a list of the parts we needed, $500 in cash, a note for whoever the kid could pass it to at the auto parts store. "Deliver these parts and we'll give you another $500 for your trouble." Finicky's address was listed, along with instructions to go straight to the barn. They had also slipped in a very provocative picture of Tegan. This was Paul's idea. Any male with a pulse who thinks Tegan is waiting for them in some isolated barn will be helpless to resist. The force is strong with that one, he insisted. Libby sighed.
"If they go to the gas station instead of the auto parts store, we're sunk."
"The garage will be closed this time of night, and I taught Weasel how to disable the air pump out front. They'll have to go to the parts store. There's no place else."
"He might have a spare, or could call someone, or maybe that guy in the van will help him. A million things could go wrong."
She was right. A million things could go wrong. The guy in the van has a job to do. He won't help them. I don't think Welderman's the kind of guy who asks for help. Vincent said the spare tire in a Malibu is probably one of those little donut tires, and I don't see them driving around for very long on that. They'll want to fix it tonight.
What if they make Weasel and the kid go to the motel before they go to the store?
If this doesn't work, we'll try something else.
We should just steal Ms. Finicky's car like Tegan said.
We'd talked about that. We'd talked about it a lot, actually. But it wouldn't work. Her car is too small to fit everyone, and they'll just report it stolen and bring us all back. We need to get everyone out, or we don't go at all. That's the plan. They don't know the truck. We have a shot if they don't know what to look for.
Maybe we should run away. Just the two of us. I wouldn't be surprised if Vincent and Christina did.
Oh, how I wanted to. And looking back, how I wish I would have said yes. How I wish I had taken her by the hand at that very moment, found a way out of the house and disappeared into the night with a bag of cash from the barn. Her and I alone. I don't know why I hesitated. Maybe for the same reason she did. We'd promised the others we'd all go together. The kid and Weasel were too young to try and make it on their own. We all were. We all needed each other. Remember where I said I grew up? Libby nodded. The house by the lake in Simpsonville. If we get separated, I want you to meet me there. I told her the address and made her repeat it back to me until I was sure she had it memorized. I'll find some way to get there, and I'll wait for you. This made her smile. I'd grown quite fond of her smile. My leg was falling asleep, and when I shifted my weight, a horrible pain shot through my broken arm. It didn't take much to set it off. I'd been taking Tylenol like candy. Finicky wouldn't let me take anything stronger. Libby must have noticed because she brushed her hand through my hair. Is it getting any better? A little, I lied. My heart did this little pitter-patter dance every time she touched me. She must have known that. Are all girls born knowing that? Or is it taught to them by some older, wiser girl? She was wearing a cotton dress that was probably a size or two too small for her, and the hem rode up on her thigh a little higher than it probably should. She made no effort to tug it back down, even when she caught me looking. I'm not sure whose face flushed the brighter red then, hers or mine. If I show you something, do you promise not to tell anyone? I nodded. She led me across the hall to her room, closing the door softly behind us.
Chapter 76. Pool. Day 5. 10:08 p.m. Handcuffs still on his wrists, Poole drove. The gun didn't leave Porter's hand as he dug through the contents of the green duffel bag. His wild eyes kept darting up to glance at Poole, then back at the road as he occasionally told him where to turn. He tugged the sodden dress shirt from the bag and held it up in the thin light. This is the shirt I was wearing the night I got shot. My other clothes from that night, too. You should wear gloves. You're contaminating evidence. I have some in my right jacket pocket. Porter ignored him and kept digging. He came up with the camera. This isn't mine. I've never owned a camera like this. Look at this lens. It's expensive, or was expensive at the time. How old do you think it is? Poole shrugged. You shouldn't touch it. There's film. We need to find some place to get it developed. See what's on there. Porter pointed at a street sign with his free hand. Make a left up here on East Bay, then head north. Where are we going? Porter's brow creased, and he turned to him. Where's your cell phone? In my pocket. Give it to me, now. Why? You know why. You'll need to get it. I can't reach with the cuffs, and I'm not about to let go of the wheel. Porter considered this. Which pocket? Right front, in my pants. Porter moved the gun from his left hand to his right, kept the barrel pointing at Poole, then reached over and dug out the phone. When he looked at the display, he frowned. Granger's been calling you. Why didn't you say anything? Poole's eyes stayed on the road. They'll look for me if they're not already. You destroy the phone, and you'll trigger a response the moment my signal goes dark. Porter scrolled through the rest of the messages, then smashed the phone against the dashboard 3 times. When the glass shattered, he grabbed both ends, bent the phone in half, then lowered his window and tossed the device out into the night. I just bought that! Porter rolled up his window and went back to the bag. He took out the composition book and began flipping through the pages. What do you make of this? Did you visit the Camden Treatment Center? Porter's eyes darted up. Make a left on Queen. Answer my question. Why? The call I took after Granger. That was a lieutenant with the South Carolina State Police. He said something bad happened at Camden. They found blood. Porter's eyes were on the street ahead. I didn't hurt anyone at Camden. But you were there. Porter was leaning forward. Pull over there on the left. You can park at that church. Poole glanced at the large church, but kept going straight. Oops. God damn it! Porter fumed. We don't have time for games, Frank. Make a right on Church Street, another right on Cumberland. We'll go around the block. You seem to know this area. This is my old beat. Me and Hilburn. You drive the same streets enough and they're in your head forever. Poole took the right onto Church, drove past 2 small parks, and took another right on Cumberland. "Park at the bank, up there on the right." Reaching into the bag, Porter removed the 3 bound stacks of bills and placed them on the center console. "I don't think I've ever seen this much money in my entire life. The bills are circulated, non-sequential. The bands aren't stamped with a bank ID. They were most likely bundled privately somewhere. Banks are required to stamp them." "Whose SUV is this? Did you steal it?" "Right there, park there." Porter pointed toward the far corner of the lot with the barrel of the gun. "Under that streetlight." "Good idea. I'd hate to see someone steal your stolen car." "It's not stolen." "Then where did you get it? You didn't rent it. We would have flagged that." "Park. Shut off the motor." Poole pulled into the space Porter indicated, shifted into park, and pressed the button on the dash to kill the motor. "Now what?" "Now we get out and walk." Reaching into the back seat, Porter grabbed a black leather jacket and pulled it on, carefully shifting the gun from one hand to the other. He then slipped the gun into the left pocket. "Don't think for a second this isn't pointed at you, ready to shoot." "I'm not going to run. I don't care." Porter exited the SUV, quickly made his way around to the driver's side, and opened Poole's door. Poole held up his cuffed hands. "Somebody might see these." "That would be unfortunate. I suggest you hide them under your jacket." When Poole got out of the SUV, Porter nodded toward the side of the bank. "Follow the edge of the building and make a left at the corner. I'm right behind you, so nothing stupid." Although the bank was closed, several lights were on inside. Through one of the windows, Poole spotted a security guard sitting at his post. He saw them, too. Several people were on the sidewalk, walking in both directions. Foot traffic was high enough. Porter and Poole didn't raise any red flags in the guard's mind. After a quick glance, he returned to the book in his lap. "Left here," Porter said, as they reached the northwest corner of the building. Poole glanced down the alley. Light trickled in, but not much. A cobblestone sidewalk ran down the center. Hedges and potted plants lined each side. The opposite end was barely visible. Nothing but a distant glow between the branches of low-hanging trees. "Is this where you were shot?" Porter pushed at the small of his back. "Keep going, out of the light." They followed the sidewalk to just beyond the halfway point before Porter told him to stop. He glanced around, first at the surrounding buildings, then at a fenced-in yard on the left. "There used to be a restaurant here," he said, pointing. "The dumpster was right here, up against the wall. It wasn't so overgrown back then. They didn't allow all these plants. The trees were cut back more so the trucks could squeeze in." "What do you remember?" Porter pursed his lips and knelt, running the fingers of his free hand over the cobblestones. "This is where I fell." "Tell me what you remember." He fell silent for a moment, then looked back in the direction they'd come. "I chased this kid, Weasel, from Cumberland. I don't think he realized I was so close behind him. He ducked down here. Hilburn circled the block and came in from Queen. Weasel panicked when he saw Derek and spun around. I was fast back then. At that point, I was nearly on top of him, and he got spooked when he saw me. The gun was in his hand, and it just went off. The bullet hit the dumpster, ricocheted, and caught me in the back of the head. I went down right here." "And you remember all that? Exactly like that?" "Yeah. Every second of it. I close my eyes and I can play it like a movie. He didn't mean to shoot me. The gun wasn't even pointed at me. It was more of a reflex than anything. I remember the hit, like a hard slap to the back of my head. I stood there like an idiot. Thought I could get back in the car and drive myself to the hospital. I touched the wound, saw the blood on my fingers, and took about 2 steps before I passed out. Right here." "It's very odd for someone to remember an event like that," Poole said. "The brain tends to hide certain memories when we undergo something traumatic." "I remember every second of it." "Like a movie," Poole said, finishing the thought. "Yeah." "What happens if you try to watch that movie backward?" Porter frowned. I don't follow. Poole took a step closer to him, got near the wall where the dumpster once stood. Play the events in reverse order. Start when you're on the ground, right before you lost consciousness. Then tick off the events in reverse order. It helps if you close your eyes. I'm not closing my eyes. I won't run, so you've said. I think you need to try this. Close your eyes. I'll walk you through it. I'm not closing my eyes. His hand was back in his pocket, fingers around the gun. Poole looked up and down the alley, then back at Porter. Okay, try this. When did you first spot Hilburn? Hilburn circled the block and came in from Queen. That's what you said. I've heard you say nearly exactly that 3 times now. A few minutes ago, and when you told me about it back at Metro. Because that's what happened, Porter said. In the movie in your head, did Hilburn have his gun out when he entered the alley? When did you first spot the gun in Weasel's hand? Was your gun out? You said Weasel was a dealer. At what point did he throw his drugs? They always toss their drugs when they're running. I'm not sure. Poole continued to press him. Did Hilburn say anything when he entered the alley? Did he shout, "Police!" and tell the kid to drop his weapon? Yes, Porter replied, but he didn't sound so sure. Are you saying that because you actually remember it, or because I suggested it, and it fits what should have happened? Did I just add a scene to your movie? Did you yell police? Did you tell the kid to drop the gun? Yes, Porter said again, softer this time. Your movie just changed, didn't it? Because I suggested it. Porter's mouth was open slightly. He looked up at the wall, toward the now fenced-in yard. Poole stepped closer. Close your eyes. Remember from the middle. You ran down the alley. You got here to this point, near the dumpster, and... Hurry. They're coming. Porter said so quietly Poole nearly didn't hear him. What? Poole had closed his eyes, just for a moment. When he opened them, they went from the cobblestone back up to Poole. That's what the kid said, Weasel. Hurry. They're coming. Chapter 77. Nash. Day 5, 10:10 p.m. Nash took a short nap. He didn't intend to. The idea of Claire missing, or worse, somewhere in that hospital was enough to jolt him back from the dead. When Nash's eyes fluttered open, his head was leaning against the passenger window of a patrol car. A bead of drool trickled down the side of his mouth and found a home on his shirt within a collective pool of its friends. He straightened himself up, grateful for the help of a seatbelt, and looked out the windshield, thinking of the shirt. Mother will not be happy with that. These words slipped out, and Nash had no idea why. His head wasn't really on straight. He was aware of things enough to at least understand that. He also knew Mother would be very unhappy with the fresh drool stain on his shirt. He'd have to clean that before she saw. Nash fell back to sleep then. Not long. Maybe a minute or so. When his eyes opened, the car had stopped moving, and the patrol officer who had been driving had somehow managed to vanish from the driver's seat and reappear outside Nash's door through the use of some Harry Potter magic bullshit. He was caught up in an exchange with 2 other people, their voices a frantic mess. He may have been exposed to the SARS virus. First responder at the Upchurch residence. Direct contact with Larissa Beale and Katie Quigley. A woman's voice. Why wasn't he brought in sooner? Do you have any idea how this virus spreads? Are there more like him out there? People exposed just running around? Ridiculous. Irresponsible. I need a stretcher. Another quick nap. Nash woke again, this time on a bed. A wonderfully soft bed. The walls of his small room were made of white curtains, and there were lots of flashing pretty lights accompanied by a cacophony of dings, beeps, blips, and thumps. 5 or 6 people hovered around him, maybe more. He found it hard to keep track, since none of them would stand still long enough for the count. They all wore white, though, which seemed really strange to him, Labor Day being 5 months earlier. They talked a lot, too. To each other, to him. He watched all this as if he were sitting in the middle of a favorite television program, witnessing events unfold around him. This was all extremely exciting, but he wished he wasn't having so much trouble following along. "For the fever! Need to get his temperature down," someone said. A female, someone. "And fluids! He's severely dehydrated." "He's been taking these." A hand held up the bottle of pills Isley had given him. From the bed, he couldn't see who that hand was attached to. Long blonde hair bobbed into his vision. She looked at the pills, then down at him. "Good, that's good." And she was gone again. Nash reached up and tried to take his pills back, but his fingers only found air. His hand and arm were so damn heavy, they fell back down on his chest and took a time out. "He's slipping out again." Fingers snapped right above his eyes. Pretty nails. Red. "Detective, can you hear me? Try to stay awake." Nash told himself he would do exactly that, right after another quick nap. He was so tired, and it was fucking cold. Chapter 78. Diary.
When I first arrived at the wonderful, finicky house for wayward children, I had been told there was a strict no boys in the girls' rooms and no girls in the boys' rooms policy. This was rattled off along with several dozen other rules to live by. Yet Christina spent many a night in Vincent's room, and Paul would have sacrificed a goat if it meant 5 minutes alone with Tegan. I had no idea where Paul was at this particular moment, but I was fairly certain he wasn't in Tegan's room. I got the feeling she thought of him no different than she would a puppy. Not once did Finicky come upstairs and check to see if any of us were violating this particular rule. That didn't stop me from feeling nervous, nor did it keep me from glancing up at Libby's closed door. If the rumors were to be believed, Finicky would be in her room right now, taking a pill or 4 to help her sleep. I hope that was true. Libby dropped a blouse over the lamp in the corner to dim the light, then gestured for me to take a seat on the floor at the foot of her bed. She went to her dresser and began rummaging through the top drawer. None of us arrived here with much, no more than a bag, but I had noticed that everyone took the time to unpack and claim their particular space as their own. Everyone but me. I'd lived out of the green duffel they'd packed for me at Camden until it was empty. It wasn't until clothes started to return from the laundry that I began using the 2 drawers and closet space allotted to me rather than refill the duffel. Libby found what she was looking for and sat down beside me. It was a book. The Complete Poems of Emily Dickinson? I read the cover aloud and ran a finger over the embossed lettering. "Do you like poetry?" I didn't know any poetry. I was an avid reader, comic books mostly, but poetry had never been on my radar. "Sure," I told her, because she was incredibly pretty, and if she asked me if I liked to eat raw toad, I would have nodded enthusiastically if I thought that was what she wanted me to say. "Dickinson is incredible. Her words flow as easily as water. It's like, I don't know, like she knows exactly which ones are meant to be together. Like if you took a bunch of words and scrambled them, she'd know exactly what order to put them in." "Like a puzzle?" Libby nodded. "Yeah, like a big word puzzle." "Can I see?" She handed the book to me, and I thumbed through the pages. Many of the corners were folded over, and each of those pages contained highlighted blocks of text. I turned to a random marked page near the middle and read softly. "Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality." I paused for a second. Why is death capitalized? She's saying 2 different things here with one phrase. She's implying death is a person or an entity who is waiting for her, and she's also saying that she has no control over when she's going to die. She can try to avoid death, but he'll stop for her anyway. She can't avoid it or him any more than the rest of us can. Death comes for us whether we want him to or not. There's no hiding.
I think if he rolled up in a carriage, I'd at least try to make a run for it, I replied. I tried to run my finger down the page, and a sharp pain shot up my right arm, causing me to wince. Libby's finger brushed the back of my hand then, slid over my cast. When I broke my arm, I couldn't use it for nearly a month. I learned to do everything with my other one. You should try, too. I know it's hard, but the break will heal faster if you don't aggravate it. What's gossamer? Another line in the poem. For only gossamer, my gown, my tippet, only tulle. And tulle, what's that? Libby giggled. What's so funny? You. It's such a deep poem, and you're more concerned with what her dress is made of. Well, what is it? Libby thought about this for a moment. If I show you, do you promise to behave? I nodded, because now I was curious. Libby stood and did something that caused that pitter-patter in my heart to kick into high gear. She unbuttoned her dress and let it fall to the floor, stepped out of it, and came closer to me. My bra and panties are gossamer. My breath caught in my throat, and an audible gasp escaped my mouth before I could stop it. Her bra and panties were made of this thin, white, frilly material that was nearly translucent. I knew I shouldn't stare, but I couldn't help myself. My eyes followed the curves of her bare shoulders down to her breasts, to her nipples, both erect and almost visible, but not quite. My eyes drifted down over her flat belly. She had a bruise on her left side, nearly healed, but still there, and she must have noticed me looking at it. She self-consciously slipped her hand down her side and covered it with her palm. The index finger of that hand curled around the top of her panties and tugged them down an inch or so off her hip, and that was more than enough to distract me from the bruise. Although Libby's face was bright red, she was grinning down at me. Tegan picked these out. She said they made my butt look good. They're thongs. I'd never worn them before. They were a little uncomfortable at first, but I got used to them. She said they're the best when you want to hide your panty lines. She turned in a slow spin, and my brain swirled with her. I thought of Mrs. Carter at the lake, naked for a quick dip in the icy water, Mrs. Carter in the bedroom with Mother undressing her at the mirror, the photo of the two of them in bed together, their naked limbs intertwined, the photo I had yet to get back from Dr. Oglesby, or whoever had it now. I thought of Tegan stepping out of the bathroom wearing hardly anything at all. All these thoughts all at once. And then I was back with Libby. Sweet Libby smiling down at me as she completed her slow spin, her fingers playfully twisting the corners of those panties. She knelt down in front of me and leaned in closer. Her hands left her side and found the fingers of my left hand. She pressed her fingertips against mine, then pulled me closer. Gossamer is very soft. She drew my hand to her left breast and ran my fingers across the edge of the material. The warmth of her flesh was maddening. A tingle crawled over every inch of me. Her nipple pressed into my palm, and her eyes closed, both of us breathing heavy now. I didn't notice her reach around and unclasp her bra. One moment it was there, keeping me from her. Then it was gone, and I felt as if the two of us were one. This urge to touch every inch of her, to taste her, all these feelings I had never experienced, rushed over me. She held my face for a moment between both her hands, then her lips found mine, and she kissed me. Her hair fell over my cheeks and neck, and before I realized I was doing it, I kissed her back. 5 minutes? 10? I don't know. I lost all time. You told me to behave, I finally said, the words barely able to get out between short gasps. I changed my mind. Girls do that. Libby reached down and unfastened the clasp on my belt, unsnapped the top button of my jeans. Her mouth rolled over my ear, warm breath. Have you ever? I shook my head. Okay.
Chapter 79. Pool. Day 5, 10:12 p.m. What's going on here? Porter looked around the alley, but his mind was elsewhere. Poole edged closer. I want you to think about this very carefully before you answer me. Give what I'm telling you a chance to sink in. You've told me what happened here in this alley multiple times. You said you remember it vividly. You also said you lost other memories as a result of the gunshot, the pressure from the brain bleed. That's a very common side effect from an injury like that. But you said you remember being shot, every second of it. Poole paused for a moment, choosing his words. I know you were placed in a medical coma for about a week following the accident. When you woke, who was there? Heather. Porter said this without hesitation. Poole nodded. Heather was there, good. Anyone else? Was there anyone else in the room when you first woke? Porter nodded. My partner was there, Hilburn, sitting in a chair in the corner of the room near the window. Looked like he'd been there for a while, like he'd been sleeping there. What exactly did he do when you first saw him? He was reading a magazine. I think Heather said something. He put the magazine down and crossed the room, leaned over me. He smiled. He looked so relieved. I remember asking him how long I'd been out, what happened. And he told me. Said Weasel had been fast, ducked down the alley with me behind him. He rounded the block, came in from the other side. Weasel saw him, spun around, and panicked when he saw me coming up behind him. He said the kid was jumpy, and the gun went off. The bullet hit the dumpster, ricocheted, and I caught it in the back of the skull. Porter dropped off for a moment. What else? You're remembering something else. That's when Heather jumped back in, Porter recalled. She asked me who the current president was, and I told her. Then she asked me who the last one was, and I drew a blank. A doctor came in at that point, asked Hilburn to wait out in the hallway. There were a few more tests. Fluid illicit retrograde amnesia. That's what they called it. They said the pressure caused some memory loss, and everything would most likely come back. Okay. Poole was nodding. I want you to go back to the alley again in your mind, your thoughts. Try not to think about what Hilburn told you when you first woke. Try to pull from your own memories. Maybe focus on the visuals, the sounds you heard, the smells of this alley. You said there was a restaurant. What did the dumpster smell like? Recall the temperature of the night air. Anything that will ground you, take you back. What do you remember right before you got shot? Porter thought. I remember chasing Weasel, rounding the corner at Cumberland, and coming down here. Weasel stopped right here at the dumpster. Again his voice trailed off. What is it? Porter held up a hand, silenced him, and closed his eyes. He stayed like that for a long moment. When his eyes snapped open, he looked scared. He looked down at the opposite end of the alley. What? I remember Weasel stopping here at the dumpster, turning to me, spinning around fast, but I don't see Hilburn anymore. Then the shot. Poole knelt down on the cobblestone next to Porter. There's something else, right? Don't let it slip away. Tell me before you lose it. Porter turned to him. Sweat had broken out on his brow. I don't remember Weasel actually having a gun in his hand. I think he had the camera. Weasel didn't shoot you? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Hurry, they're coming, he said. Then the shot. Porter gazed back down the alley, looking at nothing in particular, lost in his own thoughts. When he stood, he moved fast, back the way they'd come. We need to get that film developed. Poole found himself chasing after him, the handcuffs chafing his wrists. Chapter 80. Claire. Day 5, 10:14 p.m. Claire had fallen asleep, and she wasn't happy about that. It was the damn virus, this foreign invader who had taken up residence in her flesh before commandeering resources and energy and leaving her to starve. She'd given up telling herself she'd be okay. She knew her fever had crept up to record levels. She felt like she was standing naked in the Arctic under a fan, yet she was dripping with sweat. How her body was able to sweat, she had no idea. She was incredibly thirsty, probably dehydrated, yet her body betrayed her by expelling the water she so desperately needed. Her throat was a raw, angry beast, not only from sickness, but from the yelling. The yelling made her feel better, like she was doing something about her situation, although she was certain the only other person who could hear her was the man moaning next door. He'd gone quiet shortly before she fell asleep, passed out, actually, but that meant surrender, and she wasn't about to admit to that, not even to herself. Prior to that, his own screams had peaked at a horrifying crescendo before tapering off, becoming something just a little worse than weeping. And the moans? Then nothing. At some point, Claire wondered if the man in the black mask was out in the hallway listening to their chorus. And that's when she finally stopped. If he took pleasure in their suffering, she had no intention of feeding the degenerate asshole's appetite. Claire had discovered a vent in her room a few hours ago, and that vent seemed to be connected to the moaning man's room next door. It was too small for her to climb through, but when she leaned down next to it, she could hear him again, muffled sobs. "Hey, can you hear me?" The sobs stopped momentarily. Then a weak voice replied, "Who are you?" This took Claire by surprise. She tried talking to him several times, but he never answered. She tried to clear her throat and immediately regretted that decision. It felt like someone shoved a Brillo pad down her windpipe and yanked it back out. "My name is Detective Claire Norton with Chicago Metro. Who are you?" "She cut off my ear. That fucking cunt took my ear. I need a doctor." "She? Who? You saying the person holding us here is a woman?" "The bitch from the escort service. Had to be her. She tied me up. That was all good, but then she stuck me with something, knocked me out. My ear is gone. Christ, it hurts." Escort service? What was he talking about? "Does anyone know you're here?" Claire asked, not sure she really wanted to hear the answer. "I don't... Do you know where we are?" "I was at the Langham. I don't know what this place is. I woke up here." "The Langham Hotel?" "Yeah, my staff must be looking for me, right? You said you were with Metro. Are they looking for me? Wait, you're locked up too. Were they looking for me before the crazy bitch grabbed you?" "Are you sure it was a woman?" "You calling me some kind of queer? Of course she was a woman. I don't go that way, and I can sure as shit tell the difference." Dick. Grating. Egotistical. Claire knew his voice. Through the fever, it took a moment for her to make the connection. But she'd heard him on television more times than she could count. Old-school Chicago accent. "Mae Milton?" His voice came louder. He must have moved closer to the vent. "She said her name was Sarah. I thought that was weird. They typically have names like Brandy or Hope or Tiffany. Sarah was different. She was different. A little older than the usual girl. A woman, really, but I didn't send her back. I figured with age came experience. Maybe she'd be a little more fun than the others, a little more open. And the bitch stuck me." This was not the kind of thing Claire usually heard coming from the mayor. And she could live a perfectly full life without hearing another word of it, even if that life was extinguished soon. She felt so shitty. If her captor were to come in and offer to end things, Claire wasn't so sure she'd fight that hard. "What did she look like?" The mayor grunted. "I don't know. Short, dark hair." "Sarah what? Did she give you a last name?" "Ha! That's funny. Yeah, she gave me a last name. Showed me pictures of her kids. We talked about her goals and ambitions and climate change. It wasn't that kind of party, Detective." He dropped off for a second. "It's all off the record. Every word. You can't repeat any of it to anyone, understand? You do and I'll have your badge. I'm only telling you in case it helps you get us out of here." Claire gave him the finger. She knew he couldn't see her, but it still felt good. "Tell me about the room you're in." "Stone walls, concrete floor, metal door with a small window. There's this little vent on the floor, the one we're talking through. Other than that, no ventilation." "Same. Is your ear still bleeding?" "I don't think so. She bandaged it." "Leave that on. You don't want to aggravate the wound." "Sure thing, Nurse Nightingale. How about you focus on getting us out and I'll worry about my medical needs? I don't suppose you have your gun, do you?" No, of course not. What is that supposed to mean? Never mind. Tell me. It doesn't matter. You let them take you, take away your weapon, lock you up. You're no better off than me. They got me when I was vulnerable, took advantage of me. But you've got training. You're a cop. Obviously not a very good one, or you wouldn't have let it happen. You're not building a very compelling case for helping you, Claire replied. No, but you will. You'll do your job. You don't, and you'll find yourself waiting tables if you get out of here. Claire was beginning to wish she hadn't spoken to him at all. She liked him better when he was screaming. You said them. Did you see more than one? The lights went out. All of them. Her room, the hallway, the other side of the vent. She heard a door open, but not her door. No, the mayor said. Don't! Get the fuck away from me! The mayor screamed again, louder than the first time. That wasn't what frightened Claire, though. What frightened her was how abruptly those screams stopped. Chapter 81. Diary.
We woke to a clatter, something horrible downstairs. When I heard the first shout, I thought I imagined it. My eyes snapped open, and at first I wasn't sure where I even was. Libby stirred beside me. Her naked body was pressed against my own, her leg curled over my waist. It was Welderman who was shouting. Someone was crying, too. At first I didn't realize it was the kid. He rarely spoke. I never heard him laugh. I certainly never heard him cry. "Oh, no," Libby said softly. She sat up, holding the sheet over her breasts. The two of us scrambled out of bed and into our clothes. When we opened Libby's door, we found Paul across the hall, leaning out of our room. He'd been staring in the direction of the stairs, and when he faced us, he was ghostly white and his mouth hung open. His eyes bounced from me to Libby and back again, and I'm not sure if he looked that way because of us, because of something he heard downstairs, or both. "What's going on?" I said as quietly as I could. Before he could answer, Finicky shouted up the stairs.
"All of you, down here now!"
"Oh, no. No, no," Paul stammered. Libby squeezed my shoulder. "They must have found the note. The money. We're dead." "They won't hurt us," I reassured her. "They need us, remember?" This didn't seem to make her feel any better. Tegan and Christina came out of their room, both yawning. Tegan wore a white robe and Christina was in a loose t-shirt and pink shorts. "What time is it?" Tegan asked. Paul glanced back over his shoulder. 4:15 in the morning. "Now, goddammit!" This was Welderman. Vincent's door opened. He had a wrench in his hand. Christina's eyes narrowed. "What are you going to do with that?" "Whatever I have to." He tucked the wrench into the back of his jeans and pulled the top of his shirt over it, then started down the stairs. The rest of us followed after him. About halfway down, Tegan leaned in close to me. "Did you get some?" Libby shot her a dirty look. Neither of us answered. We found them all in the parlor. Well, almost all. "Sit," Welderman instructed. "Not a fucking word out of any of you." His coat was open, and I could see the gun under his shoulder, some kind of revolver. We worked our way around the room. Libby and I sat on the couch with Paul. Christina and Tegan sat on an armchair together, the two of them holding hands. At first, Vincent remained standing, but when Welderman's eyes landed on him, he pulled a wooden chair out from under the desk and lowered himself into it. I expected the wrench to drop out the back of his jeans and clatter to the floor, but it didn't. Welderman and Ms. Finicky stood in the doorway leading toward the kitchen. Welderman's free hand was on Weasel's shoulder. Stocks wasn't there. Neither was the kid.
Chapter 82. Pool. Day 5, 10:41 p.m. The CVS parking lot was empty, all lights off. This was the third place they'd stopped in hopes of developing the film. Porter drove. There was a moment when Poole followed him out of the alley at a run, when he considered fleeing. But that instant passed when Porter got behind the wheel and reached over to the passenger door and opened it for Poole from the inside of the SUV. He didn't think Porter would hurt him, but he kept reminding himself that he might. Something about his actions, the crazed look behind his wide eyes. This could all be part of some kind of elaborate ruse. If Porter was somehow responsible for the dead body in that van, he's had years to develop a cover story. If that were somehow true, if Porter really was responsible for all these deaths, he could turn on him in an instant. Poole also knew that if he let the man slip from his sights, he'd vanish. Sticking with him, seeing this through, was his only shot at bringing Porter in. And he fully intended to bring him in. Poole had gotten in the SUV and pulled the door shut with his cuffed hands, knowing in that instant an unspoken trust formed between them. A trust he could use. A Walgreens parking lot, also closed. "Damn it," Porter muttered, looking up at the dark sign. "I'm not sure these places can even develop film anymore. I think they send it off somewhere." Porter threw the SUV in reverse and squealed out of the lot, nearly sideswiping a white Toyota as he pulled back into traffic. "The one down the street from my apartment does. Heather refused to use a digital camera for important stuff. She said the camera on her phone could never compare to 35mm. I think I still have a coupon on the fridge for developing." "You need to slow down a little." Porter swung into the right lane. His hand absent-mindedly swiped at the turn signal knob on the steering wheel, about a half-second after he made the switch. Someone behind them held their hand down on their horn for nearly 30 seconds. "What were you implying back there? You saying Hilburn somehow planted that memory in my head?" Poole rubbed at his handcuffed wrist. "It's called suggested cognition. For a very short moment, when the mind is coming out of a sleep state, the door between the conscious and subconscious is wide open. You know how when you wake up from a dream for a split second, everything about that dream feels real? Then you realize you were sleeping, and the thoughts are properly categorized as fiction or forgotten altogether. Your brain is capable of determining that information is false because your brain created the dream. If you're exposed to external information when that door is open, regardless of the source, your brain can improperly categorize. You're not quite awake, so you don't necessarily remember the experience, but your brain stores it anyway, stores it as a memory. This is one of the reasons most repressed sexual experiences discovered during hypnotherapy sessions have been debunked. The therapist unknowingly planted false memories when the subject's mind was open to suggestion. Whether intentional or not, Hilburn telling you what happened in that instant when you woke may have planted that memory. Or all of that might just be coincidence, and I'm remembering it wrong now. Maybe, or I'm lying to you about what I'm remembering to try and cover my own ass." The bluntness took Poole by surprise. "Yeah, or that." A phone rang. Porter removed a burner from the center console before he realized the sound wasn't coming from there. He turned to Poole, his face growing dark. "Do you have another phone?" Poole saw no reason to lie. "I carry a personal phone and one issued by the Bureau. The one you destroyed was my FBI phone." "Christ, do I need to strip search you? Hand it over now. Don't answer. Take it out with 2 fingers and hand it to me." Poole did what he asked. He removed the Samsung from his jacket pocket and passed it over to Porter as it rang for the 3rd time. Porter answered the call on speaker with his best impression. "Poole, this is Granger. Is he with you?" "Mm-hmm." "Okay, don't say anything. Hilburn's widow recognized Porter from television. News that Widener's body was found at his apartment has gone national, so his photo is everywhere. When your phone went dark, alarms went off. We're tracking GPS on this line right now. We just missed you back on Cumberland. I've got them holding back out of line of sight. I've got a chopper inbound. We're not sure which vehicle." Porter lowered his window and tossed the phone out as they rolled through a yellow light at the intersection of Klondike and Morton Avenue. He then swung a hard right and doubled back the way they came and quickly took a ramp onto I-526. The burner phone had fallen to the floor during the turn. Porter reached down and scooped it up, shot Poole another dirty look, then dialed a number. Poole didn't recognize the male voice who answered. Porter said, "We're coming in hot." "Understood. Get as close as possible." Porter disconnected the call, tapped out a text message, and dropped the phone back into the center console before turning back to Poole with a scowl. "That was really stupid." You would have done the same thing. Give me your identification. His free hand had slipped back into his jacket pocket, the one with the gun. Why? Badge, ID, driver's license. Give me all of it, right now. Sam, I don't think... Give me all of it, right fucking now! Poole took his badge and FBI ID from his jacket pocket and handed it to Porter. Then he pulled out his wallet, removed his driver's license, and handed that over too. Porter threw it all out the window. That was another mistake, Poole told him. Seems I'm making a lot of those lately. He rolled the window back up and increased speed. What did they find in my apartment? Poole told him about Widener's body, the pieces of drywall. He held nothing back. Porter listened without speaking. He kept glancing in the rearview mirror. When Poole looked in his own mirror, he saw it too. A South Carolina state trooper, 3 car lengths back. He wasn't sure how long the car had been there. Chapter 83. Poole. Day 5, 10:53 p.m. You should just pull over, Sam. Turn yourself in before someone else gets hurt. Porter glanced in the rearview mirror. The state trooper had fallen back 4 car lengths, but was still behind them, 1 lane over. You know I can't do that. If you're innocent, we'll figure this out. Porter had both hands on the wheel again, no longer holding the gun. He nodded over his shoulder. There are 2 file folders on the floor in the back seat. Put them both in that green duffel and be ready to move. The SUV was picking up speed again. Poole wasn't sure he wanted to unfasten his seatbelt. Do it now! Try not to kill us until I'm back in my seat. Poole released the belt and twisted awkwardly between the 2 front seats. He saw the folders on the floor behind Porter, reached down with both hands, fell forward, then braced himself with both hands before tumbling completely over. This would be a lot easier if you'd take off the cuffs. Hold on! Porter jerked the wheel hard to the right and shot across 3 lanes of traffic toward another exit. Poole pushed himself up high enough to see the state trooper attempt the same maneuver behind them. But he was too slow. He shot past the exit, braked, and started backing up before disappearing from view. If they weren't following you before, they definitely are now. He scooped up the 2 folders and fell back into his seat. A sign for the Charleston airport flew by on the right. Where are we going? Shit. Porter's eyes were on the mirror again. No sign of the state trooper, but there were 2 Charleston PD cars behind them. Their lights were off, but that could change. They were on an airport perimeter road. The speed limit dropped to 20 miles per hour. Porter had slowed to just a little above that. Some vehicles peeled away for ramps leading toward long and short-term parking. But for every car that left, it seemed 3 more merged in to replace them. Traffic grew thick as they neared the terminals, and the patrol cars fell back. Another Charleston PD car pulled in from an access road a few hundred feet ahead of them. Porter spotted another already in his lane a quarter mile up. They're going to try and box us in. Take off my handcuffs and give me the gun, Poole said. I'll tell them you surrendered to me. Leaning over the steering wheel, Porter's eyes shifted wildly from the signs above to the cars around them. Sweat dripped down his brow. He pursed his lips and gripped the steering wheel hard enough to turn his knuckles white. Hold on! His foot stomped down on the brake. The SUV lurched in protest, and Poole's seatbelt yanked back against his chest. The vehicle behind them slammed into their bumper with a sickening crunch. Poole heard at least 2 other crashes behind that, and when he looked in the side mirror, he realized at least a half-dozen other cars had wrecked too. A few airbags deployed. Horns everywhere started to blare. Gridlock behind, open space in front as traffic continued to move forward. Porter floored the gas. Plastic crinkled behind them as their bumper tore away from the car that had hit them. He crossed the remaining 2 lanes on the right and took an exit toward the private hangars, an executive airport, picking up speed as he went. Helicopter! Poole spotted it first, coming in from the east. Porter didn't seem to care. They were approaching a small guardhouse, the gate down. Poole cringed. The gate arm swung up moments before they would have burst through it. Porter didn't even tap the brakes. The helicopter arched down, tried to block their path, then zipped back up into the air when they realized Porter had no intention of slowing. In fact, Porter was still picking up speed. Someone said something over a loudspeaker, but Poole couldn't make out the words. Porter tugged the wheel to the left. The front tires cried out in protest, then gripped the blacktop. The helicopter came up behind them about 100 feet above the pavement. Far in the distance, Poole spotted several other vehicles racing across the tarmac with lights flashing. "Stop, Sam, stop!" He sped up. He pointed the SUV toward the open mouth of a hangar and picked up speed. It wasn't until Poole could see people scrambling out of the way inside the hangar that Porter touched the brakes at all. When he did, he hit them hard. His right hand went to the emergency brake and he yanked it up, locking the rear tires. Poole braced himself. They were going to slide right into the large jet occupying most of the hangar. The blacktop gave way to concrete, and Porter jerked the wheel again, pulling them to the right. They skidded into the hangar, the SUV threatening to flip. Above, the helicopter roared over and gained altitude. A moment later, when the Bombardier Global 5000 jet with Talbot Enterprises painted on the tail rolled out of the hangar and onto the tarmac, the helicopter was still doubling back. The emergency vehicles racing toward them were still a quarter-mile away when the jet's engines screamed and the private plane tore down the runway. They were in the air long before anyone had a chance to determine who the plane belonged to or could attempt to ground it. Chapter 84. Diary.
"Where's the kid?"
I said it because nobody else seemed able or willing to ask. Welderman's hand tightened on Weasel's shoulder, and Weasel cringed, trying to shrug off the man's grip. This only seemed to irritate Welderman, who dug his thumb down into Weasel's shoulder blade as he glared at me. He reached into his pocket with his free hand and took out the note we'd given the kid. "Was this your idea? Are you fucking kidding me?" He released Weasel and took a step closer to me. "Do you realize with that broken arm, you're worth damn near nothing to us? I'd sooner chop you up into little pieces and bury you out in that field than deal with your bullshit." I felt Libby's hand try to curl into mine, but I pulled away. I didn't want to risk Welderman seeing that. While he didn't, I failed to notice Ms. Finicky watching us too. I wish I'd seen her. Oh, how I wish I'd seen her. "Yes," I told him. "It was my idea." Welderman's eyes looked like they might explode out of his face. "First the mess at the motel, now this? Give me one reason not to put a bullet in your head." I didn't answer him, because I didn't have one. I would have killed me. Father would have killed me. Mother would have certainly killed me. I was a problem, and Welderman knew it. I'm not sure what stopped him. "Bring that little shit in here," Welderman shouted over his shoulder. I expected Stocks, but it was the man from the van back at the motel. He half-carried, half-dragged the kid into the room by the collar of his shirt. The material was torn, stained red with blood. The kid's face was a dozen different shades of red, purple, and black, the skin crusted over with more blood. His left eye was swollen shut. His nose was no longer centered above his mouth, but off to the side. Several gasps filled the room, the loudest from Tegan. Under Welderman's grip, Weasel squirmed away and went to his friend as Van Man dropped the kid to the floor in front of us, like yesterday's trash. The kid crumbled. His legs failed to hold him up. His right arm attempting to stop the fall, but it was nothing more than a casual swipe. His arm, hand, fingers, they fell with him, as dead weight does, and for a moment I thought he was dead. He coughed, though. His good eye scanned us all before closing. Stocks came in carrying a green bag, glanced around at all of us before turning to Welderman and Van Man. "The truck was out in the barn. Looks like they've been working on it for a while now. It's not running, but it was close. No chance of that now, but damn it, they were close." He shook the bag. "They found the money, too. Found this on the front seat." Welderman glared at Finicky. "How the fuck do you let this happen? You're supposed to be watching them.
We give you one job, one simple job, and they find the time to rebuild some old rusted-out beater right under your nose? Goddamn pillhead.
Finicky opened her mouth to object, but Welderman didn't give her a chance. Welderman held out his hand.
I want your keys. Nobody is leaving this place until Guillaume. Understand? Not you, not them, not anyone.
Her face flushed with anger.
Need I remind you, you still need to go back and make good on the appointment? They're still there. Fuck.
He stomped across the room, swearing under his breath.
I don't need this.
What's Guillaume? This came from Weasel, one of the few times I had heard him speak. His voice sounded so small compared to Welderman's tirade.
It doesn't fucking matter what Guillaume is.
Welderman fumed, his face red, with spittle at the corners of his mouth. He looked like he might kick Weasel, or worse. Instead, he grabbed Tegan's camera off the table and shoved it into the green bag. He pressed the bag into Van Man's chest and nodded at Weasel.
Get this one back there. Tell them he's a freebie. Give them the money to smooth things over. And get back here. No other stops, understand?
Van Man nodded and grabbed Weasel by the collar, dragging him out the door. When they were gone, Welderman pushed the kid onto his side with the tip of his boot before turning on Stocks.
Look at his face. What the fuck is wrong with you? Whatever that ends up costing us is coming from your cut.
Stocks prepared to argue, but said nothing. Can we take the kid upstairs? I asked Welderman. We understand. We won't try anything. We should have known better. We all get it now. Welderman's angry face went from Stocks to me to the rest of the group.
Yeah, get him out of here. I don't want to see any of you right now.
I got down on the floor and tried to help the kid up, but with my broken arm I had no way to get a good grip on him. Vincent knelt down beside me and scooped the kid up into his arms. He didn't say anything as he carried him out of the room toward the stairs. Tegan and Christina bounded out of their chairs after him, the rest of us behind them. Upstairs, Vincent set the kid down on his bed, eased his head onto his pillow. Libby appeared with a bowl of water and a washcloth. She tenderly wiped the blood off his face, careful to avoid his broken nose. I peeled off the kid's filthy clothes and piled them in the corner of his room. Paul stood in the doorway watching us, Tegan and Christina behind him.
They'll kill us all, Tegan said quietly. They won't kill us. They're going to sell us, Vincent replied. That's what Guillaume is.
Van Man must have locked Weasel in the van. He was back downstairs arguing with the others. 2 kids down now, which was all they really cared about. We all heard it then, above the voices. The sound of a car coming up the driveway. Tires crunching on the gravel. Paul was first to the window.
It's a cop.
The words were barely out of his mouth before Stocks bounded up the stairs and came through the bedroom door, his gun out and waving through the air.
Get the hell away from the window, now!
Paul did. I could still see, though. The black and white patrol car pulled up behind the white van and came to a stop. Nobody got out, not at first. The screen door on the front of the house squeaked open and slammed shut. Van Man appeared below. He crossed the driveway and went to the patrol car. When the window rolled down, he leaned in and spoke to the driver.
Nobody make a fucking sound,
Stock said. His gun was pointed at Libby, but his eyes were on me.
Who is it?
I asked him.
Shut the fuck up.
You know him, don't you?
I said shut the fuck up.
Are all the police part of this? Stocks raised the gun, ready to hit me, but didn't. 2 kids down. I don't think he wanted to find out what would happen if he hurt me worse than I already was. Outside, Van Man was still speaking to the driver. I could see the vague outline of the man behind the wheel, but between the dark and the distance, I couldn't make out his face. Several times Van Man gestured back at the house. They spoke nearly 5 minutes. Then Van Man stood, tapped the roof of the police car twice, and ran back to his van. When the police car turned and started back down the driveway, the white van followed. "Is Weasel in the van?" Tegan asked. Nobody answered. We all knew he was. Stocks waited for their taillights to fade away before he spoke again. "I want all the girls in the room across the hall and all the boys in here. None of you are leaving my sight." I didn't see Vincent take the wrench from his pocket, nor did I see him swing. It wasn't until the heavy steel came down against the back of Stock's head with a sickening crunch that I realized what was happening. Stock's eyes rolled up into his head, and he fell to the floor with a thump far too loud.
"Stocks, everything okay up there?"
Welderman, downstairs. All of us stared at Stocks on the floor, clearly dead.
Chapter 85. Nash. Day 6, 2:18 a.m. When Nash's eyes opened the first time, the harsh light took the opportunity to reach down from above and scratched his dry pupils. He pinched them shut, blinked several times, and tried again. To him, it felt as if only a few seconds ticked by. Had anyone been watching, they would have told him 4 hours passed. Nobody had been watching, not the entire time. But when he turned his head, he did spot Klazowski sleeping in a chair with his feet up on the corner of the bed. "Claus?" Klazowski sputtered, mumbled something, then fell back asleep. Nash kicked his feet off the corner of the bed. Claus nearly dropped out of the chair. He grabbed the arms, scrambled to maintain his balance, and quickly glanced around before realizing where he was. When he saw Nash was awake, he stood. "Nurse! Nurse! Christ, Claus, calm the fuck down!" Nash's throat was horribly dry and scratchy. It was hard to speak. "Can I have some water?" Claus shouted for the nurse one more time, then filled a pink plastic cup from an equally pink pitcher sitting on the table beside Nash's bed, and held the cup up to his lips. Half the water went down his throat, the other half covered his shirt. Nash really didn't care, he was so thirsty. He took the cup from Claus, finished it, and asked for more. 3 cups later, sitting up in the bed, the nurse came in. Red nails, blonde hair. He vaguely recognized her from earlier. "Welcome back, Detective." "I didn't realize I left." "You came in with 104 fever. At your age, that's dangerous." "I'll be sure to put a warning label on my walker." His throat still hurt, but nothing like before the water. She ignored the quip. "We had you on constant fluids, antibiotics, and antivirals. Now that we have a handle on what's going on, we have a treatment protocol." "It's not SARS," Claus said. "The CDC ruled that out about an hour ago. They're treating us all now." Claus pointed up at an IV bag hanging above his chair. "I'm not sure what's in there, but I feel a hell of a lot better." The nurse ran an electronic thermometer over Nash's forehead. She held the display out to him. "Down to a 99.8. Much, much better." Nash said, "If it's not SARS, what is it?" "A highly contagious strain of the flu. Nowhere near as dangerous as SARS, but still bad if left untreated." Nash tried to process this. His thoughts were still a little sluggish. "So Bishop didn't inject anyone with the SARS virus?" Klazowski glanced nervously at the nurse. "Can you give us a minute?" She nodded and stepped out of the room. When she was gone, Claus lowered his voice. "A lot's happened while you were sleeping. Sam's in serious trouble." "Widener's body." Nash forced himself to sit up, fighting the wooziness that caused the room to tilt. "There's more than that," Claus said. "I took apart the video from Montague Labs. I went frame by frame, because it's as messed up as all the other ones related to this case, jumbled by some kind of virus or malware. I found a shot of Sam there on the night of the break-in. It's quick, and I had to enhance the footage to bring up the light, but it's him, no question." He lowered his head. "I had to share it with the feds. They think he's working with some kind of partner. Between the body in Simpsonville and the bodies up here, there's no way he could have killed everyone. They think he's trying to cover up something big, something dating back years, and all this business with the virus was just a smokescreen. They think his partner took the mayor and is holed up somewhere." "You know about the mayor?" Conspiratorial guilt washed over Claus's face. "I've been monitoring all the Fed chatter. I pieced it together. Then when Poole dropped off the grid and you showed up here sick, the people upstairs went to the press with the story. They couldn't keep it quiet any longer. He's been missing for more than a day and a half. It doesn't look good. Not after that much time. Christ. It gets worse, Claus said. They found a body hidden in an old van at Sam's partner's house in Charleston. Looks like it's been there for years. There's no ID yet. But it's a kid. A boy. Nash rubbed at his face. He needed to shave. How does it tie back to Sam? Claus told him about the bag, what was inside. Sam showed up while Poole was trying to secure the scene. Sam took him away at gunpoint. There's an eyewitness, Hilburn's widow. The feds used GPS to track them down. Where are they now? Claus glanced up at the television mounted near the ceiling in the far corner of the room. The sound was muted, and it was tuned to one of the 24-hour news channels. A shaky image of a jet filled the screen, the landing gear in the process of deploying. The corner of the video was labeled Live, and the scroll at the bottom said, 4MK believed to be on board this jet owned by Talbot Enterprises. Somehow Sam managed to get on that plane with Poole in Charleston, and they got off the ground before anyone could stop them. They're landing at O'Hare. There's an army out there waiting on them. No way he's going anywhere. They'll lock him up for sure. On the television, the plane touched down on the runway, back wheels, then front, and began to slow. As the camera panned out and went wide, Nash saw dozens of law enforcement vehicles parked down at the opposite end, surrounded by hastily erected lights. Federal, local, and emergency. 2 fire trucks and an ambulance. There was a quick shot of Frank's boss, SAIC Hurless, before the camera went back to the plane. That's when Nash remembered. His heart jumped. Did you find Claire? Claus shook his head. Not yet. We searched what we could with hospital security, but everyone's sick, and we're thin on help. We're still missing 2 uniformed officers, too. No sign of them. Captain Dalton told me now that we know we're not dealing with SARS and they're opening the doors, he's sending in reinforcements for a complete search. He told me to stay put and wait for help. They can't open the doors. Whoever took her will get out. Nash started removing the tape around his wrist, freeing the IV line and a blood pressure cuff. Klazowski ignored him. His eyes were glued to the television. The plane had stopped. The door opened, and the stairs came down, slow and mechanical. Officers in tactical gear rounded several of the cars and pointed weapons at the dark opening. In silence, he watched as they stormed up the steps in a low crouch, rifles at the ready. Chapter 86. Poole. Day 6, 2:21 a.m. Go, go, go! From a world of darkness, Poole heard the shouts. He heard the approach of Boots, first outside, then on the stairs, then in the cabin of the small plane. He opened his mouth in preparation for a concussion grenade. He'd heard horror stories of shattered teeth and bitten tongues from people who did not open their mouths and relax their jaw during detonation. He recalled his training at Quantico and exactly that, and forced his mouth to go slack. There was no explosion, just the thunder of boots and the jangle of weapons and gear on tactical officers. At least 4, maybe 6. He couldn't see anything. 1, portside, midway, appears disabled, someone shouted. We're coming out. This shouted too, but from behind a closed door. Hands first! The voice about 10 feet away from Poole. Slow! Show us your hands! A door crashed open. Someone thudded against the floor with a grunt. Another person dropped half a moment later. Through all this, Poole saw nothing. Boots stomped past him. Someone brushed against his right elbow, heading toward the back of the plane. More crashing doors behind him. Bathroom? Clear! Clear! Where's Sam Porter? No response. Where is Sam Porter? He's not on board. Poole recognized the muffled voice of the plane's pilot. In his mind's eye, he pictured the man in the aisle of the plane, his face pressed to the carpet. Someone tore the blindfold from Poole's eyes, and he blinked against the harsh light pointing at his face from an LED mounted to the barrel of an MP510 assault rifle. The light fell to the side, and the tactical officer reached up and pulled the gag from Poole's mouth. Special Agent Frank Poole with the FBI. Frank found it hard to talk. The gag had been tight, and the corners of his mouth were on fire. Cut me loose! His hands, arms, legs, and feet were zip-tied to the seat. Sergeant? The man standing next to Poole was looking at one of the other officers, standing back near the door for instruction. The officer looked down at the pilot on the floor. He was holding him down with a boot on his back. What the hell's going on here? Let me up! The pilot muttered into the carpet. The officer lifted his foot and allowed the pilot to stand. The pilot brushed dust from his pristinely pressed dark suit. Detective Porter told us this man is a suspect in the Form K investigation and ordered us to transport him back to Chicago. We were told law enforcement would be waiting to pick him up. I certainly don't appreciate the harsh treatment, and you will be held responsible for any damage to this plane. Frank glared at him, fuming. I told you! I'm a federal agent! You don't have ID! Detective Porter told us not to believe anything you said. The pilot turned back to the sergeant. The detective ordered us to restrain this man, said he was extremely dangerous. We did exactly as instructed. My phone is in the cockpit. I saved his text message if you want to read it. The sergeant went to retrieve the phone. The man beside Poole had a knife out. He went to work on the zip ties. When free, Poole stormed off the plane, down the steps, where SAIC Hurless was waiting along with half a dozen other agents. They'd heard the entire exchange over the open communication line. Hurless's face went through a series of shades of red. Before he could say anything, Poole pulled the 2 folders from Camden Treatment Center from where he'd hidden them under his shirt and handed them to his supervisor. This is how we catch him. Chapter 87. Claire. Day 6, 2:38 a.m. Moaning again. Claire was half asleep when she heard the mayor next door. At first, the moaning was soft, more of a whimper, but he grew louder, more urgent. Waking? He screamed, a horrid, pain-ridden belt of a scream, enough to jerk Claire right out of whatever haze of sleep still lingered. She'd been lying in the corner of the room, her legs folded under her arms wrapped around her chest, and with that last scream, she found herself on her feet and back at the vent. Mayor Milton, what happened? Are you okay? Sobbing. There was something about the sound of a grown man crying. Even this man, who she absolutely abhorred. She found it hard to hate in that moment. Barry? She knew his first name from the papers, but it sounded weird coming from her lips. She took my... Took you what? More sobbing. Nearly 2 minutes. My eye, he finally said. I think she took my eye. I can't tell for sure. It's bandaged, but it hurts. Oh, God, she must have... I need to check. If there's a bandage, you should leave it alone. I can't imagine what that's like, but who knows if she cleaned the wound or gave you any kind of antibiotic. If you remove the bandage here, you risk exposing the wound to infection. I need to know. Claire shivered. She was still horribly cold, but not as bad as earlier. The fever was either breaking or at the very least pulling back. She was so thirsty. Don't touch it. Your hand's on clean. I've got the tape off on one side. I'm just going to slip a finger under it. I won't take the bandage off completely. As he said these things between tears, he didn't sound like a grown man, but a small child, a little boy afraid of what might come next. You shouldn't touch it. He didn't tell her what he found. The renewed cries were enough. Chapter 88. Poole. Day 6, 2:28 a.m. Tell me again, Hurless said. Frank continued to read, quickly flipping the pages of the files he stole from Porter back in Charleston. His finger skimmed over the text at a fevered pace as he took in every word. We don't have time for me to tell you again. Tell me anyway. They were in the FBI communications truck, still at O'Hare Airport, out of shot from the press cameras and microphones. Although the media had been held back from the tarmac, their equipment was just as good, if not better, than that of the Bureau. Even from a distance, they had the ability to capture video and sound, and Poole couldn't risk the wrong information getting out, not now. Hurless understood that too. He'd ordered nearly everyone out of the truck so he and Poole could talk. While continuing to read Porter's file, Poole ran through everything that had happened in Charleston again. When he finished, Hurless rubbed his chin and looked out one of the tinted windows at the plane. Bishop has been in contact with our Chicago field office 4 times now, always from a different number. He doesn't stay on the line long enough for us to trace. He's attempting to negotiate a surrender, but he doesn't feel we can guarantee his safety, not after what happened at Metro. He said Porter is working with a partner, someone high up in law enforcement, but he doesn't know who. Until he's comfortable, Bishop won't come in. Do you believe him? Hurles shrugged. He looked as exhausted as Poole felt. We need to bring them both in alive. Get them in custody, then sort this out. Find the mayor, the missing officers, and that detective from Metro, hopefully still alive. What detective from Metro? Claire Norton. She disappeared from Stroger Hospital about 24 hours ago. Poole was about to say he didn't think Sam would ever hurt Claire, but he wasn't sure anymore. His finger, still tracing the text as he read, stopped. Porter was treated for significant psychological issues well beyond memory loss from that gunshot. We've got psychosis, even hallucinatory events. Hurles frowned. There's nothing like that in his Metro file. There wasn't anything like it in his Charleston PD file either. They'd never let him back on the force with problems like this. It's possible they didn't have access. If the treatment at that place wasn't court-ordered or sponsored by Charleston PD, it would be considered private. Porter would have had to consent to share the records. There are statements here from several members of the staff saying they caught Porter speaking to someone who wasn't there. At least half a dozen of them. When asked about it, he said he'd been talking to a woman about his age with shoulder-length brown hair and a southern accent, native to South Carolina. The physical description here is nearly identical to the one he gave me for Sarah Werner. Poole looked up. Any luck getting a photo of her? Hurles shook his head. We got one shot, at the courthouse when she went in with Jane Doe down in New Orleans. We've confirmed that was the real Sarah Werner, the one you found dead in her apartment. We don't have anything on the woman who'd been with Porter. Poole considered this. Do we have any proof she was real at all? Anything beyond his statements? Before Hurles could answer, Poole found something else at the front of the thick folder. What was Porter's address when he lived in Charleston? Hurles took out his phone and dug through his case notes. When he found Porter's address, he read it to Poole. Poole tapped the patient identification form with his index finger. Then what's this place? Sir? This came from one of the techs, seated at the communications equipment to their right. Yes? The cell phone taken from Special Agent Poole at the house on 41st just went active. We have a location. Where? Chapter 89. Porter. Day 6. 1:01 a.m. Nearly 2 hours before the jet carrying Special Agent Frank Poole back to Chicago touched down, Porter stood in a small parking lot next to an auto parts store, staring at the wall, his hands balled into fists. They'd worked fast at Talbot's hangar. The moment the SUV stopped moving, 3 of Talbot's employees snatched Poole from the car and pulled him into the plane. Porter was rushed through a door at the back of the hangar to a waiting Ford F-150, driven by a man in his 60s with thin white hair under a tattered New York Yankees ball cap. The green bag went in the back, and the moment the plane exited the hangar, they pulled away at a crawl. No reason to draw attention. The driver of the F-150 hadn't said much, only grunted at Porter when he got in. With one eye on the flashing lights of the law enforcement vehicles racing across the tarmac, Porter tried to thank him. The man had nodded but didn't offer a name, probably for the best. The F-150 passed through security and left the airport grounds without any fanfare. Porter's driver had offered a half-assed wave at the guard manning the booth, then pulled through. The guard didn't seem to notice Porter at all. His face was buried in a magazine. Across the street from the airport, they pulled into a Sheraton parking lot, where they saddled up next to a dark blue BMW. Porter was given the keys. Porter peeled several bills off one of the cash bundles in his green bag and tried to pay the guy in the Yankees cap, but he waved it off without making eye contact. I've been well compensated. These were the only words he spoke to Porter before driving off in the opposite direction from the airport. Using the key fob, Porter opened the trunk of the BMW and dropped the bag inside. He found a new burner phone on the passenger seat, along with contact information for another team of pilots stationed at a small regional airport. He owed Emery. He also deeply regretted that she'd become mixed up in all this. She was a good person and deserved better. As he started the car, he vowed to himself he'd find a way to make it up to her. He was on the road a moment later, about the same time the Talbot jet with Poole inside reached altitude. 20 minutes after that, he was back in the center of Charleston. 8 minutes after that, he pulled into this lot, parked, and got out. He'd spotted the discount auto parts store about the same time Poole's cell phone rang earlier. He'd been ready to pull into this very lot when that phone rang. He was damn glad he didn't. He wanted to trust Poole, he really did, but that ring proved that he could not. Although it was the auto parts store that drew his attention, it was the gas station across the street, the motel next to that gas station that really pulled him in. Run down, falling apart, painted yellow with lime green trim. He recognized the scene immediately, and Porter tried to convince himself he recognized it from the description in the diary, but he knew that was only partly true. He knew this place. He'd been here before. Porter pulled into this lot across the street from the motel because parking there felt right, felt familiar. He knew the moment he slipped the car into park and stepped out into the night air that he'd stood in that very spot before. The writing was literally on the wall. His hands were still balled in fists as he stared up at the side of the auto parts store, at the words spray-painted on the brick in red. "We bled for you, Sam." He heard these words in his head. He couldn't explain why or how, but it was like someone was reading the 5 words to him. The voice wasn't his own, and it wasn't Bishop's. He didn't recognize the voice, but he knew the voice. Porter stared up at the words on the wall. "We bled for you, Sam." He had no real recollection of the motel across the street. Not really. He'd driven by hundreds of times on patrol, but he couldn't recall a single time he was actually called there. He closed his eyes for a moment and tried to picture one of the rooms, or the lobby, or even an ice or soda machine. And he came up blank. His only memories of an interior room at that place came from what he read in the diary. Bishop's encounter with Bernie, the aftermath of that encounter. Porter hadn't been there for that, had he? He wanted to say no, but the truth was his memories of that time were so muddled in his brain he couldn't be sure. Until a few hours ago, he thought he remembered the moments leading up to when he was shot with vivid detail. Poole had shown him that that detail was a lie. He could picture the white van across the street. He could even see Stocks and Welderman pulling up next to that white van in their Chevy Malibu, a young Ensign Bishop getting out. Or was it Weasel? Or Tegan? Christina? Libby? Even Vincent Widener? He could see it if he closed his eyes, and that frightened him a little bit. That white van might be Hilburn's. How many times had he ridden in that thing? How many times had he driven it? Hell, how many times had he borrowed it? About as many times as Hilburn borrowed your coat, his mind shot back. That old navy blue trench you loved so much. He tried not to think about that. No, not that. She was standing across the street. Porter wasn't sure how long she had been there. Just standing there, watching him from the motel parking lot. Her dark hair fluttered around her shoulders, caught in the night air. She wore a coat of her own, long and black, her hands in the pockets. She stood perfectly still, watching him as cars zipped between heading north and south. If she felt any emotion at the sight of him, her face didn't betray her. Her solemn look was stoic, statuesque. Sarah Werner. Or at least, the woman he knew as Sarah Werner. Bishop's mother. A killer. A liar. Ghost-like in that silent breeze. She returned his stare, but only for a moment, then got into the same silver Lexus she had been driving in Chicago, and pulled out of the motel parking lot, out into the late-night traffic. Sam scrambled back into his borrowed BMW, and somehow managed to keep her in sight, 3, sometimes 4 cars between them. He couldn't tell if she was alone. He dared not get closer. Chapter 90. Porter. Day 6, 1:27 a.m. Porter drove with the windows open. This time of year in Chicago, that would have been impossible, but the temperature in South Carolina hovered somewhere in the 60s, and that cool air rushing over him kept him alert, helped him feel alive. He needed to feel alive because something about this moment did not. He couldn't put his finger on it, and he'd spent the last 20 minutes thinking about it. He felt present, yet he didn't. If a man could step out of his own body and watch himself, then that was what Porter was doing right now. He was an observer, a bystander as the film reel of his life ticked forward. Sarah Werner's silver Lexus hadn't violated the speed limit. In fact, she remained 1 or 2 miles per hour under. She used her turn signal whenever necessary, and the few times she came upon a yellow traffic light, she stopped rather than increase speed and continue on. About 10 minutes after pulling out onto the highway, Porter had given up all pretenses of a clandestine tale. Sarah knew he was following her. She had all but shot off a flare to encourage him. Had they remained in the city, he might have had a chance at remaining hidden. But they weren't in the city. Not anymore. He'd followed her onto I-26, then 78, then a series of smaller roads, until he gave up trying to keep track. With each turn, the number of cars around them dwindled, and now as he followed her down a narrow 2-lane road through open fields, they were utterly alone. Much like the parking lot next to the auto parts store, there was a familiarity to this drive. And again Porter told himself this was because Bishop had detailed it in the diary. And much like before, telling himself this didn't quash the feeling that he had made this drive before. When 2 grain silos rolled by outside his passenger window, both painted green and tainted with rust, Porter told himself that he had never seen them before. Yet he knew he had. The little voice in the back of his mind reminded him that there was no mention of grain silos in Bishop's diary. Sarah's blinker came on. Left turn from the blacktop to a gravel road surrounded by weeds as tall as Porter. At one point, this might have been a cornfield, or maybe tobacco or wheat. Mother Nature evicted the crops in lieu of her own a long time ago. Even the stars seemed to have vanished from this place. The sky nothing more than a tapestry of black. And Porter knew if he found the courage to turn off his headlights, he'd be plunged into a darkness thick enough to taste. He made the turn and listened to the gravel crunch under his wheels as he left the pavement. She was at least a 1/4 mile ahead of him now, lost behind several twists and turns, but that didn't matter. He knew where they were going, even if he didn't want to believe that little truth. When the large farmhouse came into view at the end of the gravel road, a looming structure of white clapboard and tin roof, it did so as a monster might climb from a hole in the earth. First with only peaks and chimney, then the second floor, followed by the first and the porch. The front door opened like a mouth, a hint of light beyond, although all the windows appeared dark. As Porter pulled up behind Sarah's empty Lexus, he realized all those windows weren't dark but boarded. The fingers of his headlight beams reached out across the field behind the house and found the barn, or what was left of it. The roof was long gone. Only 3 walls still stood, and those appeared to be balanced precariously against each other. A gust of wind in the wrong direction could take the entire structure down. Porter shut off the BMW, the lights with it, and had left only the glow from that open front door. He found himself on the porch, boards creaking underfoot, without any recollection of leaving the car. Every inch of his skin prickled. His pulse drummed wildly in his neck. He stepped inside and all went quiet, even the cricket song somehow remaining outside. The glow came from candles, dozens of them, placed on various flat surfaces around the house. They'd been burning for some time, and most were about half gone. Sarah hadn't been here long enough to light them. She had to have done that earlier in the night. All the furniture had been covered with white sheets long ago, thick gray dust clinging to the cloth. Porter found her on the other side of an arched doorway, in what could only be the parlor, the room filled with shadows, only a single candle on the stone mantel of the fireplace. Her back was to him. Kneeling, her black coat gone. She wore a white gown of some sort. Her head was bowed, and as he neared, he realized her hands were clasped together, her eyes closed. On a silver serving tray, 3 white boxes were on the floor beside her, several pieces of black string, and a knife. The light of the candle seemed to like that blade. Chapter 91. Claire. Day 6, 1:31 a.m. The mayor was quiet again. Claire was fairly certain he was still in the room next to hers, but he'd stopped crying, and he didn't respond when she called out to him. There was a good chance he was in shock. When the face appeared at her door, black mask with dark glasses beneath, Claire stood, went to the glass, and glared back at him. Her, whatever. "Who the fuck are you?" The head tilted slightly to the right. This slow movement, and a gloved hand raised a water bottle to the window. The bottle rested on the person's palm, and they drew their other hand over the top with their fingers splayed out in a slow caress, like a hand model displaying a product. Then they pointed at Claire and gestured for her to move to the back of the room, away from the door. The last thing Claire wanted to do was obey this piece of shit, but that bottle of water might as well have been a bar of gold dangled in front of an old Arizona miner. Her dry throat ached at the sight of it. Claire stepped back. The person didn't move, only held up the bottle at the window. After a moment, their finger bent slightly, gestured for Claire to get further back. 1 pace from the door. 2, 3. Her fever may have broken, but she was far from healthy. Claire's legs wobbled beneath her. A light sheen of sweat covered her skin. Simple movement felt labored, exhaustive. If she were to jump this person as they came through the door, Claire was under no illusion she would win the struggle which was sure to follow. Now wasn't the time. That finger again pointed toward the back corner of the room. Claire took another step back. The face disappeared for a moment, the click of a lock disengaging. The door slowly swung into the room on squeaky hinges. When the masked figure stepped through the narrow opening, Claire noted the broad shoulders, the flat chest. About 5'10", male, no doubt anymore. Black jeans, black shirt, black gloves, black mask, dark glasses beneath. He held the bottle in his right hand, reached into the small room and placed it on the floor inside the door. From the hallway he retrieved a brown paper sack, set that next to the water bottle, also with his right hand. He didn't have any keys, but in the door itself she spotted the nub of a deadbolt. The hallway floor behind him was tiled, although it appeared very old and distressed. The walls were painted a muted gray. "I'm still in the hospital, aren't I?" The man looked at her, his eyes appearing bug-like behind dark plastic in the mask. But he didn't answer. Instead, he stepped back out into the hallway, closed the door, and twisted the lock. Claire scrambled for the water. Chapter 92. Porter. Day 6, 1:48 a.m. Porter's breath fell from his lips, the air leaving him as if defeated and retreating. As he saw her on the floor like that, perfectly still, he had to remind himself to take in more air, to breathe, because his body had become a traitor, no longer his own, but a separate thing with thoughts and actions of its own. Porter stepped deeper into the room, closer to her. "What is this?" "This is his home, Sam. His home, where he was forced to live after those horrible events in Simpsonville. After we failed to protect him. Our little boy." "He's not our little boy." "He put so much faith in you, as any child would." "I'm not Ensign's father. Don't imply that I am." "He counted on you, looked up to you. You were a hero to him, and instead of rescuing him from this hell, you let him burn. You left all of them to burn." Porter's head was shaking before he realized he had moved at all. He raised both his hands and gestured around the room. "I don't know what any of this is. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember anything." "Try, Sam." "I have. There's nothing there." "But you know this place, don't you? You remember being here? You remember standing in this very room?" She said this without opening her eyes, her hands still clasped. When her voice began to plead, she bit it off, paused for a moment. "Memories are fluid like water. They can disappear into the smallest cracks in a wall, drip by drip, but they never completely vanish. They fester back there, grow mold, until they can no longer be contained. Then they find an opening. They reach for the light. Your memories want to come out. You only need to let them. They're pushing on the backside of those walls. Porter circled her with slow steps, dust from the carpet pluming up with each footfall. When he faced her, he went still. Her eyes opened, and she looked up at him, at his hand resting on the butt of the .38 attached to his belt. Are you going to kill me? Why would I kill you? Like the others, I mean? Porter didn't remember reaching for the weapon, and his hand fell away. He tried not to look at the empty white boxes beside her, at the knife. I haven't killed anyone. At this, she only smiled. Porter knelt down, his voice growing firm. I met you for the first time in New Orleans. I met Anson for the first time in Chicago when I got called in to investigate that bus accident. The victim we thought was 4MK. Whatever you're trying to do here is bullshit. It's a lie. It's you and that kid of yours playing some kind of twisted, fucked-up game, and I refuse to be part of it. Her smile grew. Sam, you've been playing the game longer than any of us. His face grew red. What happened to Anson's father? His real father? He was shot, Sam. In the head. Like it said in the diary, Sam interjected. Not like in the diary, she replied. Not like that diary at all. Blowing out a breath, Sam got to his feet. Why the hell are you doing this? Sarah unclasped her hands. Do you remember the last time you stood in this room? I've never been in this room. She nodded toward a chair on his left. Pull the sheet from that armchair, Sam. Why? Because your memories want to get out. Can't you hear them? Porter shook his head, frustration mounting. He reached for the dusty sheet and tugged the cloth away, let it fall to the floor in a crumpled pile. The armchair was a yellow wingback, tufted velvet with stubby wooden legs. At the center of the seat cushion, up one arm and covering nearly half the backrest, was a dark brown stain. Someone had made an attempt to scrub it out, but Porter knew this was the kind of thing you couldn't wash away. Whoever had worked on the stain only managed to spread it out, creating deep swirling patterns. With this much blood, all you could do was strip it away, burn the material, start over. Cover it with a sheet and forget. His mind whispered back. Some things are better forgotten. Something horrible happened here. That much blood. The couch, too, Sarah said softly. Before she even had the words out, Porter was pulling away that sheet, the dust rising around him, tickling his eyes and nose. The stains on the couch were far worse than the chair. The cushions had been soaked so deeply he found himself looking to the sides of the couch to determine the original color, because that deep brown had found its way into every crease and crevice on top, and there was no denying someone had died there. Multiple someones had died there. This was too much for only one. He'd been to enough crime scenes to understand that. Porter reached for another sheet, and when he pulled that one away, he found a broken wooden chair beneath, also stained in death. The next sheet revealed an old roll-top desk, covered in utility bills, the paper and desktop streaked with the remains of some horrific event. Taking the candle down from the fireplace mantel, Porter held it to the walls and realized the splatter extended even there, drips and lines, and the more he looked, the worse it got. What he first thought were intricate patterns in the wallpaper were something terrible. The room screamed of death, a long-ago massacre. Porter wanted to ask her what happened here, but he choked on the words. He forced out, "They killed Stocks upstairs. That's where the diaries I have end. What happened after that? What happened here?" At first, Sarah didn't reply, and when he finally turned back to her, she was no longer kneeling on the floor. She'd risen to her feet and moved to the arched doorway. "Father, forgive me," she said softly. "What?" The word came out harsh, his throat filled with dust. "When I asked him, that's all he would tell me. 'Father, forgive me,'" she said. "He carved the same words on the top of that desk. He said you may have forgotten, but he wasn't willing to, regardless of how much it hurt." Porter reached for the desk and pulled the roll top down, the words glaring at him from cherry-stained mahogany. Maybe the only place in the room not touched by blood. Chapter 93. Pool. Day 6, 2:29 a.m. The address on Porter's file was a rural farmhouse about 30 minutes outside Charleston. Still in the FBI communications truck, en route back to the Chicago field office, Poole and Hurless loaded up satellite images. There wasn't much to see. Even from the distant aerial shots, the place appeared abandoned. County records indicated the property comprised nearly 20 acres. There was a main house and the remains of a barn set back in an open field. Poole's cell phone had come to life on a tower near that farmhouse. Hurless read the data to Poole aloud as it came in. "It's been nearly a decade since anyone had the power on out there. Plot data says the property's got a well for water. Last crop record said they farmed wheat, but that dates back nearly 2 decades. Nothing current." The deed was in the name of Sam Porter. He bought the place 17 years ago and looks like he left it empty, unless he's running a generator out there for electric. "He was in Chicago by then," Poole pointed out. "Doesn't make sense. I've got a small cabin on a lake up in Wisconsin I visit in the summer," Hurless pointed out. "Nobody buys a farm as a vacation house. Maybe plan to retire there." "Maybe," Poole sighed. "Or maybe this is like the place in Simpsonville." Porter claimed Bishop falsified the records. An FBI tech who was seated in a chair bolted to the floor across from them removed her headphones and turned to Hurless. "Sir, I think you'll want to see this." She pointed at a frozen video on a computer monitor. "This is airing live right now on Channel 7. She twisted a volume knob, and sound came from the van speakers mounted in the ceiling. Poole recognized the reporter as Lizeth Loudon, a local fixture. "A source within the department who wishes to remain anonymous has told us Bishop claimed innocence, saying that his involvement in the case was as a pawn in a sting operation perpetrated by Detective Nash's partner, Detective Sam Porter. Before any of this could be confirmed, a security malfunction somehow led to the disappearance of both Anson Bishop and Detective Porter. While Detective Porter's whereabouts are still unknown, we just received the following message from Anson Bishop." Loudon went quiet, staring at the camera. The shot switched from her to one of Bishop in a video that appeared to have been shot with a cell phone. "I don't know who else to go to. I'm not sure who I can trust anymore. When they took me to Metro, I explained everything to the FBI. Everything. I thought they could protect me, keep me safe. This is bigger than Porter, though. He's working with other people. Somehow those people triggered the sprinklers in the building, all the doors unlocked, everything, all at once." Bishop ran his hand through his hair in frustration, then looked back at the camera. "Porter tried to kill me. I think he created the distraction, him and the people he's working with. I managed to get out, but I had to run, hide. I don't know what else to do, who I can trust. I was in federal custody, and he still almost killed me. Porter won't stop until I'm dead. I know that now." He looked to the ground for a moment, then back at the camera. "I'm going to turn myself into you, the press, the people of Chicago. I'm not sure what else I can do. I'll be at the Guyon Hotel at 6 in the morning. I don't think Porter would kill me in public, not in front of a crowd. I want the FBI there, U.S. Marshals, anyone who can protect me and safely bring me in. All of you, anyone. My only safety is in numbers. I'll only be safe with you. If Detective Sam Porter finds me first, I know I'm dead. I don't know if anyone in law enforcement can be trusted. I'll do what I can to stay alive, but I need help. I need your help. If I don't show up, you'll know it's because he found me first, or the people he's working with did. Nothing else will keep me from there. Nothing." Bishop's face froze, still looking at the camera. The image returned to the live shot of Lizeth Loudon and panned back several feet to reveal that she was standing outside in a parking lot, a large building looming behind her, snow drifting down and catching the bright lights from her camera crew. She turned slightly and gestured back. The Guyon Hotel is a 1927 Moorish revival in West Garfield at 4000 West Washington, an area of town that has seen severe decline over the past several years. The one-time home of WFMT and Benny Goodman has been in a constant state of disrepair, and while it has changed hands numerous times in attempts at revitalization, all have failed. In the 80s, the Guyon even hosted President Jimmy Carter while he was in the area working with Habitat for Humanity. Shortly after that, An attempt to convert the hotel to low-income housing was made, but that didn't pan out either. Since 2005, this once spectacular Chicago hotel has changed hands at least 4 times but has remained abandoned. Preservation Chicago, the organization behind the renovated Rosenwald apartments, believes they can turn the building around, but their efforts have yet to be realized. The camera zoomed back in on Loudon's face. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. 2 days ago, former Metro Detective Sam Porter was apprehended in this building and taken into federal custody. He later escaped and is still at large. I personally plan to stay here at the Guion and wait for Anson Bishop to turn himself in at 6 this morning, approximately 3.5 hours from now. I welcome all our viewers to join me. We'll see this developing story through to the end together. If you do come out, I advise you to dress warm. You may also want to consider bringing food and water. There are only a handful of businesses supporting this neighborhood, and most likely they will not be able to handle an influx of visitors, particularly at this hour. Hurlis was pale. Oh, Christ. There will be a mob, all gunning for the police. He's trying to turn the public on us. Hurlis shouted up to the driver. We're moving base. Get us over to the Guion Hotel in West Garfield. He turned back to Poole. I'll build a perimeter and get our people in place on this end. I want you to reach out to Granger. His team is closest to that farmhouse. Get him on the phone. I want him out there. Poole nodded. Taking out his own phone, Hurlis added, You disobeyed a direct order by leaving town. When this is over, you will answer for that. Don't think you won't. He turned his back on him, holding on to the ceiling with his free hand as the van lurched forward. Chapter 94. Porter. Day 6, 2:02 a.m. 5, 4, 3. Porter was still standing at the desk when the woman he knew as Sarah Warner began to count down. Both of them had been silent before that, Porter staring at the words, Father, forgive me, carved into the cover of the roll-top desk, Sarah standing behind him. Several minutes, maybe more, Porter was having trouble tracking things like that, his mind swimming. Then she started counting down. 2, 1. A phone rang. Porter glanced back at her. She smiled. You should get that. The sound came from the desk. He rolled the top up and fished around under the papers and bills, many of them glued together with ages-old blood. The phone didn't look like a disposable. Unknown caller scrolled across the display before ringing for the 3rd time. Taped to the back was one of his old business cards from Charleston PD, faded and covered in grime, the lettering barely legible. Porter's finger shook as he touched the answer button and pressed the phone to his ear. What the fuck is this? Sam, you know how I feel about foul language. I thought we were beyond all that. I don't understand what I'm looking at. Your home, Sam. You're looking at your home. You left a mess behind. I've never... Bishop cut him off. Don't say you've never been there, Sam. That's a lie, even if you're having trouble remembering. You need to see beyond all the lies you've told yourself and find the truth. It's there in your head, somewhere in the back under all the dust. You can bury a bad thing, but those bad things have a tendency to claw their way back out of the dirt. Yours are coming for you, and they're angry. You dismissed us all. You wrote us off. Left us to bleed. I was hurt. We were all hurt, Sam. Sam tried not to look at all the blood. Blood marring nearly every surface of the room. Who died here? In many ways we all did. Where did you get my card? At this, Bishop did not reply. Instead, he said, You, Hilburn, Welderman, Stocks, who knows who else? The corruption and dirt is so thick around all of you, I'm surprised you're able to move. At least Hilburn had the decency to take his own life, pay retribution for his sins. But you went on without remorse. You carved out a life on the backs of the dead, on the backs of tortured children. How many? Do you even know? I don't know what you're talking about, Porter shouted. He hadn't meant to shout. He didn't want to shout. I saw you there, Sam. We all did. Do you feel their eyes on you now? They're all around you. Can you hear them? I know I do. Not a night goes by that I don't hear those voices pleading for help. Over the years, I've gone back to Finicky's little farm and sat in that very room more times than I can count. I cried with them. I gazed upon them. I longed for one more chance to hold Libby in my arms, knowing I never would. And when a miracle came, when I finally did find her, you took her away from me for good. You and your friends tortured her, left her body in complete disgrace in her own filth in that house on McKean Road." He paused for a moment, then said, "Do no evil, Sam. Retribution is at hand. It's time you pay for your sins." From across the room, Sarah watched him, her face expressionless. Although the phone wasn't on speaker, in the otherwise silent room she probably made out most, if not all, of what Bishop said. Porter's eyes fell on the 3 white boxes on the floor, the black string, the knife. That was when she smiled. As if able to see him, Bishop went on. "The boxes aren't for you, Sam. Death would be a mercy of which you are undeserving. The children shall pay for the sins of the father. It's only from that pain that the father will find greater or equal suffering. As with all those before you, it should be a child who dies for you. But you don't have any children, do you, Sam? The only children in your life are those like me, the ones you ran through your little hell house with Finicky and the others. Those children have suffered enough. You do have loved ones, though, don't you? Well, you did." Porter's chest tightened. "Did you kill Heather?" "A wife is not a child, but a loved one nonetheless. Close, but not enough. Not nearly enough." The blood rushed to Porter's head, throbbed at his temples. "Did you kill Heather?" Bishop let out a sigh. "Harnell Campbell planned to rob a convenience store that night. All I did was offer him a ride. Truth be told, I may have left the .38 on the seat, and Harnell appeared quite fond of it. At one point the gun belonged to your friend Stocks, but he hasn't needed it for some time, and good old Harnell said he'd give it a home, so seemed silly not to oblige." "If that's true, why did you kill him?" "Loose end. Father taught me the importance of picking up after myself. He was trash, and my need for him was over." Porter's hand shook. His head buzzed. He nearly dropped the phone. "Heather never hurt anyone," he managed to say. His eyes filled with tears. "Heather was a partial payment on your debt. In several hours you will make good on the rest. Maybe once we're even, once the offering plate is full, we can part ways as friends. But I'll understand if you don't want to. I've lost Libby, Weasel, Vincent, Paul, Tegan, Christina. Who will you lose today?" Porter tried to speak, but he couldn't form the words. The lump in his throat held them all back. "Go to the stairs, Sam. There's something you need to see." Porter didn't want to, but he also knew he had no choice. Without a word, Sarah followed behind him as he crossed the parlor back to the hallway. As he made his way to the landing at the base of the staircase, his legs weak. As it said in the diary, the walls leading to the second floor were covered in framed photographs of children. Boys, girls, all ages. Some smiling, some not. One in particular caught Sam's eye. "You see it, don't you?" He did see it. Porter climbed the steps. The picture was about halfway up, the only one facing backward. On the back of the frame, written in black blocky letters, was WM10 5K and 2 initials. Sam knew what he'd find even before he lifted the frame off the wall and turned it around so he could see the picture. A much younger face, but one he recognized. Oh, God. It couldn't be him. "Your friends hurt the kid bad that night, but he eventually recovered," Bishop said. "Over the years I realized he was the most resourceful of us all. He came back from those horrors of childhood and found a way to help balance the scale, reclaim what had been taken from him, from us all." Porter's eyes were glued to the photograph. "Nobody else has to die. This needs to stop." "I have something of yours, Sam. Something precious," Bishop said. "I tried to get from that farmhouse to the Guyon once to try and save someone. I wasn't fast enough. Let's see if you are. It's so far. I think part of me is rooting for you. Heather always had faith in you. Even as the last breath left her body, she held out hope you'd save her." The line went dead then, and Porter looked down at Sarah, watching him from the bottom step. If only you had a plane, she said. We're late for a flight. I put Poole on the jet. Talbot's people had another brought out to Atlantic Aviation just for you. You know that. Don't lie to me, Sam. Not after all we've been through together. It's beneath you. Porter shook his head and dialed another number. I'm calling the FBI. Anson told me you'd try to do that. Sarah stepped closer and took out her own phone. She cycled through several screens before holding it out to him. He told me you'd throw yourself in front of a bus if you had to. He said when you did, I was to show you this. The video she played was surprisingly clear. Even though the image was shot from behind, Porter recognized Claire. Although muted, he still heard her screaming as she beat on a door with both fists. You're going to power down that phone, and it will stay that way until you touch down in Chicago. Then you can call whoever you want. You try to reach someone sooner, and she's dead. Do you understand? Porter nodded reluctantly. You try to call anyone before you reach Chicago, and not even her boxes will be found. Power it down. Now. He did. Chapter 95. Poole. Day 6, 3:31 a.m. 28 minutes to mobilize Granger's team in Charleston. Another 31 to reach the farmhouse. Nearly 1 hour after Poole made the call. At a little after 3 in the morning, they moved into position as he listened from the FBI communications van, now parked outside the Guyon Hotel. Gwendol, in position. Jordan, in position. Suarez, in position. This is Michelson. I've got a line of sight on the vehicle in the driveway, a silver Lexus, Illinois plate TW84R3. The vehicle appears empty. No lights on inside the house. No sign of anyone. Stay frosty, Granger said. Porter may just be sleeping. They'd already searched the remains of the barn and found nothing. Lone Star 1 in position, north and west face. Lone Star 2 in position, south and east. Full line of sight. Poole knew Lone Star was code for Granger's 2 snipers. Federal snipers didn't use names on communication lines. Based on the satellite photos, they were most likely hidden in the fields, probably found some kind of hill to provide a visual field. All would be wearing night vision equipment, thankful for the cover offered by the last few hours of darkness. Granger returned to the line. Gwendol, you head up. Suarez, you take down. Jordan, you've got the ball. Move on my count. Copy. 3, 2, 1, mark. Federal agents! Someone shouted out. Poole heard the familiar sound of a battering ram, and in his mind's eye, he pictured the scene as Jordan heaved the heavy metal cylinder back and swung toward the door. Wood cracked and gave way with a satisfying crunch. This was followed by 2 loud bangs, concussion grenades, no doubt heaved into the house from the opening, and the stomp of running feet. More shouts. Hallway clear! Stairs clear! Dining room clear! Bedrooms 1 and 2 clear! Parlor, don't move! Don't move! Remaining bedrooms, bathroom clear! Suarez, Granger said. What do you have? No response. Suarez? Nothing. Gwendol, back downstairs. Check on Suarez. Suarez, then. Parlor, clear. I've got a body here. Female. Oh, man. He retched, his bone-conducting microphone picking up the sound with crisp detail. This is Jordan. Suarez is indisposed. We've got a female. 30s, 40s, difficult to tell. Short brown hair. She's wearing a white dress, thin material, almost looks like a nightgown. Someone carved her up. It's bad. Missing eye and ear. Looks like her tongue, too. I've got 3 white boxes sealed with black string. I'll leave those for CSI to open. Cause of death appears to be a slit throat. There's a butcher knife on the floor beside the body. They used something else on her, too. Maybe a scalpel, something with a fine tip. They carved her up. Wrote all over her face, neck, arms, all exposed skin. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, do no evil. We'll have to ID her from prints or dental. That's not all, though. We've got blood all over this room. Old, not from her. Under the dust, might be years old. Something else. Somebody carved, Father, forgive me, in the top of a desk in his room. I don't see any wood shavings. Hard to tell if it's recent or not. Granger, this is Gwendol. I found blood in one of the upstairs bedrooms as well. Old, too, like down here. Not a recent crime. There's a lot, though. Very possibly fatal. Poole unmuted his phone. Is there any salt on or around the body? Around the other blood spots? Salt? On her skin, her clothes, anything at all? Stand by. Jordan came back a moment later. No visible sign of salt. I don't think she's been dead for very long. She's still warm. Her blood is fresh. Any sign of Porter? Lone Star 1 and 2, Granger said. Any exterior movement? Negative. Nothing. Gwendol here again. The walls in this place are covered with pictures of kids. I found one frame on the landing leading upstairs. There's a lot of dust in here, and judging by the smudges on the glass, it's been handled recently. Can you send me a photograph? Poole asked. Hang on. A moment later, Poole's phone chirped. When he looked at the image of the young boy on the screen, he felt the blood drain from his face. Chapter 96. Porter. Day 6, 2:16 a.m. Porter drove as Sarah Werner sat silently in the seat beside him, face forward, hands clasped in her lap. When he tried to speak, nothing came out. He couldn't close his eyes, not even for a second. When he did, he saw Claire beating on that door. He saw Heather looking back at him, a questioning look on her face. Porter had never been able to lie to her, even about the smallest thing. She'd give him that look, and he'd melt. She'd pluck the truth out of him without the need to utter a sound. I've never been inside that house, not before tonight, Porter finally managed to say aloud. He said this not only to the image of Heather in his mind, but to himself, to the woman sitting beside him. You mean you don't remember setting foot inside that house before tonight? Sarah replied, her eyes on the broken yellow line rushing under their SUV. We both know just how faulty your memory is, Sam. You've got a lifetime locked away up there. You read the file from Dr. Wittenberg. Porter frowned. How do you know about that? I didn't tell you. Sarah smiled. I know a lot of things. Wittenberg's file is bullshit. Is it? According to that file, you're not even real. You're some imaginary person my screwed-up brain created, some kind of ghost in the machine. Sarah smiled again, but said nothing. Nearly 2 minutes passed before Porter spoke again. Are you real? Sarah reached over and took Porter's right hand. She placed it over her breast. Do I feel real? He pulled away. Stop that. If I'm not real, it means you killed the real Sarah Werner back in New Orleans. You shot her in the head and left her to rot on a couch. Do you remember doing that, Sam? Maybe to cover more of your past? I haven't killed anyone. You keep saying that, but that doesn't make it true. I'm trying. Trying what? I'm trying to remember, but that part of my life is so cloudy, Porter told her. It's like trying to remember an old movie that played on the television in the corner of the room while you were also reading a book. Background noise, barely there. When I reach for those thoughts, they pull back, sink a little further in the muck. In his file, Dr. Wittenberg said your brain was trying to protect you, shielding your conscious memory from the horrible events of your past, things you did, but you weren't willing to accept. Maybe that's the answer. You need to accept what you did, make peace with your actions, and that cloud will lift. She paused for a second, then added, You remembered what happened in the alley. The rest is there too. Porter hadn't told her that. Hadn't mentioned the alley at all. He was sure of that. I remember. But what did he remember? Porter said, I remember chasing after that kid, Weasel. I remember parking on Cumberland, cornering him in the alley, running after him. The dealer Hilburn had been trying to collar for months. He what? Hurry, they're coming, Porter mumbled, more to himself. Why were you in that alley, Sam? I was chasing Weasel. Were you? Porter reached for the phone sitting in the center console. You're not allowed to call anyone, Sarah told him. You do, and your friends will die. You need to remember that. We're watching you, Sam. Don't even for a second ever believe you're alone today. Porter wasn't trying to make a call. He had turned the phone over and was looking at the business card taped to the back. Where did Ensign get this? There's the airport, up there on the left, Sarah said. Chapter 97. Claire. Day 6, 3:39 a.m. The brown paper sack contained a Snickers bar, an orange, and a package of peanut butter crackers. Not exactly the meal of champions, but far better than the nothingness that filled Claire's belly earlier. She gobbled the food down, saving the orange for last, washed everything down with about half the water, and tried not to eat so fast that the food came back up. Claire was halfway through the meal before she realized she had been hungry, and she knew that was a good sign. A few hours earlier, she had no desire to eat. Her stomach twisted and churned and ached, and the idea of putting any food in there just made her feel sicker. Being hungry was good. When she finished, Claire went back to the vent. "Are you there?" At first there was no reply. She didn't hear anything from the room beside her. When the mayor did speak, his voice was meek. "Yeah. Did he give you anything to eat?" "It's a woman, not a he. Describe her for me." The mayor blew out a breath. "I don't know. She looked young. At first I thought 20s or 30s, but she may be older than that. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Dark brown hair, shoulder length." "How tall?" "About a foot shorter than me." Claire rolled her eyes. "How tall are you?" 6 foot. So she was only 5 feet tall? "No, taller than that. Maybe 5'4", 5'5". "Tell me about her breasts." "Seriously? You swing that way, detective?" Claire really wanted to hurt this man. "Does she have breasts, the woman who took you, the one who just gave you food?" "Of course she does. Nice ones. She knew how to show them off in that black slinky dress she was wearing. I like a lady who appreciates her own body." "Was she wearing a black slinky dress just now?" "Huh? No, jeans, black shirt and that crazy mask." "Was she 5'4" or taller?" The mayor fell silent for a moment. "I know it was her yesterday, even with the mask on. But you're right. This might have been someone different. Maybe a guy, I don't know. They cut off my goddamn ear. Cut out my eye. You can't expect me to take detailed notes." Claire glanced around her room, then leaned back into the vent. "Do you have anything in your room we can use as a weapon? Anything at all?" "What about you? What do you have?" "There's nothing in here," she said. He moved closer. Through the vent, Claire saw his shadow momentarily block the vent. She heard him slump down against the wall. Softly, he said, "I found a nail." "Give it to me." "Away!" "You want to get out of here, right? Pass it over to me, through the vent." "Find your own nail. Why would I give you mine?" When Claire didn't answer, he added, "I'm using it to pick the lock. If your lock is like mine, it's a deadbolt. You'll need at least 2 nails to get the lock open, and a nail is too thick for lock-picking. If you're going to improvise, you need something like a paperclip to work the pins and a metal nail file to turn the tumbler." "Well, I don't have either of those things, so I'm using the nail." "If I had the nail," Claire said, "I'd stab him in the neck with it, gouge out his fucking face, then I'd walk out of here, unlock your door, and get you out too. Get you some help. But if you'd rather fool around with the lock, you keep on that. Come and get me out when you're done. You better hurry, though. If he already took your ear and your eye, he's coming for your tongue next. I can't imagine a politician without a tongue would do too well." From the vent, Claire heard metal clink. When she looked down, the tip of a rusty nail was sticking through. "Grab it before I drop it." Claire did. The nail was long, about 4 inches. That was good. She started on her shoelaces then, took both from her shoes, and coiled them up in her hand. Chapter 98. Porter. Day 6, 2:18 a.m. Located off Charleston Air Force Base, Atlantic Aviation occupied several buildings and had 2 runways at their disposal. At this hour, most of the facility appeared deserted. Porter was waved through security and ushered toward a waiting Gulfstream. Unlike the previous jet, this one did not have the Talbot Enterprises logo on the tail. Aside from an identification number, there were no markings on the plane at all. Running lights were on. The engines were humming. A man in a pilot's uniform stood by the stairs and pointed Porter toward 2 other parked SUVs. The co-pilot, from his previous flight. The expression on his face was clearly one of concern. He opened Porter's door even before he had a chance to shut down the motor. He shouted over the idling jet. "The feds are monitoring all of Talbot's assets. We're borrowing this plane from a friend. I can get you back to Chicago, but I can't guarantee nobody will be waiting for us when we land." "I don't want to get Emery in any trouble," Porter told him. He still had the phone in his hand, and he shoved it into his pocket. The pilot grabbed Porter by the shoulder and steered him toward the steps leading up into the plane. "Even if they figure out the shell game, they won't trace it back to Emery. She's clean." "And you?" "I'm just a hired hand, just following orders received via email forwarded through a dozen accounts. They try to trace that back, they'll just get caught up in a sticky web. I'm not worried. I'll just plead ignorance." He nodded up into the plane. "I had those photos developed. They're inside. Get in there and buckle up. We need to move." "Her too. She's with me," Porter said, turning around on the steps. The pilot followed his gaze, a puzzled look on his face. "Who?" Sarah was gone. Chapter 99. Nash, Day 6, 5:01 a.m. "This is where you worked?" Nash stood in the small office that Klazowski and Claire had used at Stroger Hospital. He was weak, but better. The nurse in the ER wasn't thrilled when he pulled the catheter from his arm. She was even less thrilled when he got out of bed and told her he was leaving. She threatened to call security, and Nash told her, "Good, but hurry. Tell them to meet me in the cafeteria where they're holding everyone. Nobody leaves. Nobody." On the way, Claus had told him what he could, ran through everything that had happened. They'd stopped in the small office down the hall from the cafeteria. Part of him hoped they'd find Claire in the room, resting, recuperating, or simply passed out, but there was no sign of her. Nash dialed Espinoza from SWAT for the third time, but the call didn't go through. "Cell service in this place is horrible," he grumbled. "They're right outside the doors of the hospital. Faster just to walk there," Claus told him, already pushing out the door. When they reached the cafeteria, Nash felt his face flush with anger. The cafeteria was empty. He picked up a plastic chair and threw it across the room. "God damn it!" Tables were pushed aside. Trash littered the floor. It looked like someone had set off a bomb, but the room itself was empty. "We couldn't hold them, not after the CDC lifted the containment ban." Nash turned to find a bald black man in his 50s standing near a bank of elevators. "Who the hell are you?" "Jerome Stout, head of hospital security." Stout walked up and offered his hand, but Nash didn't take it. It turned back to the empty room. "You let whoever took her walk out of here, do you realize that? You let someone who killed at least 2 people in your hospital on your watch walk out of here," Nash said. "If something happens to her, if she's hurt in any way, it's on you." "I had no choice. I'm following orders, same as you. This is a hospital, not a prison. And we came damn close to a riot keeping everyone here as long as we did. We've got names on everyone, contact information." Nash brushed a hand through his hair. "Oh, I'm glad you took attendance." An elevator dinged, and 3 security guards came out. From another hallway on the opposite side of the cafeteria, someone was shouting. Anthony Warnick. There were at least a dozen Metro officers behind him, along with 2 men in full SWAT gear, Espinoza and Thomas. Espinoza was pale but looked better than the last time Nash had seen him. "We found your 2 missing officers. Both were in the ER since last night. I spent a few hours there myself, but I'm feeling better now." Nash said, "Any sign of Claire?" Espinoza shook his head. "Hurlis told us to conduct a room-by-room search. He's coordinating with the feds, and the consensus is whoever is behind this is using the hospital as ground zero. They think the mayor is here too. Unless you want to handle things differently, we'll start on the top floor and work our way down. I've got people stationed at all the exits. We're confirming IDs on everyone." "So the people who were in here?" "We've got records on everyone. Nobody slipped through. You've got my word on that." Nash squeezed the man's shoulder. "Thank you." Espinoza nodded and turned toward the large group behind him. "Every room, every closet, under every bed. I want every inch of this building searched. Nothing is off limits. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You have any trouble, you touch base with me." "Comms don't work well," Nash pointed out. Stout said, "That's always been a problem here. It's all the equipment." He pointed at the wall to his left. "See those red phones? You'll find them throughout the hospital. They're direct lines to my office up in security. Use those, and I'll help coordinate everyone from there. I can patch you into each other. Use the intercom, whatever you need." "Understood," Espinoza said. He eyed Nash for a moment, then went on with hesitation. There's one other thing, and this one's tough, no easy way to say it. Recent evidence suggests the person responsible for the deaths here at the hospital, the missing mayor and our missing detective, is working directly with Detective Sam Porter and may be responsible for additional deaths attributed to the 4MK investigation. Keep your guard up and your vigilance high. Several murmurs passed through the crowd. Everyone here knew Sam. Go! Espinosa shouted. Fast and organized. Everyone stay sharp. The group scrambled. Some went to the elevators. Others took the stairs. Within 30 seconds, Claus and Nash were alone with Warnick. I'm under orders to stick with you, Warnick told him. The mayor remains the priority. Nash ignored him and turned to Claus. Show me exactly where Claire was seen last. Chapter 100. Porter. Day 6, 5:04 a.m. Porter turned the last page of Bishop's diary for the third time and swore softly. He needed to know what happened after they killed Stocks. None of it made sense. He'd gone back and reread the pages several times during the flight, hoping something there would jog his memory. Nothing had, though. He looked around the empty cabin. We're watching you, Sam. Don't even for a second ever believe you're alone today. Fuck you, Sarah. You and your kid. She ran off. Had to. Unwilling to risk falling into custody. At least that's what Porter told himself a couple hours ago as the jet rolled down the runway and went airborne. He'd stared out the window. She'd been down there somewhere, crouching between the vehicles, maybe still in the BMW, hiding, waiting for them to leave. He wasn't willing to accept the alternative. He wouldn't go there. I'm not crazy. Hearing the words aloud did nothing to make it feel any less true. In fact, the moment the words left his lips, Porter found himself looking around the private cabin to see if anyone had heard him. He rubbed at both his temples. I just need to get some sleep. That aloud didn't sound any less crazy. From the tray at his side, he ate the last piece of bacon. There'd been a full breakfast waiting for him. 3 poached eggs, 2 English muffins, bacon, sausage, orange juice, and a carafe of dark roast coffee. He hoped the meal would help, but he still had the worst headache, a grinding pain behind both his eyes, as if someone were reaching into his skull and attempting to wring the memories from his brain. His leg bounced, an involuntary nervous tic of some sort. More than once, he'd consciously shut the movement down, only to find his leg bouncing again several minutes later. As the jet began to descend through the clouds, he worked his jaw to minimize the popping in his ears. They'd be on the ground soon. He needed a plan. The photographs sat atop their envelope on the small table next to him. About 3 dozen in total. The first few were of several young girls, posing provocatively, pouting at the camera in one, giggling or laughing in another, tugging at the edges of their clothing. Most likely these were Tegan and Christina, but he had no way to know for sure. He didn't recognize either of them. There was a shot of Anson, too, young, 14 or 15 at most. He stood next to a young girl, the tips of their fingers touching slightly, her eyes on the camera, his watching something behind. Porter recognized the parlor back at the farmhouse, the furniture, the couch, desk in the corner. Bright sunlight streaming in from an unseen window. No blood. Not yet. Soon, though. This was most likely Libby. Several bruises were visible on her left arm, up near the elbow. Nearly healed, but still there. There was a shot of Paul Upchurch making a silly face for the camera. He was unrecognizable from the man Porter was familiar with. The boy in the photo was young, vibrant, alive. Nothing like the shell of the man back in Chicago. Bald head and a ghastly scar. Porter paused there, that photo still in his hand. He'd never met Paul Upchurch. Not as a child, not as an adult. How could he know what the man looked like in the end? He shook it off. Nash had told him, or maybe it was Poole. So much had happened recently. Everything was a blur. Wait, it was Bishop who told him, back in the lobby of the Guyon. Then Porter had called Claire, told him about Upchurch's condition, repeated what Bishop told him anyway. He'd never actually seen Upchurch, but his mind must have conjured an image based on those conversations. There was a picture of Finicky. Porter did recognize her, but she was younger in the shot. He knew her as the woman pretending to be Bishop's mother, the woman he and Sarah had broken out of prison only to watch Bishop execute in cold blood. "Now we're even," Bishop had told her. The next 3 photographs were of the girls again, Tegan and Christina. They were nude in the first one, their limbs intertwined in a bed with a green comforter in a room with pale yellow walls. Far too young. They both looked at the camera, and while they attempted to appear enticing, the fear in both was there too, a pleading in their eyes. Tegan was in the image that followed. This time she was draped over the shoulders of a man. He was naked too. At first, Porter didn't recognize him. His hair was longer, and there was no gray. Far from in shape, he was still at least 40 pounds lighter than the man Porter knew. But it was him. It was certain now. Depending on the year the photo was taken, he was either an alderman or still in private practice. Corporate law, from what Porter remembered. He'd never really followed politics. There was no date stamp on the pictures. These were taken long before the man was sworn into Chicago's highest office. But Porter was sure it was him, their current mayor. He was probably in his 30s here. Tegan and Christina would have been 15, maybe 16. Mayor Barry Milton was with Christina in the next shot. His hands were bound together with a leather strap, some kind of gag in his mouth. She was behind him. Porter put the picture aside. He couldn't look at that. There were more. They were worse. Young boys, young girls. Porter couldn't look at those either. They made his stomach churn. He recognized the man in the next photograph as well. Not at first. Likely the mayor. He was much younger here, with a full head of hair, no glasses. But why would he be in Charleston? Possibly traveling with the mayor? For this? Maybe. How long had they known each other? How far back did they go? Porter had no idea. The man was sitting on the edge of a bed, brushing the hair of a young boy dressed in a black suit. Porter's stomach lurched again. He wanted to put a bullet through the man's skull. Then he had an idea. He found a pen on the table at his side, sitting in a slight recess to prevent it from rolling away. Porter uncapped the pen, scribbled a note on the back of the picture, and folded it down the middle before slipping it into his pocket. The last 5 photographs were different from the others. These were shot from a lower angle. They weren't in focus. The subjects of the shots weren't necessarily centered or even completely in frame. These felt as if the photographer was holding the camera at his or her side and thumbed the shutter without looking through the viewfinder. Candid shots. Hilburn. He was standing next to his van smoking a cigarette, no denying it was him. Another of the Carriage House Inn motel. A photographer walking toward the West End. The next was a shot of the parking lot across the street from the motel, the one Porter had been standing in just hours ago. McDonald's on one side, the auto parts store on the other. A patrol car parked there on the left side of the image. The final picture might have been the worst of them all. As Porter held the image in his hand, he found it hard to draw air into his lungs, as if his body no longer wanted to breathe. Blurry, slightly out of focus. This last photograph was one of him, staring angrily at the camera. Chapter 101. Nash. Day 6, 5:07 a.m.
According to Stout, Claire most likely took these stairs. She went to the cafeteria to deal with something. Then he called her and asked her to come up to his office. The CDC had the elevators locked down, so she would have had to take the stairs. These are the closest,
Claus said, his voice echoing in the stairwell. Nash looked up and down.
What did Stout want?
Claus sighed.
I'm sorry, I should have asked that. I didn't think about it.
With the flashlight on his phone, Nash studied the door frame and the floor, running the beam in a grid pattern over every surface, but didn't find anything. Warnick paced across the tile behind them. You're wasting time.
You're a tool.
Nice, Warnick chuffed. With that video of you kicking Bishop in heavy rotation, you're going to need a friend like me. I'm not someone you want to piss on.
I'm not into that kinky shit, so quit fishing around, asshole.
Nash tilted his head up again, then asked Claus, "What's your read on that Stout guy? You think he could be involved?"
What, like he lured her to the stairs so he could hurt her?
Yeah. Claus bit his lip as he thought this over.
He's former Metro. Seems like he was a good cop. But I guess that doesn't.
His voice trailed off.
I should have checked him out, vetted him, but I just didn't think about it. He obviously knows this hospital. He's someone who could have taken her and got her somewhere unseen for sure. He knew the 2 hospital victims, but so did half the staff. What's his motive, though? I'm not sure why he'd take her.
Maybe she saw something. Got a little too close. This seemed to rattle Claus.
At this point, I know more about the case than she does. He may come after me.
We can only hope.
I need a gun,
Claus said. I've seen you shoot. You've got no business with a gun. Nash paused for a moment, then turned to Warnick. Are you carrying a gun? Warnick took several steps back. He's not taking mine. What do you have? .380. Are you licensed? Show me a license. Of course. The moment Warnick reached for his back pocket, Nash pounced. Leading with his elbow, he slammed into Warnick's stomach, knocking the air out of him. With his free hand, he reached under the man's jacket, got the gun, and pressed the barrel under Warnick's chin. Warnick dropped his wallet and reached for Nash's arm with both hands. Nash dug the barrel deeper into the other man's skin. Don't! Warnick's hands fell to his side. He tried to speak, but nothing came out. Klosowski's eyes were wide.
I don't need a gun, Nash. It's fine. Let him keep it.
Nash leaned in closer to Warnick, twisting the .380. 203, WF-15, 3K, LM. What does that mean to you? Warnick said nothing. Nash thumbed off the safety. When I asked the woman at Carmine's Pizza about it, she told me to ask you, so I'm asking you. What does it mean? Warnick slowly caught his breath. If he was even slightly frightened, he didn't show any outward sign. What do you think it means? White female, 15 years old, $3,000 with the initial LM. Maybe Libby McKinley, Nash told him. Someone is selling kids. How do you know what it means? Warnick said calmly. Because I work in law enforcement, and I've seen this kind of thing far more often than anyone should. Warnick tried to nod, but the gun under his chin made the movement difficult. And I know what it means because I work for the mayor's office, and we monitor everything law enforcement does. I see the same reports you do. More, actually. Human trafficking in this city is a problem. I think you're part of the problem. I think you're profiting from it. Well, you're wrong about that. I think the mayor is profiting from it, too. That's why Bishop took him and left the photos. Bishop didn't leave the photos. The woman working with Porter did. If the mayor was part of something like that, I'd know about it. He's not. Why would some two-bit madam running an escort service tell me you were? Warnick waved dismissively, sucked in a little more air. Because she's a two-bit madam running an escort service. She knows my name, knows you would know my name, so she threw a bone in your direction to get you off her back. This is someone who has spent a lifetime manipulating men. She's good at it. She played you, detective. She played on your stupidity and misplaced judgment. You just can't see that. The two men stared at each other for nearly a minute, neither willing to break eye contact. Nash finally lowered the gun. I'm giving this to Claus because I don't trust you. I will figure out how you're involved in all this, and I'll take you down. You try something stupid, and I'll shoot you myself. I would absolutely love to shoot you, so please give me a reason. Warnick leaned closer and straightened his jacket. Are you done? Nash flicked the safety back on and handed the gun to Claus. Claus pinched it between two fingers.
Seriously?
Tuck it in your pants and try not to shoot yourself. You may need it. Claus stared at the weapon for a moment. First put it down the front of his pants, shuffled awkwardly, then moved the gun to his back, slipping it under his belt so it stayed in place.
This isn't very comfortable.
Nash ignored him and looked back up the stairwell. Could Stout have left the hospital and gotten back inside unnoticed? Could anyone? Claus quit fiddling with the gun and attempted to stand up straight.
That was Claire's first thought, too. She brought up those old bootlegging tunnels under the city and said Bishop used them to move around undetected for years. She searched the basement, but didn't find anything.
She searched the basement? Alone?
Well, no. Stout was with her, 2 or 3 security guards, and a maintenance guy she said worked down there. Ernest Scoe, I think his name was. They all looked. If Stout or one of the security guards is involved, they might have just pretended to look, maybe even steered her clear of a tunnel until she gave up. I suppose.
Nash nodded at Warnick and pointed down the stairs.
You first.
Warnick frowned. Then give me my gun back.
You can either walk down or I can push you. Your call.
How do I know you're not working with Porter and planning on killing me down there? Nash smiled.
That's an excellent suggestion. I like where your head's at. Or maybe we'll find your mayor. Either way, you're going first. There's no way you're walking behind us.
Your career is so over, Warnick finally said, before turning and starting down the steps. Chapter 102. Claire. Day 6, 5:12 a.m.
Goddamn baby Jesus, son of a whore! Come on!
Claire jumped for the 4th time and missed for the 4th time.
What are you doing in there?
The mayor said, his voice muffled. Claire glanced over at the vent, swore under her breath, then turned her attention back to the fluorescent light fixture above her. She jumped again, swung, and missed.
Fuck me,
she grumbled. She'd taken her shoelaces and tied them together to make one long rope. Holding one end in each hand, she swung the giant looped lace above her head and tried to catch it around the corner of the light fixture. There was only about a half-inch of space between the fixture and the ceiling, and the laces kept missing, sliding over the metal or falling short. The ceilings here were about 10 or 11 feet. She tried again. Again. Her strength was far from normal, and she was beginning to feel like she might pass out. She bent over for a moment, rested her hands on her knees, and drew in a deep breath. Claire closed her eyes, forced her brain to visualize the lace flying through the air just right, catching the light fixture. She pictured this over and over, and when she felt she had it perfect in her head, she counted down from 3 and tried again. And missed.
Damn it!
She shouted. The mayor must have been watching her through the vent, because he said,
You're swinging too fast. Instead of swinging when you push off, wait a half beat, then try. What? I can see it. You're jumping and swinging at the same time. You're swinging too fast and not getting enough height. You're close, but you keep coming up a little short.
Claire sighed, bent at the knees again, coiled the lace.
Put the lace behind your back, then swing it up over your head, like you're jumping rope.
Claire turned to the vent. Anything else?
Nope, that should do it.
Knees still bent, Claire positioned the long lace behind her back, one end in each hand, like jumping rope. She pushed off the ground, waited, and swung the lace up from behind her back, up over her head. The loop caught the top of the light, in the small space between the fixture and the ceiling, and when she came back to the ground, she pulled the fixture with her. She felt the screws tear from the drywall, felt the fixture swing down in a heavy arch, and somehow managed to get below it as it swung down and toward the door, cracked against it and swung back, suspended above the ground on a long coil of wires. One of the fluorescent tubes shattered with the pop of a gunshot. The other flickered momentarily but remained in place, remained lit. Dust rained down from above, and Claire coughed.
Told you,
the mayor said.
Now what?
Claire reached up and steadied the swinging fixture. She studied the way it was wired. Her father had been an electrician, and when she was younger, he'd drag her to the various side projects he'd pick up on nights and weekends to help make ends meet beyond his work with Carmichael Electric. Typically little jobs for people around the neighborhood. $50 here, $100 there. Every bit helped. Claire had hated it. She'd much rather have spent that time with her friends. Growing up on the South Side, the last place her father wanted her was out with friends. He'd put her to work sometimes, taught her the basics, and while she wasn't a fan at the time, she was grateful as she grew older and realized she was perfectly capable of understanding and performing many of the tasks people like her neighbors would hire out to people like her father. Looking down at the backside of the fluorescent light fixture, she found exactly what she expected. The 2 4-foot bulbs were wired in series, and the electrician who installed the fixture had left a substantial amount of spare wire coiled at the top on the off chance someone would want to reposition the fixture somewhere else in the room at some later date. Splitting the wire would require the installation of a junction box, but this was cleaner and safer. The fixture itself also had nearly 8 feet of wiring inside. More than enough. Claire traced the white wire through the fixture, found the soldered connection, and tore it free. The light went dark, and the room was lit only by light streaming in through the small window in the metal door. There was a metal hook centered at the top of the door, meant to hold a jacket. Claire squeezed the tip of the wire between the door and hook, then wrapped the long shoelace around both as tight as she could to secure both in place. Because the door opened into the room, there was enough slack in the wire. The hook was above the window, so she was fairly certain her handiwork was not visible from the outside. She went back to the light fixture and pulled out the black wire. She tugged out as much slack as she could, managed to stretch it to the floor. With the mayor's nail in hand, Claire took off her shoe, knelt down on the ground, and used the shoe to pound the nail into a crack in the floor. Not all the way, just enough so it was standing straight up and immobile, about a foot in front of the door. She then took the black wire from the light and coiled the exposed copper around the nail head. Returning to the light fixture, still dangling from the ceiling by several screws and torn drywall, Claire grabbed both sides and yanked it down. She placed it in the corner off to the left of the door, out of sight.
"What exactly are you doing in there? I can't see," the mayor asked.
"Creating a circuit. The black wire is hot and the white wire is neutral. The door is metal, so it should conduct electricity. If this works, when he opens the door and the frame of the door contacts the nail with black wire, the circuit should complete. As long as he's still holding the doorknob, he'll be part of that circuit. This won't be enough to kill him, but it should stun him." Claire found her water bottle and poured out the contents, forming a puddle at the door where the man had stood earlier. Can't hurt to have a plan B. The mayor thought about this for a moment.
"What about his gloves? Won't they protect him?"
Shit. Maybe. I don't know. The broken fluorescent bulb was lying at her feet. She scooped that up and studied the jagged glass edge. A plan C couldn't hurt either. Chapter 103. Porter. Day 6, 5:23 a.m. Porter put all the photographs back in the envelope. He couldn't look at them anymore. He grabbed the green duffel bag from the seat across the aisle and stuffed the envelope inside it, buried the photos under the filthy, blood-stained clothes. He recognized the blue shirt, black slacks, loafers, even the tie. He'd been wearing all of it the night he was shot. He didn't know how they ended up in this bag, hidden in Hilburn's van for all these years. He wasn't sure how they got shredded either, but he suspected they'd cut the clothing from his body at the hospital. The composition book seemed familiar too, but that might be because it was the same kind Bishop used for all his diaries. Those diaries had occupied Porter's every waking thought for months. He flipped through the pages, read some of the text, dates, times, observations, most written in some kind of shorthand. His gut told him it was a logbook of some sort. 14F, 1K, CH, paid. 14-year-old female, $1,000, carriage house. The word paid was followed by a check mark on some, the initials DB on others. Dozens of entries, more of the same. DB. Debit? Porter had no idea why that popped into his head, but it did. Some paid when services were rendered. Others carried a balance. The good customers, the repeat customers, were permitted the use of credit. He found the name Teagan on one page. Porter uncapped the pen again and brought the tip to the page. He wrote the name Teagan beside the original. He didn't have to be an expert to recognize his handwriting was close, but not a precise match. He didn't remember writing it. Not a log, a receipt book, a record of transactions. My record of transactions? Porter closed the book and shoved it back into the bag, crammed it under the clothing with the photographs, cash, all of it. He put the diaries in there too. His file from Camden was gone. Bishop's too. Damn it, Poole. The jet lurched as the wheels chirped against the tarmac. Wing flaps extended, and the air brakes screamed. As instructed, he powered up the phone, and it rang immediately. Unknown.
What?
Welcome to Chicago, Sam. Sorry I had to go.
Sarah. Why did you run?
You know why.
I'm sick of this cryptic bullshit.
That's just the guilt talking, she replied. Guilt eats at you, devours you from the inside. That's what that pain you're feeling in your stomach is. Admitting your crimes is the first step in healing, moving beyond. Are you ready to do that?
I haven't done anything wrong.
So you still don't remember?
I remember some. No.
You ran those kids, Sam. You, your partner Hilburn, Stocks, Welderman, all of you. You sold them for sex. Children. Sold them to anyone willing to pay. The Carriage House Inn was your primary location in Charleston. That's where you operated. Stocks and Welderman provided the transportation. Hilburn stayed close to ensure the transaction went smooth, and you watched from a distance as backup. You kept the other cops away, the few good ones who came sniffing around. Once each year, those children were brought to Chicago. The less fortunate ones were sold into the larger trafficking market. The others went back to Finicky's. You brought my boy into that mess. That's your sin. That's why Heather died. That's why you were shot.
Hurry, they're coming. You're full of shit.
Sarah sighed. Is there a television in that fancy plane of yours? Porter fought the urge to hang up and glanced around the cabin. A 36-inch monitor hung on the wall near the closed cockpit door. Turn it on, Sarah said, before he even told her there was one. Velcro held the remote in place on the table. Porter picked it up and pressed the power button. Find a news channel. Porter looked around the cabin.
Can you see me right now?
Find a news channel, she repeated, ignoring his question. Porter flipped through the various networks. It didn't take him long to find what she wanted him to see. He turned up the volume. Through fluttering snow, highlighted by bright lights in the rising sun, a reporter stood in a parking lot crowded with people. The wind caught his dark hair, and he brushed it back.
Started gathering about 3 hours ago. Although temperatures are hovering in the teens, they seem completely unperturbed. While some are here answering Ensign Bishop's call for support, others only want to witness whatever happens. The numbers continue to grow, with the size of the crowd becoming problematic. We've seen a large influx of law enforcement personnel, as well as federal, local, and state employees, all attempting to secure the scene here at the Guyon in anticipation of Bishop's surrender, now less than 2 hours away. Citizens have torn down fencing and moved barricades aside in an effort to get closer, but the building itself appears to still be sealed. There's been talk of closing off the surrounding streets, but that idea was shot down because those in charge appear to have no idea how Bishop plans to get to the Guyon. They don't want to risk blocking his passage or compromising his surrender.
The plane came to a stop. The television blinked off as the power in the plane cycled. Porter looked out the window, expecting to see a dozen law enforcement vehicles and 100 officers out there waiting for him. But there was no one but an airport employee placing wooden blocks under their tires. What did you do with the virus, Sam? Do you remember where you left it? Something in his brain clicked. Porter understood what Bishop was doing. He hung up on her and dialed Poole. Chapter 104. Nash. Day 6, 5:27 a.m. Warnick pushed through the steel door at the bottom of the stairwell and stepped into the vast space with trepidation. The air was cold and moist, filled with dust. Between all the boxes and discarded medical equipment and furniture, Nash couldn't see much of anything beyond where they stood. The bare fluorescent bulbs hanging from the ceiling buzzed softly.
"What was the maintenance guy's name?"
he asked Claus.
"Ernest Scow."
Nash cupped his hands around his mouth.
"Ernest Scow! You down here?"
With all the clutter, his voice didn't carry as much as he hoped. He shouted again, louder this time.
"It's late. Maybe he's gone. Or maybe he's not,"
Nash replied, unsnapping the safety strap from the beret on his hip. He didn't draw the weapon, not yet, but he wanted to know nothing would slow him down if he needed to. Klazowski pointed up at the ceiling.
"She said they followed those wires back to the outer wall. Their phone lines and internet. The phone company leases space in the tunnels, so she hoped the lines would lead her right to the tunnels. The outer wall was sealed off, though, cemented over. Apparently the foundation was rebuilt back in the 80s, and she said it looked like they closed up the tunnel access when they did the work.
From up ahead on the left, several bedpans stacked on an aluminum gurney tumbled over and crashed to the floor. Warnick raised both hands in the air and stepped back from the mess. "Sorry?" Nash recognized the gurneys. They'd wondered where Bishop had gotten them. Nash counted more than 20 of them just where he stood. There might be 100 of them down here. Bishop easily could have taken a few unnoticed. He might have even returned them when he was through, like this was his own medical storage facility. "This part of the hospital isn't connected to the old tunnel system," Warnick said. "Never was." Nash crossed over to him, stepping over the bedpans.
"You know what we're talking about?"
A smug look rolled over Warnick's face. "I want my gun back."
"Claus, go ahead and shoot this man. Just a leg, maybe his knee. Whatever gets him talking."
For a second, Claus looked like he thought Nash was serious. Then he shook his head and turned back to the wiring on the ceiling. Nash pulled Warnick's shoulder, nearly knocked him back into the gurneys again.
"Spill it!"
Warnick brushed some of the dust from the elbow of his suit jacket. "We're standing in the new Stroger Hospital. This section was built in 2002. If the bootlegging tunnels connect anywhere, it will be in the old part, the section that used to be Cook County General next door."
"You know this how?"
"Developers have had their eye on the old Cook County building for years. It's huge and right in the middle of the city, prime real estate sitting vacant. There's a proposal on the table right now to rehab the entire space, turn it into apartments, a hotel, new parking, office space, shopping, the works." He sighed. The design was promising, but everything came to a halt when Talbot died.
"Arthur Talbot was behind the project?"
Warnick nodded. Nash and Klosowski exchanged a glance.
"How do we get there from here?"
Nash asked Warnick. Warnick's brow furrowed, and he turned in a small circle, looking around and over all the discarded equipment. He stopped and pointed toward double doors near the back of the basement. "If I remember correctly from the plans, those doors lead to a hallway connecting both facilities. When this building was finished in 2002, they transported all the patients from Cook through there to this side, then upstairs to the correct apartment. Took the better part of a day to move everyone. The more critical ones were brought over by ambulance above ground, but most went this way. The Cook building has been locked up ever since." The three of them made their way across the basement to the double doors. As they neared, Nash pointed his flashlight at the ground.
"We've got a lot of foot traffic here."
Several dozen tracks riddled the dust, heading in both directions.
"The door's been jimmied,"
Klosowski said, pointing at some scratches near the lock. This time Nash did draw his gun.
"Warnick, get behind me. Claus, you follow behind him. He does anything, you shoot him. This time, I'm not kidding."
Positioning himself on the side of the doorway, Nash pulled open the door and quickly moved through, leading with his gun and flashlight. He found a light switch and flicked it on. Bulbs crackled to life above them, only about half still working. The hallway was about 200 yards long, smooth, white tiles on the walls and floor. Another set of double doors on the far end. He slipped his phone into his pocket and started down the hallway, gun first. Judging by the tracks in the dust, at least 3 different people had walked through here recently. One far more often than the others. There were also wheel marks, most likely gurney tracks.
"Warnick, does the old building have any kind of security?"
"No alarm, if that's what you mean. All the outer doors are either chained or bolted shut, and hospital security checks them regularly as part of their rotation. It's been on the sanctuary list since it closed, though, so we know people can get in and out somehow."
"The sanctuary list?"
Warnick waved a dismissive hand through the air. "We've got buildings all over the city used by the homeless. We let them. Keeps them off the streets. It's one of those unspoken things in city government. People claim they want to help the homeless, but few actually do. At last check, we've got nearly 80,000 in and around the city. We don't have the shelter infrastructure to support that, but we have to put them somewhere. Nobody wants to see them on the streets. Seeing them reminds everyone there's a problem, so we give them places to go where they won't be visible, like safe spaces. They stay out of view, we leave them alone. There's this unspoken rule."
"Lovely."
They were about halfway down the hallway when the lights went out. Darkness swallowed them. A gun went off. The bullet cracked into the tile a few inches above Nash's head. He dropped to the floor, landing in a crouch. He held his gun out to the dark and fumbled for his phone with his free hand.
Claus, did you fire? No. Where's Warnick? Can you see him? I can't see shit.
He had his phone halfway out his pocket when someone kicked him in the gut. The air left his body with a gasping rush, and his phone cracked hard against the tile floor somewhere near his feet. Another shot echoed loudly off all the tile, followed quickly by a pain-filled grunt.
Claus, are you okay?
For a moment, nobody spoke. There was only heavy breathing as all three men tried to suck in air.
Yeah,
Claus finally said. Someone ran. Heavy steps down the hallway toward the old hospital. Nash heard the doors at the far end push open and swing shut again.
I'm sorry, Nash,
Claus said softly. The butt of the gun slammed into the side of Nash's head. His head cracked against the wall, then the floor as he fell, and all went dark. Chapter 105. Poole. Day 6, 5:31 a.m. When Poole answered his phone, he didn't get a single word in before the other man began to speak. His voice rushed yet low.
Frank, he's working with Claus. They've got Claire. I don't know where, locked away in some room. I saw a video, but that was a few hours ago. Bishop said he'd kill her if I called you before now. I know what he's doing. You need to get all those people away from the Guyon.
Poole waved a hand at SAIC Hurless, mouthed Porter's name. Hurless was on another line. He tapped the shoulder of a third man sitting in a communications station in the FBI surveillance van, rolled his finger through the air, and pointed back at Poole. The man nodded and began tracing the call.
We've been looking for Klazowski. Nash and Claire, too,
Poole told him.
Where are you, Sam? Are you back in Chicago? The virus attack on the hospital. That wasn't real, was it?
Porter asked. No, it was a hoax. The needle Claire found did contain the actual virus, but the girls were only infected with a potent strain of the flu.
I think Bishop used the hospital as some kind of trial run. Practice to see how fast the first responders would react. You need to get everyone away from the Guyon now.
SAIC Hurless disconnected his own call, scribbled something down on a sheet of paper, and handed it to Poole. When Poole read the note, he frowned. To Porter, he said, You think Bishop plans to release the virus here? The back door of the van opened, and Captain Dalton climbed inside. He pulled the door shut behind him. Hurless told him who was on the line. Porter said,
Are you alone right now? Can you talk?
SAIC Hurless is here. Your captain, too. Do you want me to put you on speaker? Porter fell silent. Poole read the note again, then handed it to Dalton. The note said, Confirmation. Porter rented a room at the Traveler's Best in New Orleans, paid for 3 nights, stolen vial of virus found in trash, empty. Without waiting for a response, Poole put the call on speaker so the others could hear. Are you still there, Sam?
Yeah.
We found the woman at the farmhouse. Porter went quiet again. Sam, are you here in Chicago?
Did she tell you where they're holding Claire?
Poole glanced at the 2 men staring at him from across the van. The woman we found, she's dead, Sam. I think you know that. What happened there? Can you tell me about all the other blood?
She's not dead. She just...
Sam, you're not well. I think you know that. I read your file from the doctor at Camden. I know what you're going through. Let me help you. Can you do that? Tell me where you are.
Why not just wait for the trace? I know I'd be tracing this call.
Things would be better for you if you just turned yourself in.
They're all in on it, Porter said. I can't trust anyone.
It just feels that way. Paranoia is part of the illness. If you turn yourself in, I'll make sure you get the proper help.
You can't let Bishop anywhere near that crowd. That's what he wants. Find Claire. Get her out of there. Don't trust any of them.
SAIC Hurless leaned over the phone. We know you have the virus. You need to surrender now. Porter hung up. The man at the communications terminal pointed at a map on his monitor.
He's moving. Heading south by southwest.
Heading toward here, Hurless said, studying the map. The man nodded. Chapter 106. Pool. Day 6, 5:35 a.m.
I've got snipers in place on 4 of the surrounding rooftops, uniforms on the ground, and 24 undercover officers, Dalton told them. There's no way he's getting in here unseen.
Porter's been with Metro for how long? Hurlis said. You don't think he won't recognize his coworkers? He knows your methods, your strategies. I've got 12 agents out there right now and 24 more en route. Your people will just get in the way. I think we can use his familiarity with Metro's personnel and practices against him, Poole said. Use that to drive him somewhere. Maybe funnel him through the crowd to some place we can safely take him into custody. Hurlis shook his head. If he's got the virus, we need to take him out the moment we've got eyes on him. We can't let him near this crowd. What happens if the virus isn't on him? You kill him, and we lose our best shot at finding it. If the hospital was some kind of distraction, how do we know this isn't too?
I'm not even sure who we're talking about here, Dalton said. Who's our focus, Bishop or Porter?
Maybe they're both working together, and the plan is to consolidate law enforcement here while they release the virus down at a train station or a school somewhere. We need to take them both alive, get them isolated. A knock at the van door. Dalton reached over and tugged the latch. A man in a Chicago Metro baseball cap and thick black coat stood there with 4 cups of coffee, balanced precariously in his gloved hands. Thought you might need some caffeine, sir. With his chin, he pointed at each cup. This one is heavy with sugar, this one has cream, and these 2 are black. Hurlis reached past Dalton and plucked one. Sugar is mine, the tech said. Black, please. Dalton handed a cup to the FBI communications tech, passed the other black coffee to Poole, and took the one with cream for himself. Several reporters noticed the open door and started toward them. Dalton quickly thanked the man and pulled the door closed.
We need to keep them both away from the cameras, too. We can't let this play out on live television.
Poole set the coffee down on the desk beside him and looked out the window. He could see 3 satellite dishes on portable towers attached to news vans off to the left. He knew there were at least 2 more on the opposite end of the parking lot. Due to the extreme cold, everyone wore heavy coats, gloves, hats, scarves. Many wore ski masks. Nothing but eyes visible on half the people shuffling around out there. He wasn't sure he'd recognize his own mother, let alone Porter or Bishop.
Any luck re-establishing that trace?
He asked the man at the terminal. The agent shook his head.
He went dark after he hung up with you. Probably took the batteries out.
On the desk at his side, Hurlis pressed a microphone button.
Carmichael, are you in position? Affirmative. We found a tunnel access point in the Guyon's basement. I've stationed 2 men on it. There are obvious signs of recent use, but no sign of Bishop or that detective today. Not yet, anyway. I've got 6 other agents conducting a room-by-room, but the building appears to be deserted. Keep me posted. Copy.
I don't think he'll use the tunnels, Poole said. Bishop wants to keep this public.
Porter might,
Dalton said.
I don't think he would either,
Hurlis said.
He's got to figure we're watching, and he knows it would be near impossible to get out of the building. If he's got the virus, he'll want maximum exposure to all these people.
Another voice crackled over the communications system.
Sir, this is Chen. I've got a body, male, in a room up on the 3rd floor. Ear, eye, and tongue removed, all in white boxes. Somebody carved "I am evil" all over him with a razor blade or something similar. He's been dead. Hold on a second.
When he didn't come back right away, Hurlis said,
Chen? Sir, we've got 2 more. Same condition. A female and another male. "Father, forgive me" is written on the wall in the 2nd room. I don't think they were killed here. There's not enough blood for that. They're covered in some kind of white powder, too. I think it's salt.
Hurlis turned to Dalton. Your people did a complete sweep of the building when Porter was found here, right? Dalton nodded.
These were placed recently. This is Capshaw on the 5th floor. I've got one up here, too. Male, late 60s, early 70s, same condition.
Sir, I've got Porter again. This came from the FBI tech.
Where?
Poole asked. I'm triangulating pings on towers 191390B, 191391A, and 191392B. That's here. He's outside somewhere. Hurlis turned back to the microphone and began barking orders. Dalton was back on his phone doing the same.
I'm going out there.
Poole pushed out the back door of the van into the crowd before either of them could object. He was halfway to the Guyon's rear entrance when a boy of maybe 12 or 13 tugged on the corner of his jacket. "Are you Special Agent Frank Poole?" "Yes." The boy shoved something into his hand and vanished in the sea of people before Poole had a chance to say anything else. A photograph. Folded. Although taken a number of years ago, Poole immediately recognized the man in the picture. His gaze returned to the van, hung there a moment, then returned to the photograph. On the back, Porter had written, "Not just Claus. Him too." Poole started pushing through the crowd toward the building. He had to find Porter before they did. Chapter 107. Nash. Day 6, 5:37 a.m. When Nash woke, pain sliced through his head like a shard of jagged glass. He was on the floor, his arm folded under him. He still had his gun. He could feel it pressing into his gut. Hallway still? He couldn't be sure. It was too dark. Felt like it, though. He didn't know how long he'd been out. When he tried to sit up, the world spun and his stomach lurched. His phone wasn't in his pocket. Then he remembered trying to take it out a moment before. "I'm so sorry, Nash." Claus? Claus hit him? No. It couldn't be Claus. The altered video footage at the prison in New Orleans, Montague Labs, Stoger Hospital, the chaos at Metro that allowed for Bishop and Porter to get out. These were all impossible feats for the average person. But they were the kind of thing Klazowski could do with several keystrokes. 2 dead at the hospital. Claire. This couldn't be Claus. He wouldn't hurt Claire, would he? Nash ran his hand over the floor around him, searching for his phone in the dirt and grime, but he couldn't find it, either out of reach or taken altogether. Somebody groaned, a moan filled with this wet, slurpy sound. "Warnick?" Definitely still the hallway. The groan came again, more urgent this time, further down from where Nash lay. Nash reached for the wall at his back and forced himself to stand, fighting the lightheadedness and pain. When he got to his feet, he touched his head with his free hand. His fingers came away wet. He knew he was bleeding, but he wasn't sure how bad. He could hear Warnick breathing, quick, ragged breaths. Nash held himself up with the wall, moved toward the sound, gun drawn. When he reached Warnick, he nearly tripped over him. The man was slumped on the floor, his shoulders against the wall. His shirt and jacket were soaked in blood, and when Nash found the man's hands, they were over a bullet wound in his chest, just above and to the right of his heart. From the sound of it, the bullet pierced his lung. Who knew what else? "Can you talk?" Warnick said something, but it was far from an intelligible word. Blood spattered from his lips. Nash felt the droplets smack against his own cheek. Nash leaned in closer. "Do you still have your phone?" The man nodded, a weak, jerky motion. Nash patted his pockets and found the phone in his jacket. When the screen lit up, the device indicated no signal. He hadn't expected one, not all the way down here, but still. Warnick's body spasmed, grew stiff, then collapsed again. The hallway grew quiet. Nash fumbled with the phone, located the flashlight button, and turned it on. Warnick's dead eyes stared up at him. There was far more blood than Nash had expected. Along with the lung, the bullet may have nicked the pulmonary artery, maybe even his heart. Pure adrenaline carried him this far. None of that really mattered. He was gone. Something squeaked at the end of the hallway, and Nash brought up the light. Standing in the doorway leading to the old hospital was a man in a black mask, his eyes hidden behind dark glasses under the cloth. Some kind of device rested on his forehead, pushed up and out of the way, held in place with a strap, maybe night vision goggles. He'd come through the swinging doors with a gurney in tow. Although his face was covered, Nash recognized his clothing. He brought up his gun. "Don't you fucking move, Claus!" Chapter 108. Porter. Day 6, 5:39 a.m. A heavy wool charcoal overcoat, a gray scarf with matching watch cap, and black leather gloves. Porter had found the clothing in the Cadillac Escalade, waiting for him at the airport. The .38 was in his right overcoat pocket. Every time he took his hand out of that pocket, that same hand seemed to find its way back in there, out of an unconscious desire to feel the metal of that gun under his touch. The gun brought a grounding familiarity. In his left hand, Porter held the cell phone. The crowd outside the Guyon was enormous and still growing. He'd parked 3 blocks over and hustled through the snow, since it was impossible to get closer. The odds of him finding Bishop were slim, but something told him Bishop could find him with that phone. A helicopter circled overhead. Law enforcement personnel from various agencies were everywhere, uniforms around the perimeter, undercover officers in the crowd. He didn't find them particularly difficult to spot. Most of the spectators were talking, making jokes, anxiously checking every approaching car, while the officers tasked with combing the crowd were silent, systematically checking faces, looking for him. He knew they wanted to pick him up as much as they wanted to nab Bishop, so Porter kept the cap pulled low on his head, the scarf covering as much of his face as possible, as he scanned the crowd. If Bishop planned to release the virus here, he'd need some kind of delivery method. Porter's first thought had been the sprinkler system at the Guyon, particularly after what happened at Metro, but everyone was outside. The phone vibrated. Unknown caller.
Quite the turnout, don't you think?
Not Sarah. Bishop this time. Porter looked up a moment, studied the faces of the people around him. He knew the other man was close. His skin tingled with some sort of sixth sense. He didn't see Bishop, though. "Tell me what happened to Libby."
"You know what happened to Libby."
"I know she's dead now," Porter replied bluntly. "But your diary doesn't say what happened to her after the farmhouse, after you killed Stocks. You eventually found her again, right?"
"Getting sentimental, Sam?"
Porter peered through the crowd. He had to be here. "Connecting dots. Poole found Franklin Kirby's hair hidden in a drawer in that house she was renting here in Chicago. How did she get it? She had the picture of your mother with Mrs. Carter, too. A gun, fake ID. What happened to her after the farmhouse?" Bishop sighed.
"She and I have a special place in our hearts for Mr. Franklin Kirby."
"You said he ran off with your mother."
"And I so wanted to thank him for that myself. Mother was elusive, as you well know. Franklin Kirby, though, he left a bit of a trail in his wake. He wasn't difficult to find. I'd been watching him for years, so imagine my surprise when Libby said she recognized him all those years later."
Bishop paused a few seconds.
"Why did you kill my friend, Sam? Why couldn't you let us all go? We'd been through so much. Were we really just dollar signs to you? Cattle you needed to get to the meat market?"
Porter saw him then. Bishop. A quick profile. Then he turned and faced the other way. About 20 feet away in the crowd, a phone pressed to his ear. Porter pushed his way through and grabbed the back of his coat. "Not Bishop."
"If you get yourself arrested now, Sam, you'll miss all the fun."
Porter gave the man an apologetic look, then turned in a slow circle. "Where the hell are you?"
"Close."
Chapter 109. Nash. Day 6, 5:41 a.m. Claus did move. He moved fast. Nash squeezed the trigger on his Beretta, and the bullet struck the metal door right where Claus's leg had been a moment earlier, then ricocheted back into the hallway, cracked the tile in several places along the wall, then finally disappeared with a puff of dust into the ceiling. Nash forced himself back to his feet, his legs rubbery beneath him. He closed the distance to the doors and pulled the gurney out of the still-open doorway. A bullet struck the open door a few inches above his head, and he dropped low. Claus was deep in the room, near another door, the night vision goggles over his eyes and the gun they'd taken from Warnick pointing back at Nash. Nash brought up the flashlight. Claus quickly turned his head to the side, away from the light, and ran out through the door at his back. Crouching low, Nash shuffled after him. He found himself in another basement surrounded by stagnant air, tomb-like, a place sealed away and forgotten a long time ago. The abandoned basement of Cook County General. As the beam of his flashlight worked over the large room, He felt as if he'd stepped into a time capsule. The cook basement contained much of the same discarded medical equipment as Stroker, but everything was clearly from a different era. Glass IV bottles hung from metal poles. Some of the tubing looked like it was made from cloth or discolored rubber rather than plastic, rotten and degraded. Machinery with large dials and displays, all seemingly impossibly big and heavy, coated in dust. Sheets were draped over some, these things left to die. Nash caught the movement from the corner of his eye. On the opposite end of the room, another door opened on protesting hinges. Klozowski shouted back at him.
You think you know Sam, but you don't. He's not the man you believe him to be. He's not a good man at all. He's no better than any of the others. Any one of them willing to sacrifice us kids to make a buck. That's all we ever were to them. Dollar signs. Everybody lining their pockets with our blood. They beat me to within an inch of death just for trying to pass a note, just for fighting for my own freedom and trying to help my friends.
Where's Claire? Nash shouted back. If you hurt her, I swear the things I'll do to you will be worse than...
Worse than what? You can't hurt me,
Claus yelled back.
I'm already dead.
Nash stood, planted his feet, and fired 3 quick shots in the direction of Klozowski's voice. He dove back down as another bullet whizzed past his head.
You kill me, you'll never find her.
Nash rose just enough to catch Klozowski diving through the open doorway and pulling the heavy metal door shut behind him. He crossed the room as quickly as he could, yanked open the door, and found himself at the base of a staircase, Klozowski's muffled steps above him. Chapter 110. Porter. Day 6, 5:44 a.m. How many years did they sell kids out of this hotel, Sam? Did you ever bring them here? Or was it just Hilburn and the others? Porter ignored him.
How did Libby get Kirby's hair?
I gave it to her.
Where did you get it?
Mother snipped it off the last night she was with him. She cut it off while he was sleeping, held the hair over him when he woke, and told him if he tried to follow her, she'd cut off something else while he slept, something that wouldn't grow back.
Your mother's a lovely woman.
She is.
Have you been in contact with her this entire time?
I want to know how you found Libby, Sam. I want to understand why you felt the need to torture her, to kill her. She did nothing to you.
All these people are waiting on you, Bishop. Where are you?
Is the helicopter making you nervous, Sam? You sound jittery. Are you wondering if the FBI can trace your phone in a crowd like this? Are you wondering just how close they are? Maybe watching you from above? I wonder if their IT people are as good as Klozowski. Technology always came so naturally to him, even when we were kids. Chapter 111. Nash. Day 6, 5:46 a.m. At least one floor up, Nash heard another door open and close. With his flashlight in one hand and the gun in the other, he followed Klozowski as quickly as he could, while still hugging the walls, prepared to dive back if he found him lying in wait, ready to fire. The next landing was deserted. A small, faded placard behind the door read, Mental Health. Nash opened the door slowly, ready for another bullet, but none came. Instead, he heard a voice. The mayor's voice, speaking from down the hall. A woman's voice, too. A flickering light. The mayor screamed. The woman laughed. Nash turned off the phone's flashlight and slipped the device into his pocket before easing through the door, leading with his Beretta. He found himself in the remains of a cafeteria, tables and chairs scattered about, some broken, others overturned. Several pieces of furniture were draped in heavy white sheets. None of the overhead lights were on. There was only the flickering from the far corner. The mayor cried out again, a mix of anger and pain.
Talbot funded everything. I was just the middleman. Not even that, not really.
You looked the other way while this was happening in your city, the woman replied, her voice calm, with a slight southern accent. You profited. You could have stopped them at any time if you wanted to, but you didn't. You turned a blind eye. You're no better than the rest of them.
I can give you names, the mayor pleaded. Everyone who was part of it. Or I can pay you. They'll all pay you. You don't have to do this.
I want all the names, dear. You're going to write them down for me." The voices came from a television, an old boxy model mounted near the ceiling in the far corner of the cafeteria. Several others came to life, turning on one at a time in the other 3 corners, each bringing just a little more light to the room. Nash spun with his gun, expecting to find Klazowski standing near one of the sets, but he wasn't in the room. On the screen, the mayor lay on a bed, naked, his hands and feet tied to each of the 4 corners. Nash recognized the room from the Langham, their missing video.
No, don't do that,
the mayor said.
"Then run through it all, one more time from the beginning,"
the woman instructed.
All right.
He drew in a breath between clenched teeth.
"I don't know all the details. I told you that already. All I did was provide a meeting venue, some place for them to conduct their business."
"You gave them the Guyon Hotel."
"I didn't give it to them. I just kept it empty with Talbot. He'd submit plans to revive the place with the building commission. I helped to tie it up in red tape. When the commission eventually rejected the proposal, his people would come back with another one. As long as he paid the fees to the city, the building remained vacant and locked down, kept the other developers away. If it hadn't been the Guyon, we would have found someplace else."
"And they paid you to meet there?" she said. "To conduct their business?" The mayor nodded.
"This went on before me. You understand that, right? This wasn't my idea. I just stepped into it."
When she didn't respond, he went on.
"Every year, they brought the buyers in, then the children. Not all kids. Sometimes they were adults too, but mostly kids. Not the good kind. These were the ones nobody wanted."
"Where did the children come from? Those children nobody wanted," she said contemptuously. He shrugged.
"Homeless, mostly. That's what they told me. The foster system, I guess. I don't know for sure. I didn't ask. There's a website. The website coordinated everything. That's who you really want, not me. The URL is backpage.com. I bet you take them apart, and you'll have whatever you need. That's who you want. You can bust this wide open if that's what you're after. I'll help you, and we can go to the feds together. Just untie me. Just stop."
Her hand lashed out. It looked like she was holding a scalpel, but she moved so fast it was difficult to be sure. The blade flicked across the mayor's cheek, and a line of red appeared. When he tried to turn his head, she cut him on the other side.
"Stop!"
he shouted. She didn't, though. She cut him again on his shoulder. He grimaced against the pain.
"You said they took your son? I can help you find him. I can help you get him back. Is that what you're after? Just give me his name and a phone. You can watch me. I won't try anything, I promise. I'll help you. I know a federal agent, someone we can trust."
She slashed at him again, this time right below his shoulder.
"Just stop!"
The video froze. Then the screen turned to snow. In the dim light, Klazowski stepped into the cafeteria. He held both his hands up. The gun was gone. Between the fingers of his right hand, he pinched something else. Nash trained the Beretta on him.
"Drop it!"
Klazowski shook his head.
"You don't want me to do that."
With his free hand, he pulled back his jacket. An explosive vest was strapped to his chest, a wire trailing from his waist to the trigger in his hand. Chapter 112. Porter. Day 6, 5:51 a.m.
"The kid,"
Porter said softly.
"Yeah, the kid,"
Bishop replied with a quiet chuckle.
"That day in the war room, when you ran the case for me, it took every ounce of my willpower not to look at him and burst out laughing. We'd rehearsed, gone over how we wanted it to play out, but there in the moment, that might have been one of the hardest things I've ever done. Oh, and then later, when he called you in your apartment and told you who I really was, Sam, if you could have seen me in the kitchen when your phone rang."
Porter heard a police siren in the distance, growing closer, coming from the west. He turned in that direction. On the phone, Bishop continued.
"Standing there in your apartment while you talked to the kid, Klazowski, I thought about everything you did to us. You, Welderman, Stocks, Hilburn, the whole lot of you. And I knew if I slit your throat there in your apartment, you'd get off easy. You needed this, Sam. You needed all of it to fully atone for your sins."
Everything made sense now. Why hadn't Porter seen it earlier? The hacks that created your identity as Paul Watson. The escape from Metro. All the problems with the security systems and video footage. That was all Claus.
He told all of us how dependent law enforcement was on tech, how you'd blindly follow leads and information from IT as if they held the Holy Grail. And I didn't think that could possibly be true. He was right, though. Through the entire investigation, he'd throw a scrap of meat out on the table, and the rest of you would eat it up like starving dogs. You made this easy, Sam. Today we clean house. Today we reset. The virus provides a fresh palate. Porter thought of the man in the photograph he'd given to Poole. He glanced across the crowd at the FBI communications van.
What then? You can't possibly expect to walk away from all this.
You shouldn't have taken Libby away from me, Sam. Not when we were kids, and not in that house. Not ever. All this blood. All on you.
Porter thumbed the business card attached to the phone. Hurry, they're coming. Why did Weasel really run into that alley?
You know why, Sam. It's buried in the back of your head. If you want that answer, you need to dig it out.
Porter noticed a shift in the crowd. Everyone seemed to be moving toward the west side of the Guyon parking lot. He moved with them. Why all the pictures of you and me in the Guyon? Was all that just more misdirection? Or did you expect it to trigger some kind of memory? Bishop didn't answer. You still there?
I'm still here.
Who am I to you? Bishop hung up then. At the far corner of the parking lot, voices erupted in screams and cheers, a deafening cacophony. Porter pushed forward, forcing his way toward the sound. Chapter 113. Nash, Day 6, 5:56 a.m. It's a dead man's switch, Klazowski said calmly. You shoot me, and we both die. I've got enough explosives on me to take out most of this building. Nash didn't lower the gun. Where's Claire? What do you want? I want the truth to finally come out. Klazowski nodded toward a black and white composition book sitting on one of the tables. Every name you'll need to take down this entire trafficking ring is in that book. I hacked the website the mayor mentioned and found all the principles behind it. They're all in there. The site led me to 14 more, and I found everyone behind those two. He tossed a videotape across the room. It clattered over the tile and came to a rest at Nash's feet. That's the mayor's confession. There's much more. She was very thorough. I only showed you the highlights. Claus, this isn't you. You're one of us. I was one of them first. You're not a killer. Warnick would tell you otherwise. Disable the vest, and let's talk about this. Klazowski shook his head. There's no reason to kid each other. We both know this is well beyond the point of talking things out. I crossed that line a long time ago, and I made peace with that. He nodded at the notebook. The lives that will be saved when that information surfaces will make it all worthwhile. I don't regret any of the people I killed, knowing so many more innocent people will be freed. Are you telling me you're 4MK? Klazowski's gaze fell to the floor. He kicked an old Pepsi can across the room. They called me the Kid back then. God, that all seems so long ago. I have no idea how Porter tracked all of us down after so many years, but he did. When he killed Libby, I thought for sure he'd come after me next. I covered our tracks well, knew identities and all that. But you saw what he did to her. The torture. I figured she must have told him about the rest of us. Who I really was. Who could blame her? She was always tough, but nobody could hold out through all that. If he hadn't run off like he did, if he'd come back to Metro, I'm sure I would have been next. His voice dropped off for a second, considering this. Or maybe he was saving me for last. Probably figured I betrayed him somehow and he wanted me to see the others die. Who knows? I can't pretend to understand what's going on in his head. Claus waved his free hand through the air. Hell, he hired Paul Upchurch to write up those diaries. And he must have recognized Paul. I don't care what that bullet did to him. Nobody goes that blank.
Paul said he didn't, though. Paul told me every time he met with Sam, he had no idea who he was.
Claus's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Nash.
I'd love for a psychologist to weigh in on that. I mean, what if his subconscious recognized Paul and that's what drew him in? I was so young when he first met me. I get he wouldn't recognize me as an adult, but Paul or Anson, even Vincent, when he saw him in New Orleans, he flat out talked to him in the warden's office, yet Vincent said there wasn't a spark of recognition. They all should have listened to me, but they didn't. They all wanted to believe he really didn't remember. If they listened to me, they might still be alive.
Nash kept the gun on Klazowski as he slowly shuffled around the room. He wasn't sure what else to do.
I think he knew who we all were all along, and used the amnesia as a cover until he'd gathered enough information and was ready to move. That's what I think. Sam always was patient.
Klazowski stopped and turned back to Nash.
He killed Libby first, tortured her, got what he needed, then killed her. I guess with Paul he figured best just to let nature take its course. But he used Paul to find Tegan and Christina. Paul and I'd been working on updating their identities, preparing everyone in case we had to run again. Sam must have used something he found at Paul's house to track them down. You saw what he did to them. He left Tegan all alone in that cemetery and dropped Christina on the tracks like yesterday's trash. Oh man, the anger there. Vincent tried to run, but somehow Sam found him too. He may be focused on Anson now, but I know it's just a matter of time before he gets around to me. He's trying to silence us all. I'm not waiting around for him, no way. I won't end up like the others. If my life is over, it will end on my terms.
Klazowski's grip tightened on the switch in his hand.
I don't believe you, Nash said. Sam physically couldn't have killed all those people. He was in custody when Tegan and Christina were found. There's no way he made it all the way down to Simpsonville and back.
Claus shot him a frustrated look.
He was working with that piece of shit from the mayor's office, Warnick. Some Fed, too. All of these guys are dirty, trying to cover their tracks. Besides, Sam was in custody when they were all found, not when they were killed.
He nodded toward the window.
They stored the bodies right outside the hospital here in the old salt dome, where they used to house their de-icing salt for the parking lot, right in the center of the city. Nobody goes in there anymore. Ask Isley. The salt screws with time of death. I'm sure he did something similar with the body in Simpsonville to confuse things. I'd probably be in that salt right now if not for Anson drawing him away. You'll want to check the salt dome. There might be others in there.
Disarm the vest. Let's check the building together.
That's not my job anymore. I've got a bigger purpose.
Someone groaned then, soft, barely audible. Chapter 114. Pool. Day 6, 5:59 a.m. The photograph still in his hand, Poole dialed Detective Nash's cell phone again. Straight to voicemail. He didn't know if he could trust any information from Porter, and on the chance the photograph was real and Porter was telling the truth, he needed to get help. He scrolled through his contacts and located the number for another man.
Espinosa? This is Special Agent Frank Poole. Are you at Stroger? Yes, sir.
Poole looked down at the photo.
I need you to listen to me carefully. I have reason to believe Special Agent in charge Hurlis might be involved in all this. I'm not sure to what extent. He's commanding the team on the ground here at the Guyon. I can't alert anyone on my end without risk of it getting back to him. Do you have anyone here we can trust?
Espinosa dropped off the line for a moment, probably considering this.
Involved how? Where's Captain Dalton?
He's with SAIC Hurlis, directing ground assets.
Is he compromised?
Poole doubted it, but couldn't be sure.
I don't know. They're both in the comm van. I can't risk speaking to him while he's in close quarters with Hurlis, and I've got no way to get him out without drawing suspicion. Half my team is out with whatever bug we picked up at the Upchurch house. I can send Thomas and maybe 2 others. Any more than that, and I spread myself too thin on the hospital search.
Poole had reached the back of the Guyon Hotel, where 2 Metro officers stood guard at the door, when the crowd began to shout near the corner of the parking lot. Something was happening.
Send whoever you can.
And give them this number. I've got to go." He hung up, gave the Guyon's back door one more glance, then started through the crowd toward the noise. Chapter 115. Nash. Day 6, 6 a.m. Nash turned to his right, toward the sound. A white sheet was draped over something large, something tall, near the boarded windows. Claus let out a sigh. "That man will not die." He crossed the room, took hold of the sheet, and tugged it away. "The statue is called Protection," Claus said. I thought that was kind of ironic. The statue was of a woman, towering over the room, clutching a young child tight. The two stood in the center of a shallow pool. The pool no longer contained water. Instead, the scent of gasoline wafted across the room. The mayor was on his feet, secured to the statue with a thick rope, his hands cuffed behind him, encircling the woman's body. He was naked, barely conscious, and even from this distance, Nash could see the words carved over every inch of exposed skin. "Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil, do no evil." On his forehead, carved larger than all others, was, "I am evil." His left ear was gone. Black blood oozed from his eye socket. There were 3 white boxes on the edge of the basin, 2 tied shut with black string, the third empty. "I left him his tongue. Thought maybe he'd want to make amends. I should have known better," Claus said. "It's time for you to go, Nash." When Nash looked back at Klosowski, he was holding the trigger from his vest out in front of his chest. "You don't want to do that!" Claus nodded toward the composition book still sitting on one of the tables. "When you combine the information in that book with everything Anson already gave you, you'll have more than enough to get convictions and shut down his entire trafficking ring." He looked down at the videotape still at Nash's feet. "That, too. You don't want to forget that. Plus, my computer at the office has information. Give everything to the FBI. Tell them to look in the folder named Guyon." "I won't let you do it!" Claus ignored him and glanced over at the hallway on his right. "Claire is locked in room B18, right down there. You don't need a key from this side. Once you get her, take the stairs at the far end of the hallway back to the main basement. You'll see the opening for the tunnel system on the west wall. You can't miss it." He paused for a second, then went on. "I'm going to count down from 100 before I set this off. That will give you just enough time if you run." "Don't, Claus, don't!" "It was a pleasure working with you, Brian. Claire, too. Please tell her I'm sorry." "You can tell her. Just deactivate the bomb." Nash heard the pleading in his own voice, but he didn't care. "Come with me. Testify. Explain everything." 100. 99. 98. Nash eyed him for another moment, considered tackling him, shooting him, wresting the remote from his hand. He knew none of that would happen. Claus would have thought of all that, prepared for it. Instead, he scooped up the videotape from the floor and ran over to the table for the composition book. From the statue, the mayor's remaining eye opened, and he looked down at Nash. "Untie me," he forced out, his voice thick and scratchy. Nash looked at the rope looped around him, the various knots, the handcuffs. He held up the videotape. "Is this true?" The mayor licked at the crusty blood on his lips. "Doesn't matter. You have to help me." Nash knew he didn't have enough time to both free the mayor and get Claire to safety. Someday he'd use that to rationalize his actions, not only to others, but to himself. To the mayor, he simply said, "Fuck you." Claus smiled at this. "We're all for MK, Brian. Remember that." Without looking back, Nash ran from the room and down the hallway, as Claus continued to count. 94. 93. 92. Chapter 116. Porter. Day 6, 6:01 a.m. Porter saw him. This time he was sure. Bishop. He wanted to be recognized now. Anson Bishop. Despite the cold, he wore only a black leather jacket. No gloves, no hat. He had a loose scarf around his neck, and his breath lingered in the air, a pale cloud riding the icy air. He'd arrived in a white van, not unlike the one Hilburn had owned, and Porter knew this was no coincidence. The crowd parted, let the van pass, and closed up again behind the vehicle, swallowing the empty space. Voices rose all around as spectators realized who must be inside. There was a patrol car about 100 feet back, the source of the siren that Porter had heard, but the people wouldn't let it through, not fast enough to close the distance. Only the van was permitted, and only at a snail's pace. The van had nudged through the crowd and pulled to the curb on the corner of Washington and Pulaski Road. The side door had slid open, and there was Bishop. He surveyed the large crowd, jumped down, and the van drove off again. Porter hadn't seen the driver. Porter had never seen Bishop look nervous, but he looked nervous now. His shoulders were hunched, and he slumped forward slightly. He straightened up and scanned the area, and when his eyes settled on the Channel 7 news van kitty corner from where he stood, something resembling relief washed over him. He raised a hand and waved in that direction. Porter caught Lizeth Loudon waving back, no doubt standing on something to see over all the people. Bishop started toward her. He had a water bottle in his hand. Even before Porter saw Bishop's fingers twisting off the cap, Porter knew what that bottle meant, knew what it really contained, and he knew he had to stop him before he could infect this crowd. His fingers tightened around the .38 in his pocket, and he nearly knocked over an old man as he shoved his way through the tangled mass of people. Chapter 117. Claire. Day 6, 6:02 a.m. When she had heard muted footsteps coming down the hallway 30 minutes earlier, barely audible through the heavy door and thick walls, Claire had been ready. She stood just inside the door, pressed into the corner of the room, the 6-inch piece of fluorescent bulb in her hand, ready to strike. Her trap, hopefully, ready to electrocute the man the moment he came through that door. Neither of those things happened, though. The footsteps had raced past her door to the next room over. Her captor must have drugged the mayor again, because aside from a quick yelp, there were no sounds of struggle. Through the small window, she watched the man in the black mask take the mayor away on a gurney in a quick rush, with not so much as a glance in her direction. With a loud pop, much like the one she'd heard earlier, the hallway lights went dark, and without a light in her room, her surroundings plunged into complete darkness. A thick, moist dark that seemed to ooze from the walls, under the door, and wrap around her. She wanted to shake it off, but that only caused the murk to tighten its grip. And as she stood there, alone, pressed into the corner of her room, she wondered if she'd be able to move at all when the moment came, or if that dark would just hold her still for her captor's blade. As if to test just how strong that hold was, Claire moved her makeshift weapon from her right hand to her left, and wiped her sweaty palm on her jeans. Knowing she could still move eased her fears, if only a little. She wondered if this was how Emery Connors had felt, trapped all alone. Larissa Beale, Katie Quigley, all the others would come before her. Was 4MK somewhere down the hall, lining up little white boxes and pieces of black string, preparing for her? Maybe testing the sharpness of his blade? Footsteps again. Fast. Louder than earlier, thundering down the hallway. A flashlight beam swept up and about outside, then was gone. Claire tightened her grip. The puddle on the floor had begun to evaporate, but there was still plenty of water there, and she was careful not to step in it. Flashlight again, brighter, closer. She tightened her grip. When the light was at her window, shining through into her cell, she hoped to God he couldn't see the missing light fixture, the wires dangling from the ceiling. All of this was such a long shot, but it was the only shot she had. Unwilling to move before she could strike, Claire sensed a face pressed to the glass more than saw it, visible only from the corner of her eye. She squeezed her weapon even tighter, and made a conscious effort to not squeeze to the point of shattering the remains of the bulb in her hand. The doorknob jiggled. Claire couldn't help but trace the faint lines of the wires, wondering if... Claire? When she heard her name, she thought she imagined it. For one brief instant, she actually thought she might have passed out again, dreamt the sound, the voice. But then she heard it again. Heard him. A shout this time. Nash. The deadbolt twisted with a click. The door pushed open. No, don't! The corner of the door reached the nail, and sparks flew with a loud crack. Claire expected Nash to jerk back, maybe convulse as electricity tore through his body. But neither of those things happened. He stood perfectly still, frozen, and she remembered her father's stories of people getting electrocuted, how they were unable to move, forced rigid as the electricity charred their flesh from the inside out. She was ready to rush him, smack into him with all her weight in order to break the circuit, when Nash stepped back. He held a gun in one hand, and a cell phone with the bright flashlight shining in the other. He'd pushed the door open with the leather toe of his shoe. He hadn't held the doorknob at all. Claire tore the white wire from the hook in the door and tossed it aside, pulled the door open, and jumped into Nash's arms with so much force she nearly did knock him over. Her face was nestled in the crook of his shoulder when he grabbed her and pulled her deeper into the hallway. Run! Chapter 118. Poole. Day 6, 6:03 a.m. Poole spotted Bishop. Saw him jump from a white van, only to disappear again into the crowd. Not before he caught eye contact with that woman from Channel 7, though. Poole started that way, but it seemed the 1,000 people around him had also decided to head for that very same spot, and the crowd became so thick, Poole found it hard to breathe. A few feet ahead of him and to his left, an older woman lost her footing and went down. The crowd seemed to carry her for a moment, then she vanished somewhere below. Poole elbowed his way over to her, helped her back to her feet. Another moment and she might have been trampled. He saw a little girl in her mother's arms, clutched against her chest, no more than 8 or 9 years old. The mother was trying to move in the opposite direction from everyone else, no doubt attempting to escape the mob of people, but like the old woman, the momentum of the many carried her with them. Poole got to her, shouted for her to get behind him, and she did. But then he lost track of her as others moved to fill the little bit of empty space he created. Up ahead, where Bishop must have been, the shouts were deafening and somehow growing louder. Not just cries for Bishop anymore, but cries to get out, cries to stop, cries for help. When Poole caught sight of Porter, he was at least 30 feet away, also heading toward Bishop. It was a fleeting glance, but Poole was certain it was him, and for one quick instant, their eyes met. For that moment, all else dropped away. It was in that moment that Poole saw Porter's shoulder tense, traced his arm, his hand, down into the pocket of his jacket. It was in that moment that Poole realized Porter had a gun. All of this in under a second. He lost sight of him again as his own hand instinctively went for his weapon and freed the Glock from his shoulder holster. Chapter 119. Porter. Day 6, 6:04 a.m. Lizeth Loudon stood 20 feet to his left. Anson Bishop was less than a dozen paces away. Detective Sam Porter took the .38 from his pocket, raised the weapon above his head, and fired 3 shots into the air. The crowd froze. The voices silenced. With the echo of gunfire, momentum shifted, turned, began to push away from Bishop rather than toward him. When the space between them cleared, Porter trained the weapon on the other man. "Set down the water bottle, now." Bishop froze, turned toward Porter. The water bottle, now uncapped, dangled from his fingertips. Porter leveled the gun, a clean shot at Bishop's chest, if he took it. His finger tightened on the trigger. "I'm not going to ask you again." Bishop nodded, slowly crouched, and placed the open water bottle on the cracked asphalt. "It's just water, Sam." "Drop the gun!" Poole. Special Agent Poole pushed through the crowd into the open space, his gun on Porter. "Drop it, now!" Porter shook his head and shouted at Bishop.
Step back from the bottle.
To Poole, he said,
The virus is in that water bottle.
Bishop shook his head. It's just water. You brought the virus here, Sam, not me. I wouldn't do something like that.
He planned to infect everyone,
Porter insisted. Bishop took a step closer. How was breakfast, Sam? As Bishop took another step, Porter shouted,
Don't move!
Bishop drew closer. You brought the virus here, not me. If anyone infected all these people, it was you. Everyone around you. How was breakfast, Sam? A shot rang out, loud and harsh. Porter heard it a moment after the bullet tore through his chest from the rooftop of one of the surrounding buildings. He didn't remember falling to the ground, but when his brain registered what was happening, that's where he was. Poole was on top of him, wrestling the gun away. There was an explosion then, a deep rumble that came from the direction of the hospital. Chapter 120. Poole. Day 6, 6:05 a.m.
Hurry, they're coming.
At first, Poole thought he misunderstood him, but Porter repeated the same phrase a moment later. The spittle tainted red with blood. Poole pressed hard on the wound in Porter's chest, leaned closer. Who's coming?
Weasel. He called me. He said he had evidence. Meet him.
Poole frowned. Evidence of what? You're not making sense, Sam. Try not to talk. You're losing a lot of blood. He tore open Porter's jacket. The bullet, fired by one of the snipers on Washington, struck Porter high in the right side of his chest. Porter's breathing was labored, each breath a quick gasp. I think the bullet punctured your lung. Just lie still. Paramedics are coming.
I ate the breakfast, Porter said. Infected. Get away.
Porter bucked, tried to knock Poole off, but Poole held fast. Father, forgive me, a female voice said from somewhere behind Poole. She tossed a black and white composition book onto Porter's bloody chest and disappeared into the crowd before Poole could get a good look at her. Nothing but a wisp of brown hair. He shoved the book aside and applied more pressure to the wound. About 10 feet to Poole's left, 4 uniformed officers from Metro held Bishop down on the ground, while 2 agents from the Bureau stood over him. His hands were behind his back, secured with plastic zip-tie handcuffs. As they hauled him to his feet, his eyes fixed on Porter, and the gun a few inches from Porter's fallen hand, then met Poole's for an instant before he was turned and dragged through the crowd toward a waiting patrol car. A large black cloud of smoke filled the sky deeper into town, near Stroger, if not the hospital itself. Porter coughed. Blood sprayed over his shirt. His eyes rolled up into his head. A paramedic dropped to the ground next to him, another on his other side. To the first one, a woman in her late 20s with short red hair, Poole said, I'm FBI. I think the bullet punctured his lung. He was conscious up until a moment ago. His pulse is weak. BP is 73/55. She had Porter's shirt open, examining the wound. Step back, please. I've got him. Poole did as he was told. The other paramedic handed her a package labeled Quick Clot and some bandages. He looked up at Poole. I just came from your communications van. SCIC Hurless has been poisoned. Something in his coffee, we think. You might want to get over there. Poole looked in the direction of the van. Hurless, Dalton, and the tech who had been tracing Porter's phone, all in there. He turned back to the paramedic. What about Dalton and the tech? He injected Porter with something. Just Hurless. The others are okay. A third paramedic arrived, this one with a stretcher. He set it on the ground parallel with Porter. Is he breathing? Poole asked. None of them answered. With a practiced movement, 2 rolled Porter to his side while the third maneuvered the stretcher under him. I'm staying with him, Poole said. Clear us a path, the female paramedic said. She held an IV bag a few feet above Porter with one hand while pressing a finger first to Porter's wrist, then to his neck. When she noticed Poole watching her, her fingers dropped away, and she wouldn't make eye contact. Together they pushed their way through to the ambulance parked at the curb, the blood-stained diary tucked into the waistband of Poole's pants. Chapter 121. Diary.
Stocks, dead.
Get his gun,
Vincent said, looking down at Stock's lifeless body.
Stocks, what's happening up there?
Welderman called up from the base of the stairs. Stocks was dead. Very little blood came from the back of his head where Vincent hit him, but I could see the white of his skull under the matted hair and torn skin. He'd cracked the bone.
Get the goddamn gun,
Vincent repeated. He moved to the side of the doorway and pressed his back against the wall, ready to strike the next person who came into the room. With a shaking hand, Libby reached down and picked up the gun. I took the weapon from her. I knew what was coming, and I didn't want her to know what it felt like to take a life. I didn't want her to ever know that feeling. On his bed, the kid groaned. Tegan's face was white. Christina was pressed up against her, still looking down at Stock's lifeless body.
Stocks, I'm coming up.
Hurry, I shouted. I think he had a heart attack. I quickly knelt between Stocks and the doorway, blocking any view of his ruined head. My finger on the trigger, I hid the gun behind his body. I didn't know much about guns, but this was a revolver, so I didn't think it had a safety. I hoped it didn't have a safety. Vincent pressed so tight against the drywall I thought he might disappear into the wallpaper. He nodded at me quickly, the wrench above his head, ready to swing. Welderman came up the stairs 2 at a time. Before I saw him, I saw his shadow on the wall, looming larger with each thud of his feet. When he reached the doorway, time moved so slow. I'm not sure if it was the sight of Stocks on the floor, or the look of fear in Tegan's eyes, or Paul standing in the corner, or me crouched down, but something gave him pause. He froze just outside the doorway. Vincent had expected him to come into the room, and he had started to swing the wrench when Welderman's footfalls were just outside the door. If Welderman had kept going, the wrench would have hit him square in the jaw. Because he stopped, Vincent hit him high in the forearm instead, just below his shoulder, more of a glancing blow. Welderman staggered backward, fumbling for his gun. I raised Stock's revolver and fired, 3 quick shots. I didn't have a chance to aim, and the first bullet struck the wall a few inches from his head. The gun kicked back for the second and third shots, and those went wild. One further up the wall behind him, the other into the ceiling. Welderman jumped back against the hallway wall, pictures falling around him. Then he rolled to the side and disappeared down the steps as I fired a 4th time.
Give me that.
Vincent snatched the gun from my hand and ran down the hallway after him. I heard 2 more shots. Neither had come from Vincent.
Chapter 122. Diary.
I wanted my knife, but I didn't have my knife. Oglesby had my knife. Father would have told me to use the wrench, so I scooped it up, and I followed after Vincent. I spotted him briefly near the bottom of the stairs. Then he rounded the corner toward the parlor as another shot rang out. The bullet smacked into the plaster near the front door, spraying the air with dust. Someone yelped at the top of the stairs. I think it was Christina. Vincent crouched outside the parlor as another shot came. He quickly pointed at the front door. I understood. There were only 2 ways in and out of this house, and Welderman was moving toward the back door in the kitchen. Another shot, this one so close I heard it whiz by my head. Vincent fired in the direction of the parlor. I dropped to the floor, crying out as pain shot up my broken arm. I scrambled for the front door, pulled it open, and rolled across the porch down the steps to the grass. By the time I stopped moving, the pain was so bad my vision went white. I might have broken my arm again. There was no way to tell with the cast. I forced myself to stand and ran around the side of the house to the back door. I found Finicky in the kitchen, a butcher knife in her hand. You little shit!
She came at me, far faster than I anticipated. She wielded the knife with something between skill and fear, quick swipes back and forth at arm's length, trying to drive me back. Instead, I barreled at her with all my strength. The knife came at me, and I raised my arm with the cast, brought it up hard. I caught the side of the blade, deflected it, and my cast smacked up under her chin. Finicky's head jerked back, cracked against the kitchen counter, then she fell to the floor. The blow hadn't killed her, but her breathing came in quick, shallow gasps. Her right arm jerked and spasmed. I dropped the wrench and took up her knife. Not my knife, but a knife, and the blade felt good in my hand. From the parlor I heard another shot, whether from Vincent or Welderman, I couldn't be sure. Cold sweat trickled down the side of my face. My arm throbbed with my heartbeat. Such heavy thumps it felt like they would break the cast from the inside. I tried to ignore the pain, to will it away as Father taught me. I crossed the kitchen. The door between the kitchen and the parlor was closed, flimsy and double-hinged, designed to open in either direction. Hardly thick enough to stop a bullet, but with it closed, I had no idea what was happening on the other side. Another shot. The report had a deeper sound to it than the one I heard when Vincent fired. This had to be Welderman shooting. Vincent had a revolver. While I had never shot one before tonight, I'd read about them in plenty of comics. Most only held 6 bullets. I had fired 3 shots upstairs, and I saw Vincent fire one more. At best, he had 2 shots left, maybe less, if any of the others I heard had been him. Father would have searched stocks for additional ammunition before heading downstairs. I was not my father. 2 more shots. Definitely Welderman, not Vincent. If Welderman was still shooting, it meant Vincent was still alive. He was probably in the hallway just outside the parlor. I kicked the door. It swung open into the room. With the adrenaline, everything moved in slow motion. I took it all in. Vincent barely visible opposite me in the hallway. Welderman was crouched behind the couch, sideways, his gun up. When he saw me, he spun in my direction, squeezing off shots as he came around. Vincent dove into the room, slammed onto the hardwood floor, and fired twice under the couch, maybe an inch off the floor. The first bullet punched through the baseboard to my left. The second bullet caught Welderman in his right foot. Welderman dropped back onto the couch and was already trying to get back up when I ran toward him and jumped. He pulled the trigger again, and something hot cut into my thigh. The butcher knife pierced his neck about an inch below his Adam's apple. I held the knife as Mother had taught me, with my palm pressed against the base of the hilt so my grip wouldn't slide. And I felt pressure as the tip first sliced through skin and muscle, then more resistance when it punctured his windpipe. The blade caught in bone at the back of his throat, and blood sprayed out everywhere, hot against my skin. I dropped to the side of him, rolled off the couch, and found myself on the floor. I landed on my broken arm, and this time the pain won. I don't remember passing out. To nobody in particular, I only remember saying, "Weasel is still in the van."
Chapter 123. Diary.
Paul slapped me. When my eyes opened, I saw his hand coming at my face for a second time, and I turned away, barely fast enough to avoid the blow. "He's awake," Paul shouted over his shoulder. He was sitting on my chest, holding me down. "Don't move, that prick shot you." I felt a burn, something horrible in my thigh, and when I tilted my head, I saw Libby pouring peroxide over a tear in my jeans. "The bullet just grazed you. It could have been much worse." She dabbed at the wound with a dish towel from the kitchen and fished a roll of gauze from a first aid kit at her side. I had no idea where she found that. She went around my leg several times, pulling the gauze tight. On the couch, Vincent was going through Welderman's pockets, dumping the contents on a side table. Welderman stared at nothing, a blank, dead gaze. His clothing was soaked in blood, the couch too, the surrounding furniture. I probably hit his jugular. Nothing else explained all the blood. The butcher knife was on the floor near his feet. "Finicky's in the kitchen." I managed to get out, trying to look back that way. "We found her. Tegan and Christina are tying her up," Paul told me. "She's still alive. You should have hit her harder." "Can you get off my chest? I can't breathe." "Sorry." Paul rolled to the side and got to his feet. Finished with my leg, Libby wiped the blood from my face. Her expression was filled with a mix of concern, fear, worry, anxiety. Yet somehow she managed to smile, and that smile was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. She hovered over me for a moment, then bent down and kissed me, her lips soft, warm, perfect. "I think I love you, Anson Bishop." She said this quietly, only for me. For that brief moment, I forgot about the pain in my leg, my broken arm. There was only her and me, and I told her I loved her too. Turns out Paul heard us, his face flushed as he looked away.
"Found his keys,"
Vincent said from the couch. He also had Welderman's gun and at least one extra clip.
"I'm going after Weasel."
I tried to sit up. "I'm going too." "No, you're not," Libby frowned. I forced myself to stand, reigniting the pain in my thigh and arm. "I have to." "Let Vincent and Paul go."
"We all need to get out of here," Paul said. "We don't know who's coming back and when."
His eyes fell on Welderman, all the blood.
"Both him and Stocks were cops. There was that other one out there. They're all dirty. We can't let them find us here."
"Don't leave me," Libby pleaded, stroking my cheek. I went to the desk in the corner of the room and scribbled out my address in Simpsonville. I pressed the paper into her hand and brushed the hair from her eyes. "Help Tegan and Christina. When they're done with Finicky, get the money from the barn and load up Finicky's car. As much as you can fit. If we're not back in 2 hours, or you have to leave sooner, meet us at this address, in the trailer behind what's left of the house." I leaned in close and lowered my voice. "We'll get far away from here, just like we planned, I promise." Vincent had Welderman's gun tucked in his belt. He handed the revolver to Libby.
"It's empty, but Stocks might have some more bullets in his pockets."
Libby held the gun with a loose grip, as if it were hot.
"Christina knows how to use one if you're not comfortable," he told her. "You may need to take the kid to the hospital. If you do, don't use real names."
Paul was at the front door.
"They've got nearly 10 minutes on us. If we're going, we need to leave, now."
I kissed Libby again. "I'll see you soon." Her eyes glistened with tears. She must have known there was no talking me out of it. She only nodded. From the floor near the couch, I picked up the knife and wiped the blade on one of the cushions. I felt Libby's eyes on my back, but I couldn't turn around. I knew, if I did, I wouldn't have the will to leave, and this was something I had to do. Vincent, Paul, and I ran out the door to Welderman's Chevy. With Vincent driving, we shot down the driveway, the farmhouse disappearing into the dark behind. We knew where they were going. I tightened my grip on the knife and waited for the lights of Charleston.
Chapter 124. Diary.
"There!" Paul shouted. "There they are!"
Vincent hadn't driven much, and this was clear as he negotiated some of the more narrow roads. He nearly put us in the ditch twice, and when he ran a stop sign on Bulford, a tractor-trailer approaching from the west almost clipped our back end. By the time we reached the highway, he'd improved, if only a little. He drove far too fast. We were all covered in blood. We had a gun belonging to a dead police detective in the car, the knife too. There were the bodies back at the farmhouse. Any of these things would get us in far more trouble than I was willing to consider. It was on the highway we spotted them, the white van and a Charleston police cruiser following behind by several car lengths. Vincent fell in behind both of them, keeping several cars between us. He said he knew the route to the motel, so there was no reason to risk getting too close. 10 minutes later, when we reached the motel, things went wrong. "Park over there," I told Vincent, pointing at the lot across the street between McDonald's and the auto parts store. I knew we'd be able to watch from there without getting too close. The plan we came up with was a simple one. We'd wait for them to take Weasel into one of the rooms. Paul and I would get him out while Vincent watched Van Man and the cop. He'd only show himself if necessary. The gun was a last resort, but we'd use it if we needed. Whatever we had to do to get Weasel. None of that happened. The van pulled into the motel parking lot. The police cruiser pulled up beside it and came to a stop. We were still moving when the back door of the van flew open and Weasel jumped out, running in the opposite direction with the green bag in his hand. Tegan's camera was on a strap around his neck, and it slapped against his back as he bolted through the parking lot and disappeared between 2 rows of buildings behind the motel. "Shit!" Vincent cried out, yanking the gear shift back into drive. He jumped the curb, tires locked up all around us. Somehow he managed to shoot across Crescent as the police cruiser took off down Klondike, with the van heading around the block on Boise, no doubt an attempt to box Weasel in. Vincent's head jerked back and forth, watching both as we rolled through the motel lot. "Which one do I follow?" I spotted Weasel about a block away, darting between several parked cars, then down the side of Brownstone. "He's running between the buildings. Let us out." "You can't catch him on that leg, he's—" I didn't hear what he said next. I jumped from the car while he was still slowing. Paul came out behind me with a grunt. We both took off running toward the back of the motel, in the direction Weasel had gone. Behind us, tires squealed as Vincent gave the car a little too much gas attempting to turn. He overcompensated, nearly sideswiped a parked station wagon, then righted the Chevy before bouncing back onto Church, going after the van. Paul was much faster than me. I tried to keep up, but each footfall on my injured leg hurt more than the last, and that was nothing compared to my broken arm rattling around in the cast. Over the past hour, the fingers on that hand had swollen and gone red. They felt hot, and while I couldn't see under the cast, I imagined things there were far worse. In my mind's eye, I pictured both ends of the broken bone scraping against each other, tearing muscle and who knew what else. I imagined the arm continuing to swell and tried not to think about what would happen if it ran out of room to expand in the plaster cast. I pushed these thoughts out of my head. I willed the pain away, and I chased after Paul as he chased after Weasel, all 3 of us disappearing into the mess of buildings, side streets, and alleyways behind the motel. More than once I lost track of Weasel. At one point, I even lost sight of Paul. He kept glancing back at me, slowing down, and I waved him on, told him to just keep going. I was covered in sweat, and that lightheadedness had returned. Breathing became hard, and I had to stop for a moment, bent over with my hand on my knee, sucking in air. When I stood back up, I caught a glimpse of Paul up ahead. He was halfway down a narrow alley when the Charleston police cruiser from earlier screeched to a stop on Cumberland. A uniformed officer jumped out and rounded the car before disappearing down a cobblestone alleyway on the opposite side of the street. Paul was moving so fast he smacked into the front of the police car and nearly went over the hood. He regained his footing and scrambled around the car into the alley. I was still on the wrong side of Cumberland when the first of 3 shots cracked through the air. Pop, pop, pop.
Chapter 125. Diary.
By the time I reached the police car, Paul was darting back out of the alley, waving me off with both hands. "Run!" he shouted. "What happened?" I was standing near the trunk of the Charleston PD cruiser. The driver's side door was still open, the engine running. Inside, muffled voices rattled from the radio. Paul didn't answer. He ran past me, down the sidewalk on Cumberland. Didn't even slow down. I looked back toward the alley, but from where I stood I couldn't see anything. I still had the butcher knife, so I went to the open door of the patrol car, leaned inside, and cut the microphone cable. Back outside, I stabbed the left front tire before following after Paul as quickly as I could. From the mouth of the alley, someone shouted. It sounded like Van Man, but I didn't turn around to check. Up ahead, Vincent came around the corner from Church and slid to a stop, blocking the intersection. Paul yanked open the back door and dove inside. Horns blared all around. I staggered up, fell onto the seat, and managed to get the door closed behind me as Vincent gunned the engine, and we raced back down Cumberland. Van Man was gone when we passed the alley on the way back. I tried to get a look, but it was too dark. "Where's Weasel?" Vincent said, leaning over the steering wheel. He yanked the wheel hard to the right, and Paul rolled into me as we made a quick turn. Paul shook all over. His face was horribly pale. He mumbled something, but I couldn't make it out. I grabbed his shoulder and shook him. "What happened? Where's Weasel?" Paul looked at me. His mouth fell open, but nothing came out. "Paul?" He spoke between gasps.
Oh, God. He shot him. He's dead. Weasel's dead."
I tried to get more out of him, but he buried his face in his hands and broke down into heavy sobs. Lights blaring. Another police car shot past us, heading in the opposite direction, toward Cumberland.
"We need to get out of here,"
Vincent said, turning down another side street. 2 more police cars were approaching. Sirens blared everywhere. I slumped down in the seat, Paul screaming beside me. "Should we go back to the farmhouse?" Vincent looked at the clock on the radio.
"It's been nearly 40 minutes, and we're a half hour away."
"I told Libby 2 hours. Go back." And we did. We pulled into the driveway in record time. Finicky's car was gone.
Chapter 126. Diary.
The drive to Simpsonville was a silent one. Vincent didn't speak, and neither did I. On the back seat beside me, Paul had curled up against the door. His screams became sobs, those becoming whimpers, and finally nothing at all. In Welderman's glove box, Vincent found a bottle of ibuprofen. I swallowed 4 of the pills dry, followed by 2 more 30 minutes later. The pain in my arm and leg reduced to a dull throb, and while the swelling didn't go away completely, it did go down, and I was thankful for that. I watched the lights of various cities and towns fade behind us until the thick of night engulfed everything. All 3 of us were in desperate need of sleep, but unwilling to rest for even a moment.
"We're almost out of gas,"
Vincent said. "It's not much further," I told him. And it wasn't. My street, my woods, my house, all as I left it, waiting for me to return. "Turn there," I told him. He was leaning forward again, up over the steering wheel.
"Where?"
"At the mailbox, up there on the right." Vincent whistled as the headlights rolled over the remains of my old house, the burnt-out husk of my childhood.
"There's Finicky's car. They made it,"
Paul said, pointing toward the Carter's place off to the side. This was the first thing he'd said since we left Charleston. We pulled to a stop next to the remains of Father's car. Weeds had claimed it as their own, and I was glad for that. I didn't want to see it. Vincent killed the motor. The engine noise was replaced with soft clicks as the motor cooled. The front door to the Carter's place was open. Several backpacks and bags sat in the dirt near Finicky's car. Vincent was first out. He ran up the steps with Welderman's gun at the ready.
"Christina!
Tegan!" he shouted.
"Libby!"
His voice dimmed as he disappeared inside. Something was wrong. I think Paul felt it too. As we both got up out of the car, the air was thick with it. Vincent came back out a moment later, a puzzled look on his face.
"They're not here."
I was only half listening to him. I thought I saw someone in the back of Finicky's car, slumped down. I wanted to believe it was the girls, sleeping, maybe. Of course they would sleep in the car and wait for us, my mind said. I so wanted that to be true. But as I got closer, I knew that it wasn't. In the back seat was a man's body. "That's Welderman," Paul said. We found Stock's body in the front. Someone had belted him into the passenger seat. Vincent cupped his hands around his mouth.
"Christina!"
She didn't answer. Nobody answered. Vincent opened the driver's side door, and we all saw it. There was blood on the steering wheel. I couldn't tell if it was from Welderman, Stocks, or someone else. "This is bad," Paul said, stepping back and turning in a slow circle, looking all around us. "Open the trunk," I said, moving around to the back. Neither Paul or Vincent moved. Somebody opened the trunk. Vincent found the release switch and pulled. There was a loud clunk. The trunk rose. I didn't want to look inside, but I forced myself to do it anyway, my breath catching as I bent forward. Empty. For a moment, I felt relief. Then I saw Libby's locket in the dirt near my feet.
"There's a note pinned to Stocks' shirt," Vincent said from inside the car.
"What's it say?"
"You've got an hour to take out the trash before I call the locals. Forget the girls. Don't follow." It's signed Sam Porter.
"6 months later. Chapter 127. Porter. Day 198, 3:18 p.m. Porter shifted his weight, and that bought him about 30 seconds of relief before the hardwood of the bench went to work on the opposite side of his ass. Happy to have something new to chew on. After nearly 3 months of trial, he knew better. He should have brought a pillow. Room 209 of the George N. Layton Criminal Court Building, located at 2600 South California Avenue in Chicago, was the largest of the building's courts. Able to hold nearly 200 people in the gallery, there was not a single empty seat today, nor had there been for the duration of the trial. Early on, there had been motions to hear the case somewhere else in the country. Bishop's lead attorney, a man named Curtis Ruland, said Bishop would never get a fair shake in Chicago. And while he was probably right about that, his defense team, prosecutors, and the judge were unable to find some place where he would get a fair shake. Bishop and the 4MK murders had been well known long before February 17th of 2015. But the events of that particular day had gone global. Whether newspaper, television, or grandmother's Facebook page, the capture of 4MK was on everyone's lips, the subject of much of the world's internet traffic. On February 17th, nearly a dozen bodies were found inside the Guyon Hotel, all in varying stages of decomposition. Eye, ear, and tongue removed on each. "I am evil," carved into their flesh, and the words "Father, forgive me," written somewhere nearby. Each of the bodies found matched a name in 4MK's final diary, the one Klozowski had given Nash. Each responsible for some role in the enormous ring of human trafficking laid out in that book. The FBI found 3 more still buried in the salt dome behind the hospital, right where Klozowski had said they would. In a video left on his computer at Metro, Edwin Klozowski confessed to all these recent murders. He provided evidence of their crimes, information detailing how he found them, and claimed their deaths would each pay a bit of the toll amassed by their wrongdoing. Klozowski also confessed to the murders of Stanford Pence and Christy Albee. As the Kid, after sustaining life-threatening injuries at the hands of Welderman and Stocks, he was brought to a back-alley medical practice run by Stanford Pence. Along with Christy Albee, Pence stabilized Klozowski before loading him into the back of his car and dropping him at the nearest emergency room. Klozowski was not one to forget a face. Mayor Milton was dead. FBI Special Agent in Charge Foster Hurlis was dead. Poisoned. Although Poole was able to offer a detailed description, neither the FBI nor Chicago Metro, who finally found a way to work together, had any leads on the man who delivered coffee that day. He knew enough to offer Hurlis sugar. He was also willing to gamble on whether or not one of the others would reach for that cup first. Both Mayor Milton and SAIC Hurlis were linked to the criminal trafficking enterprise in enough ways to justify nearly 20 pages in that little book. They'd wielded their power and influence as both a shield and a weapon to facilitate their crimes. Shortly after the death of his supervisor, Special Agent Frank Poole found an offshore account belonging to Hurlis containing nearly $3 million. Those funds, along with most of the mayor's assets, had been seized. Edwin Klozowski was dead. The bomb strapped to his chest had gutted the former Cook County Hospital. The flames left nothing but a charred husk of a building behind. The mayor's partial remains were found, still bound to the statue once called Protection. Nash's report detailed Klozowski's final moments, his confession, his accusations. Nash described Anthony Warnick with a fatal gunshot wound in the tunnel leading from Stroger to the old Cook County Hospital building. A day later, when Warnick's apartment was searched by both the FBI and Chicago Metro, substantial evidence was found that left no doubt as to his actions. On orders from the mayor, Warnick had systematically hunted down Christina Niven and Tegan Savala, killed them, and left their bodies in the cemetery in the subway station. There were also boxes of information on Vincent Widener, Paul Upchurch, and Anson Bishop. While there was no proof, it was believed he killed Widener and placed the body in Porter's apartment. Warnick had been tasked by the principals of Backpage with finding all the children from Finicki's and told to make their murders look as if 4MK were responsible. When Porter had first woken in the hospital from an induced coma, 3 surgeries, and nearly a week after being shot, Nash had been there. Nash told him Klazowski insisted Porter had been working with Warnick, attempting to track down all the children from Finicki's foster home in an attempt to silence them. Nash told Porter he didn't plan to put that in his report. Porter insisted that he did.
No more secrets,
He had told his partner, in a voice barely loud enough to be considered a whisper.
Don't leave anything out.
Nash reluctantly agreed. Everything was there. Although Porter had read those reports, he found himself unable to acknowledge or deny the accusations. He simply did not remember. There were flashes, but nothing resembling a complete picture. He had no recollection of ever meeting Warnick. Hurry, they're coming. Poole had told him what he said about Weasel moments after being shot, but even that was gone. A fleeting glimpse of his past hidden again behind a closed door. Poole also told him they found an empty vial of the SARS virus in Porter's hotel room down in New Orleans. 2 more were still missing. Porter said he had no idea how it could have gotten there or where the others were. Porter had not been infected. Upon arriving at the hospital, he was immediately quarantined. Additional precautions were taken during the surgeries and all care that followed until tests revealed the virus was not in his system. When he was finally well enough for an interview, Porter told the FBI what Bishop had told him. The virus was in the breakfast he ate on the plane. When the plane was searched, there was no trace of the virus, nor did they find any proof Bishop had set foot in the private jet. The food was long gone. Poole had not been there for the interview. The agent who was there simply took his statements stone-faced and left. Porter knew they didn't believe him. From a doorway at the left front of the courtroom, a bailiff entered and turned toward the large crowd.
All rise for the Honorable Judge Henry Schmidt.
Along with Special Agent Frank Poole on his left and all others in the courtroom, Porter stood, the chains on his wrists and ankles forcing him to hunch a little forward. Chapter 128. Porter. Day 198. 3:21 p.m. Along with his attorney, Anson Bishop stood at a table at the front of the room. His hair, now neatly cropped, had been cut for the trial. He wore a dark blue suit. Porter stared at the back of his head from his seat in the 3rd row, willing Bishop to turn around. He did not.
You may be seated,
the bailiff told everyone. Porter must have remained standing just a little too long. He felt Poole's hand on his arm, tugging him back down onto the bench. The bullet wound in his chest was still tender, and while it no longer hurt all the time, there were the occasional twinges of pain to remind him just how close to death he had come. A little less each day, but always there to remind him of February 17th. Throughout the trial, Bishop insisted he was innocent of all crimes. During his testimony, his story never faltered. Yes, I changed my name, but I killed no one. Detective Porter told me I was part of an undercover operation to help capture the real 4MK. During closing arguments, Bishop's defense team played Klazowski's confession and ended with one simple thought. He admitted to killing so many people. Was it hard to believe he was actually the one who killed Callie Tremmel and the others? All those Anson Bishop stood accused of murdering? After all, Klazowski admitted to tampering with video evidence, directing the investigation, killing others as retribution for their crimes. Was it really so hard to believe Edwin Klazowski, not their client, was really responsible? From the far right corner of the courtroom, the jury filed in. 7 men, 5 women, ranging in age from early 20s to the oldest at 73. 4 black, 5 white, 2 Hispanic, and an Asian woman. For the past 3 months, they had been sequestered in a nearby hotel without access to the internet or television. Family members were searched prior to meetings to ensure no outside influences found their way into their deliberations. Each day of Bishop's trial, Judge Schmidt reminded them only evidence presented at trial should be considered. Shortly after the start of Bishop's trial, it became abundantly clear that evidence was far more limited than the lead prosecutor had hoped. From the bench, Porter retrieved his notebook. He'd started the notebook while still in the hospital and had intended to give it to the prosecutor, but the district attorney's office did not want his notes. The black and white composition book had evidence written across the front. On the top of the first page, written in large blocky letters, was "Confession at 314 West Belmont." When Porter had found Bishop on the 11th floor of Talbot's office building, under construction at the time, Arthur Talbot had been near death, secured to an office chair, as Anson Bishop confessed to his crimes. Emery Connors had been far below, at the bottom of an elevator shaft. In the moments leading up to Talbot's murder, Bishop told Porter how he blamed the real estate mogul for destroying his family, how the man had had his hands in a multitude of criminal enterprises. Porter tried to stop him as he pushed Talbot across the floor and into an open elevator shaft to his death. 1 month into the trial, the Chicago Examiner had run a first-page story outlining Porter's actions and memory lapses. Although they refused to divulge their source, they included transcripts of conversations thought to be private between Porter and his doctors. Damning conversations, clearly detailing his missing time. Under subpoena, Bishop's defense team managed to obtain copies of Porter's medical records. As a result, he was ordered to speak to a court-appointed psychologist tasked with determining his current and past mental state. Ultimately deemed unreliable, Porter had not been permitted to testify. Because only Porter had borne witness to Bishop's confession at Talbot's office building, his written report had also been struck from evidence. In his notebook, Porter drew a line through "Confession at 314 West Belmont." Although Porter had also detailed how Bishop stabbed him in his apartment, that event was also stricken from evidence. Phone calls, conversations, unreliable. If there wasn't a third party to corroborate the information, all interactions between Bishop and Porter alone were struck from evidence. In his notebook, Porter found all the others and drew lines through those too. Confession at the Guyon. Murder of Jane Doe / Rose Finicky. Every phone call. The focus of the trial shifted to physical evidence, primarily Bishop's fingerprint, found on the rail car used to transport the body of Gunter Herbert in the tunnels beneath the Multifax Publications building. In his testimony, Bishop insisted he'd never been down there. The fingerprint placed him at the crime scene. The defense team made quick work of it. The fingerprint was collected by Mark Thomas, a member of the SWAT team, and given to Detective Porter. Porter had sole possession of that evidence for how long? Hours. He then gave it to Detective Nash for transport to the lab. Isn't Detective Nash, the one on camera, kicking my client? Porter held little hope for the fingerprint evidence. He drew a line through that, too. Several people in A. Montgomery Ward Park had seen Bishop when Emery Connors was initially taken. None of them were confident enough to identify him in a lineup. Emery's boyfriend, Tyler Mathers, was unable to ID Bishop. Emery, held in the bottom of an elevator shaft, had never seen her captor's face. The origin of all the 4MK diaries came into question, and although Porter insisted he hadn't commissioned Upchurch to create them, had never even met Upchurch, he was faced with apprehension and disbelief. And that was by the prosecutors from the district attorney's office. Unwilling to roll the dice, they didn't admit them into evidence. Hearsay, speculation, circumstantial. One by one, the defense tore apart the case. As Porter went through his notebook, drawing lines through this and that, he eventually closed the cover and set it aside. The jury had deliberated a little over 6 hours. Judge Henry Schmidt cracked his gavel. "Order, please. Order." Larissa Beale and Katie Quigley were sitting together up in the second row. Claire and Nash were in Porter's row, on the opposite side of Poole. When Porter glanced over, he noticed the two of them holding hands. The judge turned his attention to the jury.
Madam Forewoman, has the jury come to a conclusion?
The Asian woman stood. "We have, Your Honor." Turning to Bishop, he said,
"Please rise and face the jury."
Anson Bishop stood, buttoning the jacket of his suit, and turned toward the group of 12. The judge surveyed those in the gallery with a stern glare.
"When the verdict is read, I expect all of you to remain composed and respect the fact that this is a court of law. I will not tolerate outbursts of any kind."
He turned back to the woman at the head of the jury box.
"And what find you?"
She looked out over the crowd in the gallery, glanced in Bishop's general direction, but quickly looked away, unable to make eye contact. Clearing her throat, she read the index card in her hand. "In the case 1585201008, Cook County v. Anson Bishop, find the defendant, Anson Bishop, not guilty in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Callie Tremmel, a human being. Not guilty in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon L. Borton. Not guilty in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Missy Lumax. Not guilty in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Barbara." Porter didn't hear the rest. The rush of blood in his head, the thumping of his heartbeat in his ears, drowned her out. The gallery erupted with loud gasps, shouts. Some cheered while others broke out in tears. Poole tapped his shoulder and nodded toward the door on the far right of the room. "We need to go." Porter's notes. Anson Bishop victims: Callie Tremmel, L. Borton, Missy Lumax, Susan Devorah, Barbara McKinley, Allison Kramer, Jody Bloomington, Emery Connors, alive, Gunther Herbert, Arthur Talbot, Rose Finnicky, Detective Freddie Welderman, Detective Ezra Stocks, Dr. Joseph Oglesby. Paul Upchurch victims: Floyd Reynolds, Ella Reynolds, Randall Davies, Lily Davies, Darlene Beale, alive, Larissa Beale, alive, Katie Quigley, alive, Wesley Hartzler. Edwin Klosowski victims: Mayor Barry Milton, Anthony Warnick, Stanford Pence, Stroger Hospital, Christy Albee, Stroger Hospital. Dozen plus left at the Guyon Hotel. Anthony Warnick, directed by Backpage victims: Children from Finnicky's, Libby McKinley, Tegan Savala, Rose Hill Cemetery, Christina Niven, Red Line Tracks, Clark Station, Vincent Widener, left in Porter's apartment. Welderman, Stocks, Hilburn victims: Weasel. Unknown: Tom Langland, Simpsonville Courthouse Steps, Jane Doe, Finnicky Farmhouse. Chapter 129. Porter. Day 199, 3:18 p.m.
"I don't want to hear another word about those goddamn diaries."
Captain Henry Dalton slammed his hand down on the table, his face burning red. He glared at Porter.
"You and those books. I'm not sure what's worse, the fact that it looks like you had them written, or the possibility that you didn't and let the rantings of some madman run this investigation into the ground."
"I didn't," Dalton pointed at him, his finger shaking.
"Enough!"
"Do I need to remind you that my client agreed to attend this meeting today willingly and is under no obligation to be here?" This came from the man on Porter's left, his union-appointed legal representative, Bob Hessling, late 40s, poorly colored, thinning dark hair. He turned to the district attorney.
"Your office rushed to trial. You let the media pressure you. You tried Bishop for all the murders at once rather than one at a time. He's free because of shortcuts taken by your office, not the actions of my client."
The district attorney's eyes narrowed.
"Law enforcement didn't deliver the evidence, and what little they did give us was tainted. We had to group the cases together. They wouldn't have held water individually. And now Bishop is off, and with double jeopardy, you can't try him again. Wonderful job. If your client would prefer to return to his cell, that's just fine. I think he's done enough here."
I can help, Porter said softly. Shut up, Dalton replied. From the opposite corner of the table, Special Agent Frank Poole sighed. You need to tell us about the woman, Sam. The one we found in the farmhouse. A farmhouse owned by you, by the way, the district attorney added. That's not my house. I don't own that any more than I own the property in Simpsonville. But you don't deny being there with that woman? Hessling placed a hand on Porter's arm. Don't answer that. Porter shook him off. I was there with Bishop's mother. The woman I know is Sarah Werner. She and I left together. We've been through this. I don't know who you found. The DA tossed several photographs across the table at him. That's who they found. Porter had seen the images before, but they still made his stomach lurch. Using a razor blade or some other sharp implement, someone had repeatedly written, "I am evil," over every inch of exposed skin. Her eye, ear, and tongue had been removed and placed in white boxes, like all the other 4MK victims. Her fingerprints weren't in the system, and her face had been so disfigured there was no chance of identification. Nobody held out hope for a DNA match. Porter looked up from the photos. I left with Sarah Werner. I don't know who this is. Poole asked, Could this be the woman you knew as Sarah Werner? Porter shrugged. Same hair, same build, but it's not her. She was alive when we left. Then who is this? The DA pressed. I don't know. The room fell silent for a moment. Then Poole turned to the district attorney. Are you going to tell him? The man waved a hand through the air. Go ahead. Tell me what? Poole said, The real Sarah Werner, the one I found murdered in her apartment in New Orleans, she was heavily linked to the people behind www.backpage.com. She represented some, provided legal services to others. Klosowski detailed her crimes in the notes he left behind. So she was dirty. Yeah. Porter turned back to the DA. So if someone manages to ID the woman from the farmhouse, I think you'll find she was dirty too. The woman I know as Sarah Werner is still out there somewhere. He tapped on the top photograph. This isn't her. You can't be sure. I lost her at the airport. You lost her at the airport, the DA repeated. The woman nobody else saw but you. That's right. From his briefcase, Poole took out a thick file, one Porter recognized. His treatment file from Camden. Poole slid it across the table to Porter. This file says you imagined her. That file is bullshit. Poole looked at the DA, then at Dalton and Hessling, before looking back at Porter. I know. Prepared to argue, Porter's mouth opened, but he said nothing. I don't think you were ever treated at Camden, Poole said. We think Upchurch might have created this file, maybe with Klosowski. It's not real. Camden Treatment Center has been closed for nearly 3 years. Porter was confused. I met with the doctor. I was there just last... Poole's gaze remained on him. You met with a man who claimed to be a doctor named Victor Wittenberg. A man who claimed to have treated you after your gunshot wound. There's no record of a Wittenberg ever on the staff of Camden. When you were there in February, someone went through great lengths to make it appear Camden was still a functioning institution. But it wasn't. They broke in and were gone shortly after you left. They knew you were coming. The blood that was found, the evidence of a crime left behind after your visit, that was all a hoax. The blood wasn't even human. It was feline. Feline? A cat. Bishop's cat. Poole understood, too. Bishop framed you. I learned that after finding Oglesby. Chapter 130. Porter. Day 199. 10:21 a.m. You found Oglesby? Well, I found a record of Dr. Oglesby, Poole corrected. He was on staff at Camden for nearly 11 years, but he didn't leave much of a paper trail. Because they're healthcare related, most of Camden's records are confidential. I was able to confirm he signed a number of reports, but I can't get access to the contents. We think he vanished in late '95, but there's no police report. Camden had job abandonment listed as their cause of employment termination, but the rest of his employment file is sparse. You'll find him in the lake back in Simpsonville, Porter said softly. Is that where you put him? The district attorney asked, straight-faced. That's where Bishop would have put him after retrieving his knife. Poole and the district attorney exchanged a glance. Then the DA asked, Did you kill Tom Langlin in Simpsonville? Porter's fingers tightened on the edge of the table, but he managed to keep his anger in check. I didn't kill anyone. The DA blew out a frustrated breath and nodded at Poole. Just tell him. Poole rolled his fingers over the edge of the table, then turned back to Porter. The woman found at the farmhouse had been dead at least 2 weeks, maybe longer. Her body had been stored in salt like the others. We don't think you killed her. We don't believe you killed Langlin or any of the others. I think it was Bishop, Klazowski, maybe others. If we ID her, I'm fairly confident she'll have ties to www.backpage.com and the trafficking ring, like the bodies we found at the Guyon. So Bishop's mother is still out there somewhere. Porter said more to himself than to the group. If she was ever real, the DA smirked. Porter's head shot up. They took her photo at New Orleans prison when they made our visitors' passes. You need to get that photo. Poole was already shaking his head. He took a photograph from his briefcase and handed it to Porter. The image was of a middle-aged black woman. What is this? Porter frowned. That's the photo saved in the prison's central server. Porter tossed the picture aside. Klazowski, had to be. Dalton, who had remained quiet through most of this, said, Tom Langlin was responsible for putting the Simpsonville house into your name. Sheriff Bannister was able to confirm he had access to change the physical paperwork on file with the county. We think Klazowski might have hacked the electronic property records on the farmhouse. He scrubbed all these databases. They probably killed Langlin as some kind of loose end. Porter interrupted in a quiet voice. Father taught me the importance of picking up after myself. Probably, Dalton nodded. Looks like he created a wire trail between you and Upchurch, too. We're still piecing that together. The district attorney took out a yellow postcard, tapped it on the edge of the table several times, then flicked it across the table. The card was addressed to Porter. What's that? We found it in your mailbox. You went through my mail? You're a suspect in numerous open investigations. Not only have we been going through your mail, we've cataloged it as part of an open warrant. Porter read the card and frowned. It was an overdue library book notice. I don't use the library. Poole had placed 4 pieces of drywall on the table, each sealed in clear plastic. Porter knew about these. Knew Nash had found them inside the chair at his apartment. Are those the poems cut from the wall at 41st? Where your partner was killed? Poole nodded and pointed at the overdue notice. The book referenced there is called The Beauty of Death, The Death of Beauty, a book of poems assembled by a man named Francisco Peñafiel. The last person to check that book out was Barbara McKinley. He reached across the table and placed his palm over one of the drywall pieces. We've matched the handwriting here to samples of hers we had on file. Porter didn't understand. Barbara McKinley, Libby's sister, Bishop's 5th victim, wrote those poems? Poole nodded. On the wall in the house where Diner was killed? Again, Poole nodded. When? For that, Poole didn't have an answer. Are you saying she's still alive? The room went quiet again, as everyone considered this. From his briefcase, Poole retrieved the library book, a thin volume, no more than 100 pages. He slid it across the table to Porter. We found it in your apartment on the shelf with a few other hardcovers. Porter pulled the book closer. Those were Heather's. She loved to read. This, though, I've never seen this one before. He nodded at the pieces of drywall. Are those poems in here? Poole nodded. All of them. I folded over the pages. Open it. Porter did. Again, he didn't understand. He turned to the first page with a folded corner. The Emily Dickinson poem entitled The Chariot. Someone had drawn a large figure 8 on the page with a black marker. As Porter flipped through the book, he realized the same symbol had been drawn on every page. The infinity symbol, Porter said flatly. The tattoo. He looked up at Poole. What does it mean? Poole shrugged. We don't know. Bishop had tattooed the symbol on Emery Carter's left wrist. They found it on Jacob Kittner, the woman Porter knew as Sarah Werner. Others, too. Nobody spoke for a long time. There's more, Poole finally said. He reached back down into his briefcase and took out the cell phone with Porter's old business card still fastened to the back. The one Bishop left for Porter in the old roll-top desk at the farmhouse. Both were in a plastic evidence bag. This is my phone. Bishop took it from me when he knocked me out. Poole hesitated for a moment, then said, When I powered it up this morning, there was a text message. A new one. For you. Porter leaned forward. Can I see it? Poole glanced at the district attorney, who nodded. Removing the phone from the bag, he handed the device to Porter. Porter's breath caught in his throat. The message said, I miss your calls, Sam. Porter found it hard to speak. That's Heather's old cell phone number. Your wife? Dalton asked. Porter nodded. After she died, I used to call and listen to her voicemail, listen to her voice. I closed the account months ago. I needed to... Before anyone could stop him, he touched the number on the screen and dialed on speakerphone. The line didn't ring. Instead, the call went straight to voicemail. It wasn't Heather's familiar voice on the other end, though. This time, it was Bishop's. Hello, Sam. I never did get a chance to say goodbye, and I wanted to apologize for that. It was rude, impolite, and my parents raised me to be anything but rude or impolite. You asked me a question in the Guyon parking lot, something I do feel we need to address now that time permits. I was a bit rushed that morning, but now with all that behind us, the unpleasantness of the trial, too, now we're free to talk, and I do so wish to talk to you. You asked who you are to me. I imagine after all we've been through recently you expect a complex answer to that rather basic question. But the truth is, the answer is very simple. Who are you to me? You're nothing, Sam. You're a nobody. You are a filthy, faded business card Tegan found on the floor of your partner's van. You're someone who could have helped but didn't. You're someone who looked the other way when you should have had eyes front. You were nothing but a means to an end. Your punishment is to spend the rest of your life knowing what your lack of action brought upon others. Every time you visit Heather's tombstone, I want you to remember one simple thing. You put her there. Porter felt himself sink a little deeper into his chair, a lump growing in his throat that he was unable to swallow. All eyes in the room were on the phone as Bishop continued. It's important you understand loss, Sam. It's important you know loss as I know loss. My parents are gone. Libby McKinley, the only person I ever truly cared for, is gone. Weasel, Vincent, Paul, Tegan, Christina, all gone. The kid, Klazowski, he gave his own life in their memory. There could be no greater sacrifice. Gone, too. You may not believe I feel pain, Sam, but I do. Every time I close my eyes, I still hear Libby crying. I can still taste the salt of her tears on my fingertips. I wake in the middle of the night and feel her hand in mine for that brief moment between slumber and wakefulness. Then she's gone again, and I'm alone. You have been blessed with the ability to forget, but I have no such ability. Your lost time is my darkest memory, and in that, I don't wish to suffer alone. I want you to remember, need you to remember. You will do that for me, Sam. You will remember for the sake of all those we have lost. Then we can suffer together.
I left something for you, Sam. A missing puzzle piece. Your very own white box tied with a black string. I'm honestly surprised it hasn't been found. I suppose it's better to joke about the stink than be the person who has to clean it up. Better to ignore the foul things in life than to face them. Not the first time you've turned your back, and probably not the last. Perhaps next time you'll pause before you walk away. When Bishop finished speaking, there was a beep. For a moment, they'd all forgotten they were listening to a voicemail message. Porter reached to the phone and clicked the end button. Take me to Metro. Now. Chapter 131. Porter. Day 199. 11:39 a.m. The district attorney refused to remove Porter's restraints, and while Porter didn't much care, shuffling through the halls of Chicago Metro drew a number of stares. Most looked away the moment he met their gaze, but others lingered, their eyes filled with contempt. They all looked at him like he was broken. The press had crucified him. Not only had he been blamed for Bishop's initial escape, they doubled down the moment Bishop came out with that undercover op nonsense. When the information Klosowski left behind went public, opinions shifted even further, and Bishop was seen as some kind of hero. These blinders went up around the city, and people landed in one of two camps: those who sided with Bishop and felt Porter was out to frame him, and the lingering few who believed Porter was innocent. The few who had sided with Porter most likely jumped ship with Bishop's not guilty verdict. Porter was certain the blame would land squarely on his shoulders, and that was where most of his co-workers appeared to be. He blew the case. He lost sight and let Bishop best him. What the press said wasn't relevant, but he dropped the ball as a cop. Porter clambered inside the elevator with Poole, the district attorney, Dalton, and Hessling. When the door opened on the basement level, Nash was standing in the hallway. Porter hadn't seen him since the trial. They hadn't spoken in more than a month. "Brian?" "Hey." Nash's eyes drifted over Porter, the orange jumpsuit, the handcuffs, and leg restraints. "You'd think someone would spring for one of those Hannibal Lecter masks and a hand truck to complete the look." The group stepped out of the elevator into the hallway, and the door closed behind them. Nash looked down at his shoes, shuffled his feet, then back at Porter. "Poole called me last night and filled me in on everything he'd found. I want you to know that Claire and I have always known you were innocent. We wanted to talk to you, but—" Dalton cleared his throat. "I ordered them not to. Not just them, the entire department. Not until we had all the facts. You've only got 3 days left on your sentence for the prison break in New Orleans." He glanced at the DA. "In light of this new evidence, I can't imagine there will be additional charges from anyone. We'll coordinate a joint statement. I'll square away the press." Porter ignored him and smiled at Nash. "You and Claire, huh?" "Yeah, me and Claire." Something had died in Nash the day Klosowski killed himself. Something died in all of them. Porter was glad the two of them had found some kind of happiness together. In the end, that's what would carry them all through to the other side. "Is she here?" Nash nodded down the hall. "She was in the war room packing up. No more task force. No reason to be down in the basement anymore. We're back at our desks in the bullpen. She went upstairs to meet with a walk-in. Someone asking for you. We've gotten a lot of those lately, mainly cranks." "You'll want to see this," Porter said, starting down the hallway. "See what?" Poole had to unlock the door. The feds had changed the lock on their temporary office across the hall from the war room shortly after Porter stole the McKinley file. Although most of the case-related material had been moved to the Bureau's Chicago field office, they hadn't completely vacated the space. The moment Poole opened the door, the smell hit them. Faint, but there. Hessling wrinkled his nose. Poole stepped into the room and switched on the lights. Porter shuffled toward the back left corner, his shackles jangling. He nodded at Nash. "Help me move this desk." "The mystery stain?" Porter nodded. Together they each lifted a corner of the old metal desk and carried it several paces to the right before setting it down again. The stain in the tan Berber carpet was about a foot in diameter, and had been there for years. Certainly not the only stain on the floors of Chicago Metro.
Renovation was not high on the city's budget list. The smell had come and gone, at its worst during the summer months. There really wasn't a way to describe it. Some kind of cross between skunk, wet wool, and sour milk. Porter had personally sprung for a carpet cleaner at one point, and that seemed to help for a few days, but the smell soon returned. They moved the desk over it, added a few boxes, and went on to other things. When the FBI moved in, they certainly had no reason to deal with it. On his hands and knees, Porter studied the stain. The carpet's been pulled up and replaced. Nash appeared puzzled. Who would do that? Does anyone have a knife? Poole produced a Ranger buck knife, not unlike the one Bishop used to carry. Porter opened the blade and used the tip to snag the corner of the carpet and tug it out from under the baseboard. A square had been cut out of the padding, creating a small compartment. Within that space was a white box tied with black string, no bigger than a pen case. Chapter 132. Porter. Day 199. 11:42 a.m. Someone muttered something about evidence, but on some level they all knew they were beyond that. Porter took out the box, removed the string, and opened the cover. Inside were 2 glass vials, both labeled Montague Labs, Coronavirus, Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. "Holy shit," Nash said. "Don't touch it," Poole said. "I'll get someone down here. That's our missing 2 vials." Porter stared at the small glass tubes. Klazowski must have left them here. He was the only one with access, but this means he hid them before he got locked in Stroker. They used 1 vial to fill that needle Claire found in the hospital locker, left the empty in my New Orleans hotel room, and hid the other 2 here. They never intended to release the virus. Poole was on the phone, half listening to Porter. Nash said, "Could he have used the tunnels to get here from the hospital?" "No way," Dalton replied. "This building is too new to be part of that network. Besides, someone would have recognized him and said something. All of Metro knew he was stuck in the hospital with the others." Nobody had heard Claire come into the room. She was standing by the door, her eyes filled with tears. She cleared her throat. "I just met with Robin Hilburn." She looked first to Nash, then to Dalton and Poole, then stepped across the room and knelt down beside Porter, an envelope in her hand. She gave me this for you. She said Derek left it under her pillow the day he died. Left it along with a note for her. She wouldn't share that one, said it was too personal. But she wanted me to give this to you. She said she was sorry she waited so long. She put it away, hid it all these years. Wasn't sure she wanted to share it. She was worried about what it would do to her husband's memory. When Poole visited, with everything in the news, she realized this information wasn't hers to keep, not anymore." Someone had opened the envelope long ago, the glue no longer tacky. There was a letter inside, several pages, handwritten. Porter scanned the text. "Oh, my God." Claire placed a hand on Porter's shoulder. "I read it, Sam. I know I shouldn't have, but I'm so sorry." She paused for a second. "Robin thinks Welderman or Stocks forged the note they found with Derek's body. That scared her, too. She didn't know what they would do to her if this information got out." By the time Porter finished reading, his hand was shaking. The pages of the letter fluttered to the ground, and he found himself sitting, his back against the side of the desk. He looked up at Poole, at Nash, and the others. Claire put her arms around his neck. "None of this is on you, Sam. You hear me? You need to let it all go. We'll help you, I promise. Forget Bishop. Forget what he did. Forget all of it." Sam told her he would. As memories began to flood back, as the holes in his past began to knit together, he swore that he would. He swore this to all of them. Funny how the littlest of lies begin. Chapter 133. Bishop. Day 203. 9:48 a.m. Anson Bishop's attorney notified the press he would be released from custody at noon on Wednesday, September 2nd, and a press conference would be held in the lobby of the Cook County Courthouse, where Bishop and his attorney would make a joint statement and follow with a question-and-answer period. He was, in fact, released on August 31st at 11 in the evening. He left the courthouse through a loading bay in the back with no one in attendance, other than a janitor smoking a cigarette, his foot holding the back door open just enough to prevent the smoke detector 6 feet away from going off. Bishop climbed into an idling town car, where he found a black leather bag waiting for him on the seat. Within that bag were several forms of identification under various names, credit cards, clothing, toiletries, car keys, and $10,000 in cash. The town car took him directly to the Radisson at Midway Airport, where he darkened his hair, took a 3-hour nap, then boarded a red-eye to Boston under the name Darren Metzler. Without the buzz of paparazzi surrounding him, he went unrecognized both on the plane and as he made his way through Logan International Airport to long-term parking. The keys found in his bag unlocked a silver 2-year-old Mercedes C300, left in space K302 with a full tank of gas. The drive to Newcastle, New Hampshire, should have only taken about an hour, but Bishop stopped for breakfast in Newburyport at a little seaside diner called Mike's. On one of the cable news channels, they played one of the videos Klosowski had left behind on his work computer, and this when he confessed to all the initial 4MK murders, from Callie Tremmel right up through the abduction of Emery Connors. When the video finished, several reporters debated whether or not the jury in Bishop's trial had somehow seen the confession, even though it wasn't released until they were in deliberation. Bishop left before hearing whatever they concluded. Here, too, nobody recognized him. After crossing the bridge from Portsmouth to Newcastle Island, he drove slowly through the charming old-world neighborhood, through the center of the island, and followed the signs to the Great Island Common, a quaint park on the shore of the Atlantic. There were only a handful of cars there, most likely belonging to the several joggers or the mothers with their children on the playground. Bishop got out and walked to one of the benches along the water's edge. He drew in the salty fall air, savored it a moment, then took a seat next to a man reading the morning paper. The headline read, "Chicago Detective in 4MK Case Released on Indefinite Suspended Leave." The man beside him turned the page and crossed his legs. He wore the most hideous red and green Argyle sweater, and glasses that made him appear far older than he probably was. When he looked up from the paper and out at the churning ocean waves, he took them off and let them dangle around his neck on a silver chain. "Beautiful view!" Bishop fought back the urge to smile.
"You look ridiculous."
The man shrugged. "I thought you might help me say goodbye to Victor Wittenberg, Ph.D., before I burn the outfit." He raised the glasses and slipped them over the bridge of his nose. "I've grown rather fond of these."
"It's good to see you, Father."
"You too, Anson." He glanced down at his watch. "You're 12 minutes early."
"I'm sorry."
Bishop said this before he realized it wasn't a criticism, simply his father pointing out the time. His father waved a hand dismissively. He folded the newspaper and set it down between them, but continued to look out over the water. "I'm proud of you, son. I know that's not something you've heard from me as much as you should have growing up, but I am. I'm proud of the man you've become and all that you've accomplished." He patted the newspaper. "All of this, the people you took down, the world is a better place with you in it."
"The world is a cesspool."
"Less so now."
"Maybe."
Bishop's father tapped the newspaper. "I haven't seen any mentions of the bodies in our lake. Not in the press, anyway." Bishop's gaze had found a sailboat about a quarter-mile offshore, bobbing in the water near an old lighthouse on a tiny rocky island.
"Klosowski said they identified Mr. Carter, Welderman, and Stocks. They suspect Oglesby is another, but they don't have DNA to make a match. The other two are a mystery to them, at least for now."
Father sighed. "Your mother certainly had a temper back then." They both fell silent for a moment. Then Bishop said,
"Have you forgiven her? For running away with Mrs. Carter and Kirby?"
He seemed to consider this for a long time, then nodded softly. "I think we both realized we'd come to an end. We were together for you, not each other, not anymore. The glue holding a relationship needs to be stronger than that. If things hadn't ended when they did, I might have become number 7 in that lake." He fidgeted with the corner of the newspaper and grinned.
If you hadn't already killed me in that little book of yours, that is, my clever boy. You look terrible in Christmas colors, Gerald. Bishop and his father both looked to their left. They hadn't heard her walk up. "Hello, Mother," Bishop said. She wore a J. Crew sweater over a loft dress. She'd lightened her hair to a dirty blonde. The color looked good on her. She smiled out over the water. "This is gorgeous, Gerald. You've been holding out on us." "I go by Warren now. Warren Cray. I moved here about a year after Simpsonville. I tried a few other places along the way, but something about the sea has always drawn me. I own a small antique store in town now, going on 12 years. A quiet life. I like it." "I'm looking forward to a quiet life," she said. Father stood and looked her over. "You look well." Mother smiled and hugged him. "You too. It's been too long." Someone honked a horn behind them. 3 long chirps, anything but quiet. A golden retriever running with his owner barked twice. Bishop knew that horn. "I'm not the only one who's early." The 3 of them turned to see a white Ford Mustang with a black racing stripe down the center rolling toward them through the parking lot. The car came to a stop at a short fence a few feet behind the bench. Vincent Widener got out of the driver's side and stretched. "Had to jump the battery. She's been sitting in storage for so long. Ran like a dream once we got out on the highway, though." Bishop stood from the bench and walked over. "You look good for a dead man." "Not the only one I see," Vincent said, nodding at Father. He jerked a thumb back at the car. "This guy sang half the trip. I'm never driving with him again. When he wasn't singing, he was screwing with his laptop. Nobody knows how to enjoy a road trip anymore." "It's not a laptop. It's an Alienware 17 with an 8th-generation processor and GTX video. Don't insult my hardware," a voice called out from the car. "I've got a lot of balls in the air. I need to stay on top of things for a little longer." The passenger door opened. Edwin Klazowski stepped out of the Mustang and nodded. "Hey, Anson." "Hey, kid." Chapter 134. Bishop. Day 203. 9:58 a.m. "You shaved your head?" Klazowski ran his hand over his smooth skull, his long hair gone. "This is my Breaking Bad look. I'm still working on the goatee." "Nobody's looking for you. Not anymore. That was a big explosion." Claus looked embarrassed. "I may have overestimated the C4. They still haven't found my body in that mess. I went through all that trouble to swap out DNA and fingerprints, and they don't even have a thumb to match." "They'll find something. Give them time." "Doubt it." Vincent came up behind him and squeezed Klazowski's shoulders. "I, for one, am a fan of being dead. Student loan debt? Gone. Credit card debt? Gone. Ex-girlfriends? Gone." Mother had walked up, Father behind her. She was eyeing Klazowski's bald head. "You're sure about this?" Claus nodded. "I combed every possible identification database and changed out every bit of information for all of us, right down to old driver's license photos on file at the DMV. The bodies we left matched the lives we're all leaving behind on every level. As far as the world is concerned, we're all dead. All except for Anson, and he's free and clear on double jeopardy. With everyone associated with Backpage either dead or in hiding, nobody is going to miss the few former employees we used here, the ones you swapped for us," Father said. "The police and FBI look so bad at this point, they'll do anything to make all of this go away. Nobody is digging. Not anymore." Reaching into the Mustang, Klazowski removed several leather-bound packages, each tagged with a name. He placed 2 on the roof of the car and handed the others out. "That's your new identification and credit cards. Bank accounts and credit histories are all established. I set each of us up with multiple banks. Funds are courtesy of the coffers at Backpage. I cleaned them out." He looked at Mother. "When added to the money you and Lisa Carter took from Talbot back in the day, we have nearly $4 million each." Somehow the smile on Vincent's face grew larger. Father produced a small bottle of Jameson whiskey from a coat pocket. "I'd like to propose a toast." "I don't drink," Bishop said. "You do today, son." Father uncapped the bottle and held it up between them. The edge of his lips curled in a smile as he looked at his son. "You cleaned house, champ. Eye for an eye."
He studied the faces of Klozowski, Vincent, and Mother. "All of you! I couldn't be more proud." He raised the bottle to his lips and took a hearty drink, then handed it to Bishop. Bishop looked down at the bottle for a moment, at the whiskey glistening on the lip. He handed the bottle back to his father. "Hold this for a moment." Reaching into his pocket, he took out a piece of paper and unfolded it, held the drawing up so the others could see. The drawing was of a girl about 14, wearing a red sweater, a mischievous little smile, and a glisten in her eye. "A Paul Upchurch original. Maybelle Markle." "You know that's Tegan, right?" Vincent said, smiling down at the drawing. "He always had a thing for her." Bishop nodded. He took out a lighter, and while the others watched, he lit the corner of the page. He held the drawing as long as he could, all of them watching as the flame crawled across the paper, the image slowly turning black and floating away on the wind. He dropped the last bit of it and let it burn on the ground. Nearly a minute passed before he spoke again. He took the bottle from his father and held it close to his chest. "To the ones we lost along the way, Paul Upchurch and Lisa Carter, their memory will live on in all of us." He took a drink and shared the bottle with the others. For the briefest of moments, he thought Mother might cry at the thought of Mrs. Carter. She didn't, though. She never cried. Instead, she smiled up at him. "What do you plan to do now, Anson, now that this is all over?" He considered this a moment. "I think I'll write a book. I've always found it amusing, what people will believe when you slap a colorful cover over some text and tell them it's fiction." A yellow Volkswagen Bug rolled up behind them and parked near Vincent's Mustang. Bishop glanced over and smiled. "That's the girls." Chapter 135. Bishop. Day 203. 10:08 a.m. Bishop rounded the side of the Volkswagen to the driver's side. When the window rolled down, he leaned inside and kissed the driver. "Hey, you. Hey, you." Libby McKinley smiled up at him from behind a pair of giant Gucci sunglasses, much too large for her face. Her hair had grown longer since he last saw her, probably halfway down her back now. It had gotten curlier, too. Her skin glowed with a healthy tan. She wore white shorts and a red tank top. Christina Niven had her door open and bounded out of the passenger seat the moment she saw Vincent Widener standing off to the side. She jumped up into his arms, wrapped her legs around his back, and kissed him. Tegan was sound asleep in the back, her legs curled up to her chest. "How was Florida?" Bishop asked. "Hot," Libby replied. "Barbara says hello." Barbara McKinley had been the first death he and Klozowski had faked when Anthony Warnock and the others got too close. A trial run of sorts. The body the authorities believed was Barbara McKinley was actually a runaway named Loria Tutson. When Bishop found Tutson, she had been recruiting other children off the streets for Backpage, luring them in with false promises of money and stability, only to help get them to sail at the Guion for a 3% cut. Bishop had enjoyed ending her. Libby had his hand in hers and was studying his fingertips. "What did you get into?" Bishop's fingers were covered in soot. "I need to wash my hands. Then we should get out of here." She tilted her head in the direction of a small clapboard building perched on the opposite side of the parking lot. "We passed the bathrooms on the way in." He leaned back into the car and gave her another kiss. "Wait for me?" "Always." As he ran toward the bathroom, he heard the others laughing and joking behind him. There was a time when he thought he'd never hear that sound again. It was nice. As he pushed through the door into the men's room, a motion sensor turned on the light. The scent of lemons hung in the air, not heavy but present. For a public restroom, he found it immaculate. He washed his hands under the warm water and was busy drying them when he heard the stall door open behind him. Bishop felt his heart thud as he looked into the mirror, at the face looking back at him. "How did you find me?" Detective Sam Porter stepped out of the stall, a small black revolver in his gloved hand. "The janitor smoking at the courthouse. He called me with a description of your car.
All taxis and town cars in the city are tracked by GPS. My Metro passwords all still work. So that was easy enough. I followed you from the hotel to the airport. It wasn't hard to find out your flight. Fake name didn't really slow things down. Funny how a little money will get whatever information you need. But you know all about that. I took a different flight to Logan. One that landed 12 minutes before yours. I thought for sure you spotted me when you were at the rental car counter. But I guess you didn't. I waited in the parking lot when you went into Mike's and got something to eat. That was tough. I'm still hungry. Then I followed you here. He licked his lips and nodded toward the door. I knew they were all still alive. I didn't figure it out right away. But I've had some time to think while I was locked up in that little cell you put me in. When we were on the phone back at the Guyon, you told me she and I have a special place in our hearts for Mr. Franklin Kirby. Present tense. Not had. You said have. Your game clicked then. I realized all of it had been a smokescreen. With Claus's help, I'm sure you had no trouble making your friends disappear, reinventing them as someone else. Bishop started to turn around, and Porter brought up the gun. Don't.
Okay.
Put both your palms flat on the counter.
Sure, Sam.
Porter took a step closer. Bishop noticed he had plastic bags on his shoes. They were taped around his ankles.
Don't do something you'll regret, Sam.
Porter chuckled softly. I don't regret anymore. I don't really feel anymore. You managed to kill that part of me. I would have shot you back at the Guyon if the feds hadn't hit me first. That's what you wanted me to do, right? Shoot you? Just another part of your plan? Get the cop to shoot you in public as a final little black bow in your own box. Win over those last few people who still thought you might be guilty. Porter tried to shut him down before he could go public. He must be telling the truth. It's the dirty cop. Always has been. Bishop said nothing to this. The gun twisted in Porter's hand. Did Warnick actually kill anyone? Or was that all you two? The woman in the cemetery, the one on the tracks, the ones we thought were Tegan and Christina, I bet those were you. You posed them and copied your own signature. You wanted the world to think your friends were dead, so you pinned those on Warnick, right?
Warnick was as dirty as the mayor, as dirty as Talbot and all the others,
Bishop said quietly. Maybe, Porter interrupted, but not guilty of killing them. Again, Bishop said nothing. Porter nodded toward the door. I saw your mother drive up. Who was the woman you left at the farmhouse? It wasn't her. So who was it?
I don't know what...
Porter rushed up behind him, dug the barrel of the gun into the back of Bishop's neck. Who the fuck was the woman at the farmhouse?
Easy, Sam.
Bishop's voice remained calm. Bishop heard a familiar click. Porter pulling back the hammer on the gun.
Are you wired? Are you recording this?
No, Porter replied.
She was a nobody, Sam. A low-level runner with Backpage.
Who happened to look like your mother. Bishop nodded. Porter took several steps backwards, towards the stalls. He didn't say anything for nearly a minute. Poole gave me the rest of the diaries, the ones someone threw at him in the chaos at the Guyon. I didn't leave that note, the one you found pinned to Stocks in Finicky's car. Bishop went quiet again. It wasn't me, Porter insisted. In the mirror, Bishop looked up at him.
You're as dirty as the rest of them. I saw you there at the farmhouse, in the alley.
Porter rubbed the back of his neck, stared for several seconds, then took an envelope from the inside pocket of his jacket. He tossed it onto the counter next to Bishop's hand. Read it. At first, Bishop didn't move. Then he reached for the envelope and pulled out the pages.
What is this?
Hilburn's suicide note, Porter said flatly. The real one. In the mirror, Bishop's eyes were locked on Porter. He held his gaze for a moment, then went back to the pages. Out loud, Porter instructed. Bishop nodded, cleared his throat, and began to read.
Dear Sam, I've done some things in my life I don't expect you to understand. I've written this letter about a half-dozen times, and every time I start over, I think I'm trying to find an explanation for the things I've done, and it's just not there. I'd hoped for some aha moment, Something to not only explain my actions to you, my wife, and those who will no doubt ask questions later, but to myself. I've come to the conclusion that those answers don't exist. I don't remember the moment my life went bad. There was never a choice between two doors. Instead, there were a bunch of small missteps, each one leading to another. And before I knew it, when I looked behind me, I'd traveled so far into the woods, there was no going back. A couple hands at a poker game didn't go my way. I borrowed a couple bucks from someone I thought was a friend. I tried to win that back with the ponies, had to borrow a little more. Those kinds of people, they're all smiles when they're handing over the cash, not so much when they ask for their money back. Stocks and Welderman, they worked homicide, not the crew you ran with, so I'd understand if you didn't know them. I met them at the poker games, Welderman's regular Thursday night. Funny to think I almost invited you once, but I knew you weren't into cards. Wonder what would have happened if I had. I bet you would have told me to fold on a 2 pair of aces and kings. If I did, my life would have gone in a very different direction. I didn't invite you, though, and I didn't fold. And a month later, in debt to my eyeballs, I agreed to let those two use my van. The second time, they asked me to drive the van. Little baby steps like that. Steps into the mud. You don't realize you're sinking until you're up to your ankles. I didn't ask them about the kids. I didn't want to know, and they didn't volunteer much information. They did their thing, and I did mine. I paid down my debt one trip to that motel after another. I'm honestly not sure when you started watching us. I learned later that one of the kids found your business card and called you, told you what was happening. But I didn't know that at the time. The first time I saw you across the street in that parking lot, watching the motel, watching me in my van, I wasn't 100% certain it was even you. Tough to see at night. I suppose part of me didn't want to see. It was Stocks who told me it was you. He was the one who told me to handle it. I thought about my debt. Certainly that would knock it down. I didn't want to go there, Sam. You gotta believe me. But I had a wife at home, and we were starting a family. I needed that monkey off my back. They told me to bring you in. I knew you'd never go along, not you, not straight and narrow Sam Porter, no way. But I didn't tell them that. I think I saved your life by telling that little fib. Not sure how much time I bought, but I bought you some. Why the hell didn't you back off? Half the cops were on the take. You could have walked away. You didn't, though. I saw you watching me. I saw you following me. When you came out to the farmhouse that night, when you followed me out there, there was no turning back. Not for you, not for me. There's no easy way to say this, Sam, so I'm just going to come right out with it. We had that farmhouse wired, and we knew that Kid Weasel had called you and set up the meet. We also knew it went sideways when you followed me out to the farmhouse. That's why I drove him back to the city. I knew he'd get out, escape the van. We let him. I knew he'd try and give you whatever evidence those kids put together. We didn't know where they'd hidden it, though. We needed him to lead us there. Lead you there, too. He took the bag with the money, the camera, and led us right to the notebook they'd hidden, the one detailing all the activity at the Carriage House Inn. When I saw the notebook, when I had the notebook, him, and you all together, something inside me closed off. The little bit of good inside me went to sleep, because that's what needed to happen. I knew if I thought about it, I'd never be able to shoot you. I took out the gun Stocks had given me, and so help me I pulled the trigger on you. Bishop read the next sentence in his head, and paused for a moment. His voice threatened to crack when he read it aloud. I finished off the boy, too. That's what Stocks and Welderman wanted. I couldn't bring myself to put a second shot in you. I didn't think you'd make it to the hospital, but you did, you tough son of a bitch, you did. And then it was too late for me. The boy's body in my van, their little bag of evidence in my van. They told me to make it all disappear. I screwed that up, too. I kept it. Figured it was some kind of insurance, and best to stash it all away. When you woke from the coma with no memory, I told myself I was in the clear. Nobody knew anything. Here's the thing, though. I knew. No matter what I did to forget, something reminded me. And over the years, those reminders got louder. Guilt has a way of screaming. I could hear that dead kid out in my van, louder every night.
I didn't start out my life expecting to be a bad cop. A series of small events got me there. Sitting here now, down in my basement, with a rope coiled up on the floor, writing a letter to you, guilt got me here. I've got to silence those screams. I think those kids blamed you for not acting sooner, for not rushing the farmhouse and arresting everybody. Kids don't understand what it takes to build a case. They don't understand good police work. I suppose neither do I. You do, Sam. Always did. You're a fine cop, the kind of cop I wish I had been. You do right for the both of us. Take care of my Robin for me. Tell her I was one of the good guys, once. When Bishop finished, he read the letter a second time to himself, then folded the pages, slipped them back into the envelope, and set it on the counter beside him. Porter was first to speak. Tegan called me a few weeks before I came out to the farmhouse. I remember that now. She'd spoken so fast on that first call. All I got was something about them taking pictures of her at the motel. I didn't know about the prostitution. I didn't even know she was underage. I didn't know how big this all was. I started to piece things together. Then I got the call from the boy, Weasel. He told me to meet him. They had evidence for me. And Hilburn shot you when you tried to collect it, Bishop said. Then he shot Weasel. Porter nodded. I didn't know he called you, Bishop admitted. Tegan never told me. Neither of them did. We had no idea. His voice trailed off as he considered this. How it would have changed so much. The gun still steady, Porter asked, What happened to the girls? Bishop could have lied, but there was no point. Tegan and Christina managed to tie up Finicky back at the farmhouse, but neither of them had a father who taught them the proper knots. Finicky got loose, managed to wrestle the gun from Tegan. Then she made some phone calls. Kirby was part of the crew they sent to clean up. I thought you were too. They took the kid to one of their own doctors at first, Stanford Pence, but his injuries were too severe. He was worthless to them, so they dumped him at a hospital outside Charlotte. I suppose he was lucky they didn't just kill him. The girls were moved to another holding house, this one in Wisconsin. They kept them there until it was time for the sale, time to get to the Guyon. Vincent, Paul, and I didn't learn that until we had a chat with Dr. Oglesby, one final session. He was kind enough to return my knife to me that night, the photo of Mother, and Mrs. Carter, too. In return, I buried him in my lake with his friends. Bishop tried to turn, but Porter thrust the gun toward him. Face the mirror. Keep your palms on the counter. He nodded, did what he was told. We waited at the Guyon, managed to get them out, and hid in an abandoned brownstone on the west side with some other homeless kids. Stayed there for nearly 2 years. Bishop started to turn around again. Sam, I thought... Don't, Porter said. Just don't. Face the mirror. Through the window near the shoreline, Bishop saw Christina glued to Vincent's side, a big grin on her face. Tegan was awake, laughing at something Libby must have said. His mother and father were both facing the water, only a few inches apart. Everything as it should be. Porter didn't say anything for a long while. When he did, there was an edge to his voice. I need to know the truth about something. Frankly, the only thing I even give a shit about anymore. The only thing. Did you really give Harnell Campbell the .38 and drive him to that convenience store? Bishop said nothing. Or did you just say that to get me to come after you? I've thought a lot about it. You needed me angry. You needed me unstable, running on emotions instead of logic. I understand why you would say something like that. But I need to hear it from you. Was it true? Or just something you said to get what you needed out of me? I need to know. Are you responsible for Heather's death? In the mirror, Bishop glanced down at the bags at Porter's feet. Who knows you're here, Sam? Not a damn soul. You're not the only one with access to fake IDs. Bishop forced his breathing to slow, forced his body to remain calm, as father had taught him. He nodded toward the window. If I tell you the truth, will you let them all go? Will you let my Libby go? Porter nodded slowly. You have my word. All of them? All of them. It was Bishop's turn to nod. I did, Sam. I might as well have killed Heather myself. Harnell Campbell was so hopped up on meth, I could have gotten him to do just about anything that night. Porter's face went pale. A vein on the side of his head throbbed hard enough to be visible from across the room. It took him a moment to process this. His finger left the guard and rapped over the trigger. Porter swallowed, his voice thin. Callie Tremmel, Elle Borton, Missy Lumax, Susan Devarro, Allison Kramer, and Jody Bloomington. Did you kill them? Did you kidnap Emery? Or was it Claus? Bishop looked down at the sink. Some bubbles from the soap were caught on the lip of the drain. He wanted to turn the water on, wash them away. He didn't. Instead, Bishop closed his eyes. I killed them all, Sam. And it was so fucking sweet. The single gunshot inside the small cinder-block building was loud enough to echo out over the park. On the rocks near the shoreline, half a dozen seagulls shot up into the air and disappeared into the morning sky before the last of that bang faded away.
Hi, this is J.D. Barker. It's hard to say goodbye. I've lived with Sam Porter, Anson Bishop, and the others for several years now, and watching them pack their bags and leave has been difficult for me. I knew this day would come, though, and I prepared as best I could. I like to think they're all in a better place, moving on with their lives as I have, most anyway. When I started the series, a particular question weighed heavily on my mind. Can a serial killer be made? Is it possible for a good person to be shaped into a sociopath simply because of the environment in which they grew up? Throughout my life, I've met people who were raised under the most horrible of conditions and turned out just fine. To the contrary, I've also known people who, as children, had every possible advantage in life and squandered the opportunity as they grew older. They went sour. I've spoken to countless serial killers and found that they can come from every possible background. Demographics, social standing, financial situation, those things may have played a part in that person or the person they would become, but there was always another force at play, one that was stronger, the human spirit. Whether good or bad, that spirit overcame life's obstacles. That killer gene, sociopath, psychopath, was either there at the get-go or it wasn't. It wasn't a seed that could be planted and nurtured any more than it could be squashed when first noticed in someone thought to be bad. Anson Bishop believed he was doing the right thing. Was he? I suppose that's up to you to decide. As with my other books, many of the places described here are real. If you're ever in Chicago, check out the old Cook County Hospital. At last visit, it was still there in the center of town, a padlock on the front door, developers unsure of what to do. If you happen to get inside, you'll find the statue of protection right where Claus left it, although the mayor may not be there anymore. Backpage.com is real as well, or was, rather. When the site was dismantled, one of the largest human trafficking rings went with it.